Now, the materialist might say, well, oh, this person is loafing when you're praying. Oh, this person's doing nothing. And this materialist might also be a voice in your head. Well, no, it's not like that at all. Because while praying and sorting out things that are not essential, you're also improving your work because you're thinking, well, what is really necessary right now at certain times? Not all the time, but it's a period of reflection and refinement. So you might say, hey, you know what? I have until the weekend to do this and that, so I'm not going to push it up and do it now. But what I am going to do now is probably pray more because I don't have to do those things. And then while you're praying, you can also reflect and cut things down and say, hey, you know what? I would have been doing this, but you know what's really more important is that I take care of this. And now that I have the whole day, because I freed it up, I freed it from things that weren't as important. They were things I need to get done eventually, but not right now. But this thing, it just showed up yesterday. For example, maybe there was a charge on your account and now there's nothing there. And if this thing doesn't get paid for, this service will cut out, and it's really just a stupid thing that you got angry about. But actually, it's pretty important that you take care of it. And so now you can think about how you can solve that with all the time it requires, which is indeed an aggravating kind of surprise. But if you have enough time to solve it in a smart way, then it's way less aggravating than trying to do it, in 5 minutes, when it takes a lot more time than that. But it's something you feel like shouldn't have ever even come up in the first place. So you're already wrestling with the animalistic way of thinking, the childish and stupid and ignorant and wrong-headed part of a self. A self that doesn't want to admit that they have this problem, perhaps, that they have to take care of because they feel it might be beneath them, and so on and so forth. After 15 minutes of deep meditation, you return to that problem. You have a completely different mindset. First off, it's not a big deal. Second off, these things can happen. Third off, they're easily solved now because you thought to yourself, well, you can do this thing, that thing. You could perhaps ask this person to help you out, and it's not a big deal because you don't have a big ego blocking you. And then you'll do that, and then you take care of that, and that was really an essential thing. It was a little thing, but it was a necessary thing, and a thing that you would have otherwise not want to have to deal with, and it would have led possibly to a problem that would have caused even more agitation or more difficulties. But you were able to nip it in the bud because you got rid of all that other stuff that was distracting you. You see, so this type of method, don't let any type of materialist or production junkie, or what do they call it, hustle culture, hustle you past prayer. Prayer is productive. And how you get through life is extremely important. It's the most important thing. So if you're distracted with this, distracted with that, you have no time. You want this, you don't want that. You like this, you don't like that. That's not the way to go through life. Contradicts the whole point of living in the first place. It doesn't matter how much stuff you can buy at the end of the day if your mind is filled with nonsense in your day and your life and everything else. So prayer has a strategic function. It has an executive function to it. It has a lot of different components to it, a well-being and health component to it that are not recognized by these vulgarians of this time. And so everything is put on productivity, but they're wrong. They're very wrong. But they get themselves very worked up and they think they have very convincing arguments, but it's essentially just sophistry and lying by omission. So don't feel guilty about praying and do be as efficient as possible from switching from one to the other. And another way of looking at it is it absolutely does not matter where you end up in life because all of that is not predictable. It's changing forms and conditions. But it absolutely does matter how you get there, your state of mind, the state of your soul. And that matters all the time, every moment, in the here and now. Every mind moment matters, but not where you are and under what circumstances that may or may not be in your control or out of your control. A meteor strikes, hey, it wasn't your fault, okay? But that's what you're dealing with. And it's really a lot better to deal with things like that when you're not engaged in blaming others or self-blame or uh, aggravation and disappointment and comparisons and everything else like that. It just is what it is. And if you do the necessary, you build yourself a shack within a day. That's enough. You can revert to prayer. Then there's a new day. You might improve the shack the second day, the third day. You might decide to leave the area entirely. You don't know. You don't need to know. And watch your mind. Don't go into the future. Don't go into the past. Don't try to do too much. Right? And whatever you do is really good enough. That's the mindset to have. Forget all this kind of overperformance culture. And that's the thing. Once you cut out that striving, you'll find that you do accomplish more things that, in retrospect, were realistically accomplished because you got your mind right first. That's how it works. I can't emphasize enough how much wiser a work and pray culture is to uh, materialism and just running like mad through life, over productivity, hustling through life. It really is night and day. It's hell versus the heavenly abodes. But it is also about cultural influence and also about whether or not tyrannical sadists have the say where you are, i.e., what is the level of slavery that is considered normal in your area. Does a goofy box cost $1 million and you have to pay it off for the rest of your life? Yes or no? If so, that's not a great place to be. That's not really a good a norm, is it? But coming back to young versus middle age, look, if you're young and you have a work and pray culture, you will have less sins in your life, which just means mistakes that you will have to pay for psychologically later. But if you are middle aged and you've been through a lot of mistakes because our culture and what have you, and all these radical changes and sociological terrorisms and usurpations and cultural inversions and so on and so forth, at middle age, really, this think about it. You had your kids in your 20s. They were raised when you were in your 40s, and then you were in somewhat of a supportive role, maybe. But generally, people were not expected to live much longer. And they went into monasteries. Women went into the nunneries, men went into the monasteries. They had done their bit for society. They had pretty much trained and raised their replacements. And they went into the monasteries, basically, some more or less to pay for their sins. That's also something that's a way of expressing it, paying for your mistakes, like undoing all of the unbelievable psychological damage that a lot of people may or may not have accrued by the time they reach middle age in times like these. So from a humanistic, right, compassionate kind of perspective, it was accepted in society that people would just make a break, make a segue in their lives, and devote themselves to the holy path, preparing themselves for the afterlife, but also undoing the sins, right? The mistakes, the misperceptions, the attachments that they got themselves into up until that point, which is why they say it's a midlife crisis or what have you. It's really a midlife alteration. It's a midlife adaptation. It's a midlife change that should be fully embraced and accepted. But it's not, because we have materialists that want to work us like Joe Biden till we're 90 and can't even think, and then they basically misguide or mislead the other people while not even taking responsibility for the heinous acts that they commit, the criminal heinous acts. They just have then a patsy stooge that's quote unquote working until the end. If that's what working looks like, yeah, you should have stopped a long time ago. And I think like 45, 50, that's sort of the pivoting time. Should wrap up your worldly affairs and devote yourself to spiritual practice full time. You really shouldn't have any other attachments at that point. Now, look, a lot of people, they just don't get the memo. And then they start having kids late, and that could push it back. I understand all that. But at some point, society, whether they recognize it or not, other people, you have a major duty to your spiritual well-being. In fact, like I said, people have said for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, before these know-it-all materialist, capitalist slave drivers on the neo-plantation popped up, they knew that this was a spiritual journey first and a materialist journey, perhaps not at all. Okay? But that's been reversed in our time. But still, in better times, people recognized it, and it was considered highly respectable to do that. So they made the culture, made it appear like that's some kind of shirking, or that's crazy, or that's not normal, or this or that. But that's just them. They don't know what's good for them. They don't know what's good for others. So why should anyone give a darn what they think? I mean, it's like people saying, yeah, the beach is terrible and it's a real waste of time and nobody should go there. It's like, okay, yeah. All right, you believe that, and you'll have the causality of that, and you won't experience anything even remotely involving maritime kind of environments, and that's your world, right? That's their self-created world. But you have no compunction whatsoever to go along with any kind of malarkey in any form, no matter how convincing it may or may not appear. And making things appear normal and other things abnormal is one of their biggest conjuring tricks, one of their biggest lies that they've been able to pull off with tropospheric methods, right? Put it on TV, have a couple of people say it. All of a sudden it appears like it's a discussion in the room. uh, where they have some kind of higher status than the people watching the television. But no, that's a conjurer's trick. These are just grubby people that threw themselves in a camera, got a microphone, and most likely schlubbed themselves onto the screen. So if they schlub themselves into the screen of your mind, you just have to click, change the channel, and get back to the real cultural programming, which is, yes, spirituality is number one, most important. Number two, midlife adaptation, let's call it that, is an age-old thing. And working off one's sins, working off one's mistakes, and the causality that has, that's very humane. It's very important. And that's not to say that people have no influence whatsoever on society. It's just they have a completely different kind of influence. They have a moderating influence. They have a wise influence. They have also a separate influence. They're not up in people's faces. They have different priorities. They're not telling people how to live, but they are making some suggestions and recommendations, and perhaps preparing people for the lifelong journey and the journey beyond this life, and not just these very narrow-minded pursuits and misguided kinds of things that are today popular in tropospheric times. But apropos popular, it's funny, I was watching some video recently about a device that has a camera on it, and it swims through the sewage canal, and its strategy is during the day when everyone's flushing and brushing their teeth and showering, it just attaches itself and allows the increased turbulence to charge its batteries with these like fins that spin around. And then at night, when things are not so wild, then it uses its charged battery to move through the sewage system and take a look what's down there, like what problems have developed or are developing that you could possibly take care of, because it's able to geolocate the areas and take pictures and whatnot. So yeah, as far as popular is concerned, popular, yeah, it's in the middle of the day, it's very popular. It's Platz del Popolo. But that's not the greatest time to make forward progress. It's just a time to basically lay low or out of sight, and then move when things aren't as popular as when most people are out and about. So here's a quick thought, a driving thought. Listen to this ambiance, people. So here's an epiphany I just had. My thought was that being right would be its own reward, and it would be recognized, and I would get an applause for being that. That is a profoundly naive, common, normal, and indeed vulgar expectation. It's an expectation a peasant has. But what you have to realize is a lot of people are not ready for the truth, don't like the truth, hate the truth with a passion. In fact, they hate the truth more than any lie. A lie, that they might be able to look through it, like as little vulgar cretins, which is sort of the culture of the New York Times. You know, they're into little lies and big lies, and, you know, putting things euphemistically and so on and so forth. That's their game. But you tell the truth, oh my God, what's wrong with you? That's offensive, because then just think of all the work they have. All of a sudden they've got to come up with other explanations. They might have to suppress it. They might have to change their lives, change their opinions about themselves, their big overinflated selves, the whoopee cushions amongst us. It causes agita on a profound level, and they will go on a hate campaign
for months and years. Let's just look at the recent Wuhan lab controversy, or Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah, that was the truth. Well, what did it cause? It caused a massive hate campaign against all people that were saying the truth for years. And then slowly the trickle truth comes out. Yeah, you know what? Those people we hated on, like a 1984 terror camp for months and months and weeks and years on end. Oh, they were right, by the way. Footnote in history. And then, oh, but look, we're dealing with this today. Like, they have to come to a point where they think they can lie or divert people's attention to something innocuous. And then what does it really matter anyway? It was just the truth, and so on and so forth. So you could see, if you were invested in the truth, you're going to pay a price for it. You're going to be... Just expect. Now, if it's not, physical repercussions, if it's just verbal, if people are pointing and screaming at you, you can see that in a comedic lens. If you have no self, it's just comedy. Okay? But if you do have self, and some people will be like, oh yeah, of course I have no self, but there's usually a little bit of self somewhere, and you'll find it because you'll feel it. And then you can see it and then identify that and improve your practice and get rid of it. But it's easier said than done. That last bit of self, very hard to scrub off. Which is to say, it's very painful, despite you not having an ego. Because essentially you're invested in a narrative. It's only... The only thing is your narrative is actually the truth. So it's sort of like, why are you invested in the truth? Like, what did you expect based on the truth? Did you expect a better outcome for yourself and others? Because maybe that's the problem. You were deluded in that way. Now, that's not to say it's not the right thing to do. Like, right effort is finally discovering the truth and also not lying. That's one of the 5 precepts, is not to lie. So, it's not as if to say that isn't good practice on some level, but it is a very painful practice, often due to self and attachment, and also expectation, which is delusional. Even if you had, some people would think or say, is the right expectation? Yeah, obviously. When people learn the truth, they're going to do the right thing. But no, actually, that's not the way samsara works. That's not the way purgatory works. But here's the thing. You have to remember that these things can take time. And then finally, why were you so invested in some kind of outcome? If you did your duty and you sort of figured it out and you gave your opinion, again, views and opinion, which is not recommended. It really doesn't matter. In fact, there's a lot of wise teachers that say that's not something you should engage in because it does lead to unnecessary suffering. But of course, if you feel like it helps, and then again, what did it really matter? Anyone who does something bad gets the bad karma from it. Now, you might think you did something good, but maybe that's time to reassess that. There might be a better way of doing it, and then there's also a way of being outcome independent anyway. You could say, hey, this guy, I don't think he's qualified for this and this reason, and that's it. Then it is really up to the public to decide, and the people who are responsible, who really do have that job, like it is their job. Then if they fail to act on that, then they're actually engaging in some form of criminal neglect, essentially. That's what they're doing. So that's a really extremely bad karma for them, which can lead to problems in future lives, as well as probably being shot in front of, or electrocuted, or thrown into jail. So there's that too. There's worldly consequences sometimes for bad misdeeds, but again, there's all different types of things happening. in this realm. So if you think you're just going to get good things or because of meritorious acts, think again. Like a lot of the medals and whatnot, they're awarded posthumously, right? The people who are dead. So there are sayings about being a hero and not being a hero, or don't try to be a hero all the time, and so on and so forth, because that's a different way of being deluded. So in other words, help where you can, stretch your timeline out, be outcome independent, and wish all living creatures well, even misguided ones, and realize that eventually, yeah, it does come out, and it's often then downplayed, and then, it is what it is. The main thing is you didn't go crazy unnecessarily during that time. So someone wrote in, Wilson wasn't Episcopalian, or he wasn't part of the Anglican Church. He was Presbyterian. Thank you. Well, yes, you're right. So I admit there's a revision. So he was Presbyterian, but Presbyterians were like the D-Class A Episcopalians, and both of them sort of fit within Anglican Protestantism. Okay, so you got me on a technicality. However, now we have to sort of see them holistically. So the Anglican Church has been completely turned on its head, which, if you think about how it started, Henry VIII was a piece of crap as a human being. I think people could say that now. Some people called him a serial killer, and although I can understand probably why he did it, technically they would be correct. So this is the guy. Now look, the Catholic Church was probably not very clean or very religious for many years for different reasons, a lot of them political at different times. We would have to go back to that time. Whether or not it was the right decision, we don't know, but we can probably guess, because look at the state of the church today, how politicized it is, and how screwy. And the Anglican Church is one of the screwiest in all of its affiliates of all of the Protestant sects that developed after the Reformation, which was a catastrophe for the Western world. So, look, maybe when it was first founded, it was okay. Maybe it actually got better for a couple of 100 years, and now we have complete crap, basically sort of like a KGB Orthodox version of Protestantism, i.e. subverted and filled with spooky people that are essentially the second of state of a neo-plantationist, neo-imperialist kind of model that predates on all people outside of their class, because you have to see it within class dynamics, like a Russian version of a British class, a political radical class that now esteems themselves up in a religious way, a cult-like way, and unfortunately the Episcopalian and Presbyterian churches fall into those categories. They are some of the worst examples of Protestantism in the world today at this time, 2025. And we saw this, how they dealt with the South African refugee situation. They denied that they were political, should be considered political refugees. Well, this goes back to the disgusting British class that kicked off the Boer War and was on the wrong side of that one too. But look, they got a bunch of mines out of it, and now look at the politics there. Well, it's a reverse imperialist, neo-plantationist, a minuscule luxury class, and then 95% slaves, and maybe some suck-ups and white monkeys that get spots as proxies, and everyone else gets stamped into ignominy and untold horrors and just general predation. Does that sound like a model that was in Ireland? Oh, is it in Ireland now? Where else is that been? Is that in Brazil? Where in the world of their far-flung imperialist empire, which is now just a financial thing, they've retreated to the financial class, because who gives a damn about politics if you can just bribe a bunch of brutes and gang members and cultists? Then they have even less work to do as far as just taking whatever's worth having and then making it a classist thing. Well, they're just successful and wealthy because they're blessed by God. Look at that. You can get into that viewpoint. A Calvinist, do they also fall under these Protestant whack jobs? See, it's so funny. If you go to like the Buddhist perspective, this is Mara's kingdom. So people who believe in wealth theology, what would that make them be? Are they Mara worshippers? I guess so. So how holy is that? Are these people the biggest dupes ever? So look, it's very sad. I'm sure now if an Episcopalian hears this, or Presbyterian, and they feel very offended, well, look, I hate having to say that. I really do. And I'm sure your ancestors, despite all of these politics, they might have been very honorable people. But look, we live in a world of changing forms and conditions, and from the looks of it, it looks like your whole franchise got brand trashed for the reasons I mentioned. The Second Estate, commanded by the First Estate, trashed it. So you want to play little cultist games with subverted morality and consider yourself the best little people on this little planet, thanks to Mara, because, Mara blesses people with wealth, even when it's from, fentanyl and other things. But if it's washed through a bunch of different proxies or banks, then obviously it's the respect. It doesn't rub off on the respectable people. They're going to be raptured up, right? No matter what, because they live such blessed lives here, and so on and so forth. Yeah, sure, you can believe that. But if that is the right thing, if that theology really checks out, is quite another question. Now, I understand narcissistic people with overinflated selves, they're very invested in narratives like that and don't like anybody questioning them. And then who could question them, especially if they're poor people that have been impoverished by horrendous economic and sociological and political decision making over the last, 30, 40, 50, 120 years. But who knows? Maybe those big self-overinflated whoopee cushion, fake morality kinds of people are wrong. I don't know. What will history say? I know what a lot of people with a lot of common sense say right now, but those people don't belong to that demographic. Now, do they? Even if they really, really think they do, and they get very emotional because it's all about feelings and it's not about reality, because feelings are reality. So, look, I feel very bad about this development. Believe me, I do not take any delight in it. I could throw the Lutherans in there too, all Protestants at this point. I could throw half of the Catholics in, maybe less. Maybe it's 30% at this time. Maybe it's shifting more towards that. But let's give the Pope a round of applause. He said that marriage is between man and a woman. So that's nice. Just a simple question like that. Protestants can't answer it. So how did they get so flipped? Well, one, they had the politics, their political backers, okay, that backed them. They were worldly people, and they were worldly to the point that they were willing to conduct war based on these things, which is sort of a bad start to begin with, isn't it? So it had a bad beginning. I'll say it had an okay middle. And its ending, at least this phase of it, is unfathomably terrible. It is like the worst thing to ever have happened in modern history. So if that's where you are, but you're socially trapped because you're all into appearances and your wealth theology, and you're just going to listen to the second estate because that's the mouthpiece of the first estate, and obviously they couldn't be wrong, well, then you deserve all the damnation that you can get in this life and the lives to come. But look, I get it. People can be born into these things. Also, it was an invention of the first estate. And if the first estate is captured, we have a luxury class capture at this time, thanks to how the banking system developed in a horrendous way after the South Sea Panic in 1720. But it was very trickle truth and not very transparent or open to public debate or public scrutiny. So it's understandable how people could be so dreadfully, horribly, awfully duped by covert subversion and underminings of all kinds. And it's very surprising that worldly people would want to involve themselves in religious matters and so on and so forth. So I get it. But now it's time to take a probe, look at the lab results, and then make some rather tough decisions as far as distancing yourself from these brands that are defunct in this time. And it's terrible. It is a war crime. I have a lot of sympathy and compassion for the good people and all the work they put into it and everything else. But it's happened to other brands. It's happened to other countries. It's happened to other places. It's terrible. But it's just one of these things that it would behoove you to move on from. And that does not mean rejecting religion. It means redefining religion. It means making it more real, more practical, more visceral, more local, but only with people that are worth it or could be worth it. And that's not people who have been infected with the leftoidous venereal disease. There is absolutely nothing good about it. It does kill people and cultures and civilization, and it was spread by people that you could just say, if you want to see it in a religious way, we're just captured by the devil or devilish plots or devilish machinations, and in that way just come to closure on it and move on. And having a lot of religion, like I said, I like the work religion model. Like, what is it? Work and prayer. I like that model. Everything else, you don't need anything else. Anything else could mess that up. And if you are more into Buddhism and not the funky leftoidist version, great. If you're into the Catholicism that is traditional and so on and so forth, great. And Protestantism, there might be a couple of people out there that have finally gotten it and they can call themselves Protestant or Christian, and they can stop doing stupid stuff like missionary work in places they don't belong per the neo-imperial model and so on and so forth. And they can benefit thereby, okay? So don't call me a dogmatist or someone who's going to attack other factions. I'm sort of big tent in that way, but not to the point where it becomes sociologically detrimental. And if you think of the unbelievably hateful, narcissistic, Machiavellian, psychopathic, and sadistic people that pulled off these feats, if you want to call them that in modern times, they're always looking for an in. But that doesn't mean you letting them in is going to be good for you or your group, but quite the opposite. So keep them peepers peeping, people, because this here, when we say hybrid war, this is an aspect of it, and it's mind-blowingly awful. But there's been times like this before. There were times like this before religion, so this shouldn't surprise religious people, should it? But comedy routine for a second. So our luxury class, remember, anytime they call themselves elite, that's just narcissistic conceit. Our luxury class, worse than the plantationist of the antebellum South, but will virtue signal about slavery as if wage slavery escaped them. 21 times jack the rate of real estate, $1 million boxes, and then reverse imperialism, population replacement. Complete and utter predatory aliens that are incompetent to boot. If you didn't think that was the case, just look at Los Angeles. Then the crappy culture that they spread. And then where is their morality again? Oh, wait, they don't even have morality, but they're so cool that we should put up with them for some reason. So if you feel like you've been screwed in this time, you actually have. And these are the people, they're so clever, they think they can do a 24/7 news cycle and explain it away while these things are going on in broad daylight. So if you've had enough, join the club. I really think things will get reset, and I mean a full reset. I mean something that is not even remotely like the neo-plantationism they have set up, where they got their PMC minders that are going to browbeat us about alternative history narratives and keep us in an alternative reality where they're elites. What? The luxury class? That's hilarious. This comedy is writing itself at this point, folks. But remember, the disinfo estate are second estatists, so they're just proxies of the people who put them up to it. Follow the money, and the money is the banking system. And there you go. You have the guilty party. Them, their entire families, their entire business network, all of their schemes. Those are the people that are supposed to be above the Pope, above your culture, above your country's history, above morality. They haven't been brought to the public light yet, but history will record them. Remember, they're Mandarin bureaucrats that feel themselves to be above the law too. The legal system, the judges, yeah, that's all second estate. That's just the outer shell. But insist on getting the yolk and flushing it straight down the toilet where it belongs. Have you ever lost something small? Something that you knew you had placed somewhere, but then it wasn't there, and then your mind starts reeling. Perhaps you go through a process. Like first, well, maybe I put it somewhere. Maybe I misplaced it someplace close. I'm not gonna get crazy about this. You give it some time, and then a couple of hours, maybe even a day goes by, and then you're like, okay, wait a second. Let me start making a dedicated search here. I'll find it. Surely I'll find it very shortly if I give myself devoted time and practice. And then you start searching. And then you go to this pile of things where it could likely be. You go to this thing. You go to a duffel bag. You go back to the laundry pile. And you're going around. You might go out to the car. And you start circling back. And you're basically in a search pattern. And then as the search goes on,
because we're dealing with mammalian creatures here that think they're rational but really aren't, then just the rage there's just starts off like a little spark, but then it starts growing into a pile of little coals, and then it's growing and growing and growing. And then you might start making accusations like somebody stole it. Let's see, that delusional idea will pop into your mind. But it seems very realistic at the time, because how could it be anywhere else? Or maybe it was your little brother, or maybe it was the cleaning lady or the neighbor, or who knows? Your mind starts spiraling. It couldn't have been you. It couldn't have been you. You put it right there. Yes, you did. And so on and so forth. And these things can escalate. But then perhaps after you've calmed down, or you've consigned it to being lost forever, you move just a little thing, and there it is. That moment, that aha moment, that epiphany. That's Satori. No, it wasn't anyone else. It wasn't yourself. It was there the whole time. You just didn't see it. It was there the whole time. Yes, it was. But your mind was not there the whole time. Your mind went on a journey. And it really, 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 really did mess you up. And it possibly could have messed up other people had you decided to physically beat the living daylights out of this or that person, or make accusations, or get into a fight. And this is what people do. Very subnormal people are doing this all the time. They're projecting. People talk about Trump derangement syndrome. Yes, there's that. Then there's the Nazi derangement syndrome. Anyone who uses that word in 2025 is deranged. There's nobody around here walking around in uniforms. But where is their mind? Their mind has been captured by propaganda of a warlike kind, and it's coming from all different sides. The Russians have their version. Other people have their versions. The leftoidists have their version. There's nothing that. It's an illusion. It's a fabrication. It's a story. It's a narrative. It's been twisted and turned and applied to this, that, and the other thing. Now, some people would say, well, have some compassion, have some compassion. People got themselves into a tizzy about this. And but to what extent should we have compassion for delusion? Especially when it is used to attack people that are innocent. Either by ascribing to them some kind of malicious motives that don't exist, or so on and so forth. No, if I have a soup store and my rules are very clear and you don't follow them, you don't get any soup. Okay? That's it. It has nothing to do with ethnic slurs or historical slurs or derangement syndromes of all kinds. That stays with the deranged person. But because there's so many of them, they're all over the place, they're all deranged, people think that's an acceptable culture, but it isn't. It's derangement. It's debilitating. It's delusional. It has horrendous causality to it. Oh, this person, he's not running his store in a very orderly way because he doesn't want to be accused by a deranged person, and so on and so forth, all the way up to societal, governmental, and cultural levels. Does that smell like, oh my God, I think I'm gonna throw up. These people have caused immense amount of harm. But they think they're really, 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 really doing the right thing. So this is part of, yeah. Do you want to see that comically? I hope so. If I've given you one moment of comedy in a world that has been run over by a steamroller with this crap, then see that coffee link? Yeah. You can send me as many as you can afford, especially if you've engaged in this practice and now see it for what it is, as much as you can afford. And some of these deranged people have way too much money, don't they? But see, they're greedy too. But if you're greedy, this is how you can overcome it. You can just max out that link, the daily max. You could do that right now. I'm sure some of you can afford it. You could also afford a little bit more civility, dignity, and respect. But I understand those are super normal attainments, and many people don't achieve them. But it doesn't cost a lot of money. But a lot of people won't put in the right effort or even have remotely right view. Is that not so? Look at me. look, look at the crowd. I'm looking out. Where's the show of hands? Who can put up both hands so they got right view and right effort? Let me see. A sea of people. Nothing. Not even a finger. It's up in the air. So what's special about being subnormal? I don't see it. Neither does anyone else. So yeah, that's the new N word. So the people who use it, they're the other N word. But here's another thing you can do. If something like that happens to you, laugh out loud when it happens. But also realize, yeah, this is an epiphany for you. It can happen in this instance. It can happen at any time with thoughts, with grievances, with defilements of all kinds, psychological defilements. We can attribute motives to something that we just misplaced ourselves for a time. But we put in the right effort, then we finally got the right view. It was there the whole time. Now we're enlightened, at least as far as that missing object goes. But it's like that with philosophical principles. It's like that with culture. It's like that with animosity. It's like that with a lot of different things. Now, what can we do? Well, we can engage in right morality so that we know that we're okay. Okay, no matter what, we're okay. So people can accuse us of being mass murderers, which is essentially what they're doing. But we know that that's not true, and so we can see the lost object and they don't see it. But we don't have to prove to them anything because they're crazy. You can see that they're crazy, you can see that they're deranged. You can have a certain understanding for that, but there's limits on that. You know, the guy who's running around naked, slamming himself, throwing himself in front of traffic, there's limits. Okay? Everyone can get angry in this dimension and so on and so forth, but you don't have to do that on top. And these people are doing the equivalent of that in so-called polite society and have done it for decades now. And they've done it to little kids, and they've done it to themselves. And so it's their own damn fault. And if they have that syndrome, I don't know. If it's discernible to you, they have it. Just like a venereal disease, you can see the different symptoms. They have it on a psychological level. Now, there's reasons we can go back. We can figure out why they had it. But we don't have to invest in too much time into that, do we? It's just about not interacting like on that level with people that have that kind of syndrome. It's just like, okay, well, the smell, I know what that's all about. So let's make this short, shall we? And oh, by the way, social distancing, right? Like, just stay right there. And okay, you might get into a tussle. You better take some go take a shower, right? Change your clothes, wash them clothes. Don't just pretend like you can't pick that stuff up because it is contagious and it is spread in certain ways psychologically. So If you have it, you can get cured. There's the good news, but you have to do it yourself. And if you don't have it, praise God. Just get down on your knees, look up into the sky or at the ceiling or wherever you are right now, and just say, praise God, I don't have it. Because causality is a real thing, and having a psychology equivalent to a venereal disease, terrible causality, scientific causality. This stuff wrecks people's lives. It destroys civilizations. It destroys social cohesion. It starts wars, and so on and so forth. Allows people to commit atrocities without thinking they're doing that. So if you think this is trivial and it's just name calling and just see it for what it is or have too many excuses, you're not going to be in the right mind space, are you? I don't need to wash my hands. I just shook their hand and now I'm going to stick my finger in my nose or something. Yeah, I don't. It's not advisable. Not advisable. You need to apply rigorous hygienic measures if you're even in the vicinity of loons like this that are very esteemed up, very hardened, many of them, and very convinced that you're the wrong person when that's not the case. So just saying, people, be sure to keep washing those hands. They took away C-19, but this thing is still in the air. So keep washing them hands. It's not over by any means. It's been reinvented, redeployed, reapplied to unbelievably inappropriate scenarios and everything else. So I like it. Yeah, Trump, we see it in a modern version. Who's going to be the next one? Me? You? You don't know. See, that's sort of how these things work. But the people who are doing it, they're the last people in the world who think they're doing it. Can you imagine that? These leftward loons. Can you believe that? Has anyone ever encountered these people in the wild? They're all over educational departments these days. Yeah, it's a shame, but that's just the way it is, changing forms and conditions. So it changed to essentially a gas chamber, and now somebody at some point can open the window and air it out, but it might take several years, months, or weeks, who knows. But I do know what clears up the situation, and that's a lot of fresh air and distance from crazy people. So keep that in mind. Oh, yeah, and that coffee lane. Yeah, that's what I'm working for right now in this kind of age. So it is appreciated. Thank you very much for those generous donors that could fork out a coffee. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I recently heard a story from a Thai monk. It was translated. But it was a very long story. It had long ins and outs, but the gist of it was there was a couple, no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't get ahead. And so then they decided to go their separate ways, and they, with a promise that if the other one somehow made it, got rich, then the other one would help the other one out. And so they went through life, and the man, of course, went through various horrendously misleading and misguided samsaric kinds of washing machine experiences and ended up broke. So broke, I think the saying was that his pants were ripped down the back so that his ass was showing. I think there's a certain kind of expression in Thai that conveys that. Like bare ass broke. Whereas his little cutie pie, she bounced through different jobs as a maid and bounced her way up. The rich man's wife died, and she became unimaginably wealthy, sort of how that can go on the other side. But, things are often misconstrued in this place to make things look like there's no opportunity there for that kind of thing. I think like the top 10 richest women, all of them inherited wealth. Now, if they didn't do it that way, the old-fashioned way, they got it because daddy got it, or a husband or something like that. But anyway, let's not get out to the weeds. But he was wandering around, broke ass as can be, and she spotted him. And she remembered. How about this? She remembered. She was meritorious. Let's give her that. We're not going to cast any shade on that. That if a woo man knows how to act right and has good karma, look, nobody is casting any kind of aspersions. Well, how about this? On top of all of that, she remembered her promise, which is really an exceptional case, I guess. But this was an extraordinary kind of woman. So she saw him. He didn't recognize her because she was in very good shape. I mean, she was decked out to the nines. She was in a very comfortable position, very well respected. Whereas he was, filthy and broke and bummed out and everything else. Well, anyway, she had to tell him, hey, you remember me? Remember what we said? Well, here you go. Here's a pumpkin. I'm going to give you something because I can give you something. But before she gave it to him, she filled it with some jewels that she had. Not all of them, but some jewels. Some diamonds, There's certain things that you could use if you have them in abundance, but somebody else doesn't. But if you have, like, I don't know, a little bag full of diamonds worth a couple $100K or something, that does make a difference. Or would make a difference to a broke-ass person. But she put it in a pumpkin, which is funny. It's sort of like it was disguised. It was like, oh, gee, thanks for the pumpkin. So he's on his way back to his little, shack in the woods, and he sees a woodcutter, and he's like, hey, you need a pumpkin? The guy's like, I guess so. It's like, here you go. It's too heavy for me to carry. So the woodcutter, he cooks up the pumpkin and gets rich, right? Doesn't tell the beggar. The beggar moves on to another camp or something like that. Next day, the woman sees him. She's like, what? Why are you still broke? I gave you that pumpkin. He's like, look, it was too heavy. So I gave it away. I don't need a damn pumpkin anyway. Thanks very much. So she says, well, do you want something to eat? And then she's like, yeah, okay, I'll take some. So she takes a banana leaf. She puts in some of the best Thai food that is available in that spot, which if you've ever had Thai food, just imagine how very good Thai food would be. She puts it in a banana leaf. But then she takes the rest of her jewels and mixes it in. And then I think there's a couple of iterations. Like then he goes to the river and it falls in. He doesn't get it. Then she sees him on a third day. Or I think it's the second day she just puts in food. He misses it. The third day he comes back. She puts the jewels in. And then he goes to like a tree stump to eat it. He opens it up. Then he sees the jewels and he's so happy. He stands up, and as he's standing up, he slips and falls and dies. And the moral of the story is yeah, if you don't have enough merit in this life, or you had things from a previous life, yeah, better luck next time. You didn't have enough merit to live well in this dimension. at least in physical terms, but we can abstract that also psychologically. Like if we say it's not material wealth, it's psychological wealth or spiritual wealth. You didn't have enough merit in this life to warrant a good psychological or spiritual life, which are the true jewels, the triple gem. Not just those, but all the gems, all the heavenly abodes. You don't get there if you don't have the merit. And it really doesn't have anything to do with you. Now, you could say the guy had some bad luck, but then he had good luck, and he still messed it up, you see? This is the fatalistic aspect of some of people. Some of the things people encounter down here, I think it's a very nice way of seeing things. And I think the conclusion was also, if you have merit, you'll get rich, or let's say rich spiritually, even if you don't want to or don't expect to. It will come to you. But that's if you do have merit. If you don't have merit, no matter what you do, you're going to end up losing it. And not just material wealth, but perhaps good relations, good states of mind. All of that goes away if you don't have the merit. And merit, you think, well, I just did this little thing, so I should have merit, but that's rationalization. That's how the human patuginistic mind wants to think. Well, I worked 40 hours, where's my money? This is the patuginistic way. Or, we didn't really have a contract, but I was so nice to you, and now I expect you to work for me for the rest of your life as a slave. A kind of unsaid contract. Why wouldn't you do that? Right? There's a lot of overreach in these unspecified contracts that have to do with emotions. Are you attached to someone? Do they make you feel like you've done something very wrong if you haven't slaved away for them the way they demand? Is that the nexus of your relationship? Is that good for you? No, but people say it is because it's a patuginistic social norm. Other people will look at you askance if you're not considered praiseworthy by some mummy nanny. Has a lot of demands. Is that the culture, patuginous, we're all in on up until recently? Well, if so, that just is changing forms and conditions, right? Social, political, economic, you name it. But merit is sort of outside of that. It's independent. The theory of merit is constantly evolving and has different implications for different people in different places at different times. And it could have to do with reincarnation or eternal recurrence or unpaid debts or working through certain things. Certain things have to burn off or burn up or go completely broke for a while until that breakthrough can happen, or that meritorious deed could tip the scales in a way that might also be in the next lives, the next bardos, but not in this one. So the best policy is to accrue merit and to be sensitized to the whole theory of merit and also the possibilities of attaining more merit, even if it seems mundane, because it just might not be. It might just appear to be something trivial. But in that case, it really wasn't. And in that case, you really do become rich in the area of merit, which is unquantifiable. You can't really know how it will express itself or when and where. And that's what makes this place zany in a good way. See? There's so many zany things that we can explore in a bad way because we have that proclivity to look at bad things because that's a normal and even subnormal kind of attention grabbing activity. It's very easy to focus on bad things. It's not so easy to find and focus on the good things. But that is so much better and so much more skillful, is it not? So if you've not been doing that, start doing that. But you might have to burn through all of the other things you're working on, all of the other uncertainties, all of the other extremely annoying things, the massive disappointments that were based on total fabrications, like a total social, emotional, psychological fabrication. I thought she, or again, fill in a variable, loved me. But that was a delusion, friend. It could be. Maybe she does. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she does right now. Maybe she won't in 5 minutes. Changing forms and conditions. If you absolutely needed to have that variable to live and only have it in a certain way, what a total disaster for you. How completely misguided and upside down. And yet this is a common, basic, subnormal problem that many people have, especially stupid young people. A lot of them don't survive it. Some of them do. Those that do are so grateful. They're so thankful. Later on, they look back. Wow, that was a valuable experience. But it was so painful. I didn't think I would survive. But now, what a priceless lesson that was, because I didn't have delusional expectations. It didn't hit me like a grand piano falling off the Empire State Building as I walk into the lobby of life, because I wasn't even close to a place or circumstances or psychological setups that would have made that unfathomable level of pain manifest itself in my life experience in that way. See, that's another thing. Wise, skillful people, they take a look up. Is there something suspended above my head? Well, if so, perhaps I shouldn't walk underneath it. I'm going to take a little detour. I'll take the little extra time. It's called a precaution. So if feelings change and situations change, and today is different than tomorrow, and people decide to do things differently for themselves, we can just see that with a greater understanding and appreciation for total neutrality on a universal scale, and not see it in any other personalized, self-captured, egotistical, painfully convoluted kind of way. But coming back to the point of that story again, trust life. Would it have made any difference if the man knew his fate? If he had just kept within the mind state of radical acceptance, such as the knowledge that, okay, because of his mixed karma, he is destined to be reborn. But next time, I think he has better chances. But we don't know. We'll just have to let him find it out, and let every one of you find it out too. It might not be this lifetime that you gain total enlightenment. Very likely won't be. But as long as you are aware, as long as you are here now, as long as you are breathing, you can improve those odds. I had the computer run some calculations recently. How long and how much? If I take a loan for 72 months, how much will I pay in interest versus 36, where I have to pay more? So if I paid $1,500 per month, 36 months, I pay off the loan at a certain rate of interest. But if I take the easy route, pay less for 72 months, I end up paying $5,000 more over the course of the loan. It's similar with karma, similar. So if you've had a very harsh life, but you've remained meritorious, you're paying off that debt faster. And let's not forget, Lord Buddha, he said he had lived millions of lives. Millions, him. So how many millions of lives have you lived already, or will have to live, before you even come close? Because once you say something like the heavenly abodes, don't forget the heavenly part. Look at the heavens. The earth itself is, what is it supposed to be estimated to be in age? 4.7 billion years, is that right? Well, Padugianistic people who considered themselves scientists just 100 years ago would have called me a fool for saying that. But today we know that they were the fools. And even though I might be close to the right number, 4.7 billion, how can that number fit in a human head and mean anything close to the truth when it is pretty inconceivable as far as experienced real time goes? But moving on to another observation. Whenever you find yourself saying, I cannot believe this, remember, that's a hardened I. Hardened ego, not wanting to give up an attachment to a delusion. That is what that saying means. So if you say it in an unthinking, reflective way, look at, first off, what is the thing that the I is attached to. And you're dealing with an I, you're dealing with a muscle reflex to grab onto that delusion, that attachment. So it's like Krong has programmed you to deny that thing. Whatever it is, that precious idea you had, for example, not being betrayed by your countrymen. Boy, that's a nice little cute idea, isn't it? But these people, perhaps they were slow cooked into it. They didn't come out right away. They just sort of, networked with them till they became financially entangled, and then it would have been more inconvenient to do the right thing, kind of thing. As a luxury radical class kind of thing. And so they were just so scared about their job security that they decided to continue doing the most reprehensible things that have ever happened in all of recorded modern history. But sort of on a hushed kind of just normalizing the abnormal kind of way. Overton, boiled frog kind of way. But I guess it was the boiled frog that they themselves are and were. That's the bigger problem. But as far as you not getting something because of that, that's all just speculation anyway. Which is equally delusional, or perhaps even more delusional. That's something you can definitely take care of yourself. And then finally, anyone who made horrendous karmic decisions for themselves, rest assured that that absolutely will not go unnoticed. That there will be hell to pay, not just in this life, but the lives to come. I've said it before, many of them will never, ever, 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 ever come back to a human existence. And it doesn't matter if they were duped into it, they talked themselves into it, somebody else talked them into it. That's just the way this place kind of works. But let us not forget that nothing of this world will remain. It's always a good contemplation to return to. And so, if it is easy to get into human contretemps and attachments, not so easy to get out of them. That contemplation, should you contemplate that for 3 hours or so, should help you return to a universal baseline. The baseline of heavenly abodes and not necessarily the ins and outs of rat races of any kinds that plague pathogens like fleas and ticks in a psychological way. Coming back to the concept of radical acceptance again. See, what our mind, just think of a very unskillful mind that might be able to see an optimal outcome, which tricks the mind into thinking that that is a form of intelligence, which you could say it is. Like, you could give people 5 choices, and subnormally stupid people would pick the worst of those choices, and the outcomes would be predictable from a philosophical or ethical or religious standpoint, which is why ethical systems and religions were developed, so that people would make the automatic best ethical decision, which has the good causality to it, even if it doesn't seem that way. It's a counterintuitive kind of process that primitive people or vulgar people, common or subnormally inclined people, tend not to do. They take the immediate, oh, I can take this, I can steal this, oh great, I'm going to get away with that. Let me take that. And then, right later in the day, there's a knock at the door. Did you take this? Yeah, well, guess what now? The negative causality sets in. But they didn't see that coming. But they thought they were smart in the moment that they did it, because they thought they could get away with it. But see, didn't happen. Now, really smart so-called criminals, they say, oh, I see that one, so they take the more complex approach, right? Or their explanations are more complex, and also their conceits may or may not be based on previous escapades where they were able to get away with it. But it's a numbers game. The more narcissism they have, the more they think they'll continue to play the odds and win. which isn't the gambler's dilemma. Well, I guess you could say it's the gambler's dilemma, not the prisoner's dilemma, but you got a confluence of both in the game theory they're playing. But a lot of these people, in retrospect, if they could go back in time, they would have made the ethical choice because it would have saved them from so much trouble. You know, a lot of these very low acts that these dummies do, they don't pay off like they thought. The consequences are much worse than any kind of enjoyment that they might get out of doing the criminal or bad thing. Just bad thing. Which brings us to psychology, the bad practices. So you might have, let's say, a relationship with Patugina number 5,043,000,043, and you would wish that they would, act a certain way. You'd really wish that something ideal for yourself. Perhaps that you get along better. But where is that assumption coming from? It's sort of a self-serving assumption that this one would turn into or transform into an assumption. Well, because I want it, I'm going to assume that they would develop that way or eventually see it your way or end up becoming that because you think it's the better way or would be better for you. Really, that's what it is. It's better for you, but they're seeing things from their point of view. What's better for them? And immense amount of things that annoy you to no end doesn't annoy them at all. For example, you might be annoyed by noise pollution. So let's say objectively bad things. Noise pollution, air pollution, social pollution, so on and so forth. They might not see it that way. They might have their own little micro routine where they're just seeing their little micro environment, and they might like it better that way than whatever it is that you may or may not be promising, that may or may not manifest, that may or may not have certain things to it other than perhaps serving you in a very limited capacity. Because even if we go back to Diogenes, whose slave Manus no longer saw a reason to continue the economic relationship, that it was Diogenes that said, well, if Manus doesn't need me, why the hell would I need a Manus? And then we come back to that word need. Yeah, well, guess what? Both are free. They don't need each other. Why do you need another person to be this way or that way? If they don't need you, that's actually better. Somebody needs a carpenter, but you're not a carpenter. Well, guess what? You don't have to interact with them. They take care of it themselves. They ask the question, are you a carpenter? Now, you don't need to answer them, but it's better for you if you do. No, I'm not. Okay, they're on to the next person. Now, you might be able to do some carpentry, but you're not a carpenter. That's not your profession. You're not in that business. And you did not tell a lie. And because the other person wants and needs a carpenter, and that's not you, is that a tragic occurrence? Yes or no? So look, people can come together for a time, they can work together, they can make compromises, and they can also move apart. And if you can see that with pure neutrality and not let your mind latch on, cling on right? The Klingons, I like that. Many people are Klingons. They're clinging on vulgarly to idealized or ideal outcomes or situations and attributing them or the failing of that happening to other people with which they can get unbelievably frustrated, disappointment, and angry about. But that is unnecessary. It's just an unskillful way of seeing these things, which creates the feelings. These feelings that are attached to what one thinks are idealized or optimal outcomes, which would be good, would be, but aren't. So, if you can see things, if you can gain those few moments, those few breaths of fresh air in between all of the other delusionality that essentially represents idealized outcomes and the disappointment associated with it not being so. If you can just dispense with that, all of a sudden you have so much freedom. You could call yourself liberated, at least from that failed practice. Yes, you're liberated from that. Those handcuffs, you were able to pick the lock. It dropped to the ground. Your hands, look at this. You got full movement of your hands now. You got full movement of your mind now. But then, whoop, they go back on. You find yourself thinking that way again, because it's very common, it's very normal, it's very human to do that. It's very human to err, to make thinking mistakes, perspectivist mistakes again and again. It's very human, but it's very unskillful. It's again the equivalent. Just think of yourself with a hammer hitting your hand with it, and you could stop doing that, but you're doing that. Catch yourself doing that. Stop yourself doing that. No, I'm going to put the hammer down. And look, all living creatures, how about, come on, seagulls. Wish them all well right now. Wish the seals in the sea, all otters. How about this? All otters, all beavers, all penguins. Wish them all well. Come on. What do you got against penguins? See, you start that way. Start broad and at things you really can't have anything against. And then let's not forget the bipedal creatures. Let's wish them all well. All the most ridiculous, stupid ones amongst them. Wish them all well. Why are you banging your head against the wall, so-and-so? In latitude and longitude, XYZ. Why are you doing that? I wish you well. Don't know you. I know you're doing it. Guess what? It's not just you. All the people doing that. Wish them all well right now. You're not doing that. See? You've changed your position. When you can wish people well that are doing that, then it's sort of an indication that you're not doing that. But you can also understand how people can get into doing that. But you don't have too much sympathy for people doing that because it's their own mistake that they could correct. And many people do. It just takes them longer than they think, or it's less than optimal. Because optimal is that it's just immediate. It's instantaneous. And see, we can imagine that when we're stuck in it, and it can add to our suffering because we know it's possible. But if we're stuck in it, we know we're experiencing it. But then we can also shift the way we look at things. It's also probably all for the best. See, this is another way of looking at it, of mitigating wrong perspectionist captures is that, well, you know what, it could all be for the best, or it's fatalistic. It had to be this way. And it's probably all for the best, even if it's not optimal. Or this person, XYZ, is from the street, one of billions, and this is how they act under these circumstances. And in a way that's sort of unavoidable, because that's sort of how things happened, how things boiled down. And nobody could have really foreseen that before this and this and this and this and this and this and that thing happened. And you don't have to engage in a blame game. Many people do. It's extremely vulgar practice. It's very dissatisfying. It's filled with mountains of suffering. People do it. It's their automatic go-to. You don't have to do that. You know, people do a lot of things automatically. Some people, they fluff the pillows before they go to sleep. That's sort of a neutral practice. Maybe you've never done that before. You didn't even know people do that. So, but you don't, if you got into the habit of doing that, you can also stop doing that, even if that's your go-to. And that's an absurd instance. It's meaningless, see? But basically everything is meaningless. All actions, all habits, all proclivities, unless you make them or ascribe to them or that or a self a meaning. Well, I do that. A thing called I does that. That's a part of me. I couldn't not do that, because then I wouldn't feel well. I couldn't sleep. See, you can take that all the way, the Princess of the Pea syndrome, all the way to, there's a little pea under 24 mattresses. I can feel it. I'm such a special, highly sensitive person that has to be gone, otherwise I can't feel well. That's not skillful. There's nothing blue-blooded about that. That's just being an extremely annoying person to yourself. See, because nobody's going to be catering to weird neurosis like that, unlike in the fairy tale, because nobody's really as important as they might think they are. Princess syndrome. Any of you suffering from that, that's really, it's going to be hard, but I know some of you will manage it and become real royalty, like real nobles down here, who aren't concerned with little annoyances, because what would be noble about that? But coming back to the point is you can try to be a good person within limits, but as far as satisfying other people's demands or expectations entirely, which might also be delusional and very unfair, whether they come from an individual or are backed up by a group of individuals that think the same way, in a common, normal, vulgar way even. That is not really the significant point. The significant point is that you can wish people well that are also different than you, but you also must go your own way. In essentially all ways, but most significantly the spiritual way. There is no buddy system necessarily on the spiritual path. You can hear, it's like the other hikers, you can hear their little radios, maybe, or mesh system, or yeah, you can hear them on the radio. And what they say may or may not be true. Hey, guess what? I fell down half the face last night, and I'm still struggling, but I think I'm going to make it. You can wish them well. And other people, you say, hey, check, mountain one, over mountain one. This is mountain two. Do you hear me? It's nothing but static. There was a blizzard 2 days ago, and since then, it's been radio silence. Now, you could think the worst, that they're dead or injured, but they might not be, right? They might also have given up ascending. They might have just decided to give it up, including giving up even talking to other people doing their journey, because they're no longer interested. They don't want to know. Have a different set of priorities now, and you're not one of them. Because they might have wanted you, instead of from going to peak 2 to peak 3, they might have wanted you to come back to peak 1 and pick their asses up, or something like that. And it might have been genuine. They might have genuinely had a broken leg and want you to pick them up. You might have even wanted to come back and pick them up. But it's not possible, is it? In many cases. And even in the cases where it is possible, it's not necessarily advisable. We have these stories where heroes are the ones that throw everything away and go help somebody else out. But on the spiritual path, that's not really how it works, is it? It is not mano y mano, it's mano y Dio. It's and also Diablo. It's a bigger kind of experience. It's beyond socializations and accusations, and can they do this for me, the here and not there, and can I do this for them? It's beyond that. See, that's the petty. That's the mundane. Then there's the super mundane. Now, extremely mundane people, they want to say, no, there's nothing but the mundane. See? But they're wrong too. See, they want to create the frame where you can just do nothing but think in those terms, but that would be awful, wouldn't it? Be extremely mundane. Be subnormally mundane. But who would good people recommend that? Oh, that's right, there's bad people down here too, with really bad ideas. They have very bad results in all different kinds of ways, not just the physical ones. Because oftentimes, thinking in a worldly way does reward people, so-called rewards them with materials. But psychologically, that there's a lot of counterintuitive things here. You get what you want, it's still dissatisfied. Oh, I thought I wanted this, but now I know I was really stupid to have wanted that. You ever experienced little things like that? It happens all the time. Down here. All the time. To the point where you can just abstract want. It's per se as the wrong mind state to be in. See, once you do that, you're definitely at a supernormal level. See, that's a supernormal awakened perspective. Now, a lot of people hear that, they don't practice that. They don't get the benefits from that. Some people hear it and they get the benefits of it because they practice it 30% of the time. That is a big win. See, it's about percentages. And then a week later, they get 40% out of it. And maybe a year later 50, but still that 50%, it's significant. You have 50% more space in a room. That's very significant. You have 50% more gas in your tank. You have 50% more battery. See, a lot of you Paduginos out there, you're running around your batteries on 3%. You're trying to do everything known to man with your phone, and it dies on you. Now imagine that phone with 50% more. In general terms, psychologically, every day you wake up, it's at 53% instead of 3. Do you think you could do more in a more calm and collective fashion? Yes or no? All you dumb phone addicted Padugis out there, can you figure that one out? Does that make sense to you? Or is your ego going to get in the way? You're going to feel insulted right now because you weren't addressed. You feel in the proper way. See? Emotions, you're going to let emotions get in the way. See, that's part of the clinging process, the narcissistic process. Little baby, big babyist has a toy. You take their toy away in the form of their own personal conceits about how accomplished they are. You take it away, look at them. They don't want to give it away, start crying. Doubling, tripling down. Their little fingers clench. They want it more because you're trying to take it away. They would rather have that idea of themselves as something better than they are than to have the truth that they're a big baby, don't need the thing they're clinging to. They'd be better off without it, and better off with catching themselves clinging to things unnecessarily and getting beat up about it unnecessarily, especially when that has to do with people, places, or any old damn thing. This world as a planet. The sun in the sky. How many people's moods get messed up just because the sun isn't shining? Oh, it's raining again? This has been 3 days in a row. What's going on? I feel miserable. I want the sun. Where's the sun? Why isn't the sun shining for me? So you see this stuff in a funny light and externalize your thinking to others and look at it. You can see how people think. It's childish, really. There's nothing more to it than that. Don't put any extras on it. Don't make it a little, even a tiny bit more dramatic or real than that. Because it really isn't. We can get ourselves worked up about anything at any time for any reason. And not just us, but everyone around us. And what do you think? Do people do this skillfully or unskillfully? What do you think? What's their go-to? Skillful, unskillful, what? Oh, it's normal to be unskillful? Oh, okay. And yet skill is possible, and many people do accumulate it, and they also execute with it. And they do it with a frequency that is supernormal. Gee, that's interesting. Isn't that something people would want to know more about, to do more themselves so that they can get there? Wouldn't that be something that they would be more interested in, that this or that drama or attachment that's associated with this or that drama or this or that expectation, this or that craving? And then if we realize, yeah, the past, it's an illusion, the future's an illusion, it's just the here now that matters, isn't it? Because we're creatures and there's other creatures and creatures come and go. I almost hit a skunk the other night, riding in the dark. Missed it by 3 feet. But that was then. Will it happen again? I don't think so. The chances of it are very small. But it was a magical moment. We can see that creatures in the night and proximity and motion and trajectories and distance. Could have been a collision, could have been a lot worse. Finally, it just turned into a amusing antidote, or an amusing analogy. A short word on Russian disinformation at this time. I wouldn't say it was very clunky. In fact, it wasn't. It was very subtle. They used to hide it in the radical left packaging, like Earth Day, environmental radicalism, anti-nuclear, and pseudo-moralizing. You're a bad person. It's not like they haven't been in all different types of the social, pathogenic, ridiculous ideas. Think of them as like a marketing group. They find out the worst ideas people can get passionate about, and then they blow them up. So it seems like it's native. Now they're progressing now because they're worried again about Ukraine. So it's really I would say the coolest kind of their propaganda, which is the Tokyo Rose model, which is they give all the dirt. They blast Western leaders that are fake, like Carney and a lot of the Brits. They blast them with real information. Like they will drop the dime on them. But then they mix in their anti-NATO and their anti-Ukraine stories and narratives. So if you can spot that and just neutralize it, because of course the Ukrainians, look, they were attacked, okay? They were a separate country before the Bolsheviks took them over. Now they say it was the Civil War. Well, no, they just took over a part of Europe that they claimed per their model. Just like China, oh yeah, Taiwan is ours. Well, why is that? Well, we say so. Anybody who says that it isn't so is a liar. Well, what about South China Sea? Yeah, that too. What about Tibet? Yeah, that too, right? Whatever they can get away with. And then they have an army of pseudo academics and political people and pseudo moralizing people and pseudo historians, and it's a complex operation of bamboozlement that your average Joe, because that's, commies are big into just figuring out who Homo Sovieticus is in the countries they're targeting, and give them a bunch of plausible sounding nonsense to repeat or to dissuade them, and that's it. Now, where did they fall down flat on their shovel faces? Well, when real historians enter the discussion, but then they target them with terrorism or other measures to keep them quiet, keep that knowledge in the books, in the libraries that they haven't burnt down or sanitized yet, or filled with the most degraded crap that they could possibly come up with, like alphabet soup and other stuff. Oh, slavery, yeah, they're big into that one. Really against slavery in countries, post-colonial countries, but they're slave states, they're serf master selves. No, that's liberation, you see. They liberated them from the oppressors. They're not the oppressors. They could never be that. Darvo, right? Deny, attack, flip. They liberated. You're oppressing. You're oppressor. They show up in your country, call you an oppressor. Have you ever experienced that? Can't even speak English and they're already working Darvo. This is the shamelessness of these terrorists and their fellow travelers. The fifth column, the dunces, the people taking the money on the low, the high-minded know-it-alls that get really loud and angry if you challenge their narratives. Oh yeah, sure. That's. But see, you would say, all right, well that discredits them. Well, it does to people who are honest, but troglodyte type of subnormal to normal schmoes. That gimmick works on them. Look at these schmoes. They go back. They work all day. Go to their wives. Their wives browbeat them. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? They're not. They don't see the big picture. They're right. Oh, wow. That type of rollover mechanism, they're all in on that. They love that. They just do it from a political standpoint, historical, alternative reality standpoint, gaslighting standpoint. Our country is number one. It's going to be the best in the world. Your country is going to go away. It's defunct. It's morally questionable. It's wrong on this issue, that issue, this other issue, whatever issue they decide you're wrong on. Even if you weren't wrong on it, they know better because they've been trained to be like a little commissar of a non-truth. These are essentially, this is the commissar activity that they're little, again, plausibly useful idiots do, or their professionals do. They teach their armies of useful idiots. You see? Emotionalize, attack, deny, reverse. There you go. Figure out that one judo move. There you see them. So you dealing with the real dunce or the real thing. Either way, they're not going to come clean. You recognize them, that's it. You see them in their little shiny uniforms with little brass buttons and a big cap. But they're never going to tell you, give you definitive closure on what they actually are. When has a spy or a subversive or you name it, criminal ever done that? They were innocent up until the day they got put in the electric chair and somebody flipped the switch. And then if you want to read their dossier, it's about knee-high filled with atrocities that would make a normal person run into an insane asylum. But guess what? Denying their atrocities, that's part of the criminal mindset that they have. But that makes them effective. That's what, right? That's why soldiers wear camouflage. They're not wearing yellow jumpsuits. They don't jump out of the bushes. They stay in. You can throw some grenades in their vicinity, blast a flamethrower. They still stay crouched real low. They don't jump up. They feel the heat. They double down. They clamp the earth. They tell you your entire country was wrong till their last breath. Yeah, that's the type of people you're dealing with. But you took them on appearances? I see. That made you naive. And it also made you negligent. And that's what allowed you to endanger not just yourself, but everyone in your vicinity, everyone in your community, everybody in your country. You let it happen because you let that denial thing work on you till you denied it was happening itself, until you got situations like we see today, mass riots, mass criminality, mass degeneracy, mass subversion, mass disinformation. So you don't think it can get worse? Well, here's news for you. It can get a lot worse. It has. In formerly great places, Russia used to be extremely civilized in some places. St. Petersburg, Moscow, well, again, I might be overdoing it, but way better than after 1917, that's for sure. But their story, they said they have it the other way around. But of course, if it happened there, it can't happen where you are. Is that what ignorant little dummies like to think, like to lullaby themselves with a story like that? Maybe it is possible. Like if you can get a flat tire in Angola, I guess you can get a flat tire anywhere else, can't you? But surely if you would be warned about these things if it was as dangerous as I just described. That's what people think. Well, no, you've got the dumbest, most degraded, stupidest sporting events on TV, but not what I just said. Except for the people who know enough to know something about something that might just save their lives and the lives of their countrymen and the lives of all good people everywhere versus this kind of shakedown operation. So yeah, it's baffling to good-hearted, good-natured Westerners, but you need to put the days where you weren't being bamboozled in this way far behind you, because they are far behind you if you haven't realized it yet. But coming back to the point is, look, their type of disinformation program, take the parts that are true, more or less, that most likely are true, then also classify their smears. Who are they smearing? Then try to think, why would they do that? And then, of course, yeah, they're against the defense of the bloc that never was on their side. So if you think, oh, you're going to be the cool person and believe all the stuff that is true and then also believe the stuff that isn't true, you're not doing yourself or free peoples anywhere a favor. So I guess we could also say that the legacy media, as they put it euphemistically, is actually just the cartel media. Now the cartel media has to cover certain events, but just be more aware of their spin on it, because a lot of times it's the opposite of what is good. And their political analysis is god awful. Also, the political terms they use, boxing people in far right, you don't know what that means. It could be a fake far right person. It's far right according to them, who are radical left. That's the way you need to understand their analysis. I would say at this time 90% of their analysis is just gibberish. And they don't cover a lot of stories that are very important. So you would have to devote your time all day to find stories that are relevant and then connect the dots yourself, because no one else is doing it for you. Now, unfortunately, god-awful idiots and stupid normal people, they want to jump to conclusions because they don't want to put in the kind of work that you need to analyze things correctly. So this is why a lot of totally stupid imbeciles latch on to idiotic conspiracy theories. Now, this is not to say that it's either a conspiracy or not a conspiracy. There are conspiracies, absolutely. But usually the ones that are out there spread by so-called know-it-alls, they're not the right ones. Okay, so I know this is hard for a lot of people. You're probably not going to figure that out if you don't put in the time. So don't jump to crazy conclusions. It wasn't the UFOs, okay? There's other things that are a little bit more important than that. But once people get into that crazy mindset of wanting to know things and then realizing that we're living in a disinformational troposphere, then they start grasping at straws. And they can be funneled into the crazy house, the crazy zone that way. And many of them are. Many of them are not getting out of that. But don't be one of those people. You don't need to know these things definitively. You should also not let them, or whatever you've been able to learn from this, not let it negatively affect you. Right? You can just start being a little bit more cautious about what you consume, what you think you're going to get out of life, and who is doing what and why, and what would be better for you long term, and how that would look. Those types of practical things more. And less of a just completely naive and misdirected kind of viewpoints. So someone wrote in, could you say a few words about Ireland? Thank you. Ireland, yeah, and more rioting in Ireland. Why is that? Well, they shipped a bunch of people that don't belong there, that don't want to integrate, that are predatory, directly into failing neighborhoods for the sake of torpedoing it, but with the wrapper that they're enriching the community. So it was another case of a sexual assault, surprise, surprise, on a young girl. It was so egregious that people lost their minds about it. So here we have post, what do we want to call it, post-Enlightenment Western zones with a political class that is Marxist in nature, that have adopted just lying to the public 24/7 and walking off with the tax revenues, and then applying those revenues to keep the populace down and out of politics. That's sort of what it is. I guess you could call that the Leninist side of the Marxist coin, right? That was their evolution in that way of thinking. So you have people that would literally be in prison being the political representatives, the sadist in charge, that also have 100 in Machiavellianism, which is tell them whatever. And also make them fear, like make some arrests for people posting on social media, give them 10 years in prison for hate. But don't blame the people who orchestrated a hate campaign against the people who are rioting against all the hate they're experiencing every day in the form of genocidal conditions. Economic genocide, social genocide, cultural genocide, pure replacement. Like if they did that to Yemen, the Yemeni people would be up in arms. But because Westerners are so civilized, because they've been coaxed into thinking that their leaders are actually protecting and helping them instead of predating on them and attacking them, they haven't been able to see things in their proper light. Because essentially these spies and people playing pretend that they care about things that people should care about in political positions, they don't care about those things at all. In fact, they're against the public. They're a predatory class. They're an alien class. These horrible, despotic, sadistic, Machiavellian, narcissistic people, they know that they're criminals. They know that they wouldn't have a chance, snowball's chance in hell, of winning any kind of honest election. That's why they sided with the criminal class to throw an election, to get in the spot, and they want to keep staying there at the cost of your country, your community, the continuity of your culture. That's it. That's the bottom line. So you can see them with their problem glasses and their perverted haircuts and whatever else they have, because they're pretty much perverted people. Who would do that but the lowest kind of crap. Essentially, people you would find in prison. Like, why did you kill that kid? What? He didn't do it. Well, he looked at me funny. That's the type of people that are dressed up and legally protected to preside over the Irish at this point and put up to it by global criminals, organized crime. That's it. Now, because I'm not in Ireland and I'm saying that, uh, they can't put me in prison. Can you believe it? Just like Stalin did. Stalinism, yeah. That's why people didn't like it. You say something the officiating politicos didn't like. You went to the Gulag. Yeah, Gulag. Read the Gulag Archipelago, how they treated enemies of the state. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't alternative history. See, their history is alternative history. That's actually the real history. And it shocked people when it first came out, Gulag Archipelago, because this was the first time they heard the truth. Because those people, they just disappeared. They didn't know what happened to them. But Solzhenitsyn, he came back. He told the story. People were shocked. All the people living in a tropospheric, utopianistic bubble of illusion like we have today, these people would love to have total informational control over the past, present, and future, wouldn't they? Just imagine like a Nurse Cratchit type telling you that, you know what, your country was founded on nothing but hate. And now all their values were awful, and now we have different ones, and they're better. And you better not say anything against that, otherwise we're gonna do something to you. We're gonna get you fired from your job. We're gonna ice you out. We're gonna do this and that. Right? We'll take your kids away. Whatever they do engage in terrorism. These are not moral people. They consider themselves political. They consider themselves to have impunity. And if they can use that impunity, they will. And then it's just about lying about or explaining that away to other people in euphemistic terms. That's what they consider rhetorical achievement to be. Now, if we think in terms of traditionally how we thought of criminality, that's essentially what it is. It's the essence of it. Individuals profiting off of the community for their own purposes, right? They're living in clover, everyone else is fair game. That's sort of how criminals would like to operate, with no pushback at all. And in their narcissistic fantasy, everything they do has its own justification, and anybody trying to stop them, they're wrong, they're trying to attack me. Right? A lot of projection involved in the psychological disorders that these people have. You could write a book on them. Some people have. But normal people, this level of piss taking, it's just incomprehensible, which you would think would be an advantage because people would recognize them, but it's so incomprehensible. It's sort of within the matrix of the big lie. It's so big that people are overwhelmed by it. They can't believe it. See? They just can't believe it. They can't believe that something like this could have happened. But why do they have that problem? Think about it, people. If you have highly funded and even global criminal interests that are using technology, and they find the lowest of the low in your society and organize them into a political group and decide to win elections, how would you not think that that could happen? That could happen anywhere. If people don't catch it, if you don't have a free press, if you don't have people telling you what's going on, putting it in the right frame so that you can see through their stink bombs of lies that they're all constantly throwing around themselves. And, oh, here's a distraction. Oh, this is going on. Oh, let's distract you with this. And And then come back to this. Let's reframe these riots as not engaging with the community properly. Look, these people, they try to engage with you. You're looking at terrorists on a civilian level. These are political and social terrorists. These are people operating as civilians for hostile global interests or hostile domestic criminal interests. These people are dangerous, they're deluded, and they're organized. And so they come into your community trying to engage with you. Do take note what they look like, their arguments, how they act, because this type of venereal disease, they attacked young kids and told them that they were right. See, this is part of the alternative history, alternative reality kind of method that they have down pat. They've been doing this for 100 years plus in different countries, different cultures. For example, Russia, it's a multicultural empire. Yakutis, they did it to them. They did it to the Kazakhs, right? They did it to the Uzbeks. They did it to the Georgians, they did it to the Ukrainians, they did it to the Poles, they did it to the Baltic states, they did it to the East Germans, and so on and so forth. These people, they have experience. So what's Ireland to them? The only reason why they weren't there was geographical proximity. But when the Cold War ended, they said, we're all friends again, let's get back to business. And they never stopped their military kinds of plans. They had a slight bump in the road, right? Their old fogey, despotic, Keksi overlords died, and the new ones came in, had to figure things out. And with their oil well money, they pushed all of the most horrible social and economic and academic policies that they could possibly get away with in broad daylight. And we're now seeing the fruits of that, complete and utter human torpedoes that are convinced that they are morally right in doing the heinous things that they do on an organized scale. And now we see it riots. Can you imagine what an indictment that is when people are rioting that would otherwise be peaceful and civilized? They're rioting against their own government that should be working for them, that has been infiltrated and subverted, and is now a instrument of oppression. That's what it is, an instrument of extermination. And remember, narcissists, they don't think long term. They're also nihilistic. They have no morals except whatever is good for them by any means. And when they die, guess what? They don't care. They don't care if they leave behind a toxic wasteland. They don't care. It's all about them. So that is what you're looking at. These are big, fat, bruisey, broad women. They're little stepping fetchits, and they're slime ball, again, predatory foreign elements. Wherever they can predate on people, that's where they'll do it. If you leave moisture in a corner in your house, mold will start growing there. If they find favorable conditions like poor policing or poor reporting, or let's say community structures that aren't all that coherent, they weasel their way in and rot it out from the inside, or rot it out, whatever, in whatever corner, whatever ghetto, whatever city that will require high morals and social cohesion to work right, they destroy it. They get in and then they destroy it. Wherever you have high traffic, unless you combat it, right? You have to fight mold. You have to fight nihilism. You have to not give it a place in the forum. You have to dismantle it. But see, they want to dismantle the defense systems that communities have, which lead to and maintain coherence. They want to misrepresent those as hateful, exclusionary, and not allow. See? Imagine if mold could talk and politically organize itself. And then, oh no, don't even think about clearing this out. This is ours. We belong here. This house was built for us, not for you. See, I could do that comedy routine, right? That could be a film. When the mole, if mold could talk. And who ends up moving out? Well, probably the people if they want to live in healthy, sane conditions. But, you know, if the house burns down, I guess the mold gets it in the end, doesn't it? So riots, when people are rioting, we're talking about circumstances that are so horrible that people are essentially losing their minds. And then watch them. Instead of acknowledging that fact and acting like a normal, responsible, good person would, they come in with the false frames, essentially a psychological warfare program that only works on dummies. But remember, half of society is dumb enough that piss making does work. And smart people that know the truth, know that they're lying, what can they do about it? That's the other part. So maniacs like Lenin, he figured that one out, and so he considered that to be a winning strategy. But is it really? It is for malignant psychopathic narcissists, but not for the community at large, your country. You want to have working conditions, yeah, you don't want to tolerate that. But you do want to see where it's happening, who's doing it, and who's supporting them, because shutting them down is the task at hand that you have if you are dealing with things like that. That's just the way it is. And I want to reiterate, nobody would want these conditions. But when they're foisted upon you, see, the enemy does have a vote. They voted to do this to the Irish. They voted to do this to you, probably, if you're listening to this in a terrible place somewhere that has been overrun with hybrid invasion. But nobody else voted for that. Okay, all the good people of your community, they didn't vote for that. But that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. You see what I'm saying? If the North Koreans decide tomorrow to push the button and blow up, start their artillery firing, it didn't matter what the South Koreans did. They didn't provoke them. But if the North Koreans think they were provoked and they do it, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to have an explanation for it. And their leaders don't have to make very many explanations because they just decide things. That's what dictatorships do. Do you get it now? Have you gotten a political science degree right now? Don't get a so-called real one because this is all you need to know about it, about our time, about how it works, who's doing it, and what is required from your side. Your side, you got to organize defenses. You got to realize they're using subversive means. They are attacking the weak. It's a long campaign. And that's it. That's just the nature of the beast at this time. Humanity has experienced unbelievably horrible kinds of situations like this, and worse in different parts of the world since the planet started spinning. A lot of our history does not exist because of people and games and contagions like this. Whole languages have died out because of this. Archaeology finds things, dead civilizations, because of games like this. So don't blame yourself, don't blame good people, but do put the blame where it belongs. It essentially belongs in delusion, right? Psychologically. And it could happen in you, it could happen in others, but those that will not fight it themselves must be fought. at least by, let's say, not giving them extra room to work in, or not necessarily believing them. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? You imagine believing some type of serial killer, like, oh yeah, sure. Um, I have some candy for you, little kid. You know, come on over here. Don't do that, right? Don't talk to strangers. But of course, there's better places where that's not necessary. Be appropriate, but don't take people at face value at this time, especially not in the West, especially ones that have been rumpa-dum ding-danged with this utopian nonsense. These liberals, they're disgusting. They're revolting. They're misguided in a way that even in ancient Babylon, they would have been considered the biggest fools of all time. So how they were turned into creatures like that, we need not really give a damn. They are hell-bound. Like I said, most of them, they're not coming back ever. Now they might say, ha ha ha, I never thought I would. But these are deluded people. They don't know anything about metaphysics. So don't think they're getting the upper hand on this one. No matter what they do in this plane of existence, they are screwed, friends. They don't even know what's waiting for them. But you be advised that being good is good. But being good means not being deluded also about bad people that would love to keep you deluded, love to keep snowing you, love to have you volunteer for your own extermination, because that whizzes them off. That's what they call community engagement, like in Ireland. North and South, it's funny. They're probably going to end up unifying the country. So keep your wits about you, me Irish lads and lassies. One of these days, the Emerald Isle will be great again. Well, some people might think, oh no, mold, you're using mold as a comparison, that's hateful, blah, 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 you're dehumanizing people. No, what I'm saying is I'm using that as a metaphor. And we know that there are diverse cultures in this world, and some of them do act like mold. Okay? That means they're invasive. They spread out, they take over. Okay? And it's not just in the United States. They're all over this planet. Like I said, go to Burma, Myanmar, talk to the people there. Find out who are the different tribes. Go to India, okay? And don't talk to Marxist-Leninist professors that will give you a snow job. Talk to real anthropologists, preferably not from that country. Sort of like Jane Goodall level kind of scientists that look at these things objectively, without any skin in the game at all. Like group A, B, C, D, E, F. This is what they do if they can get away with it. For example, look at the South China Sea. We have a long-standing civilized convention how the seas are to be managed in an international environment. They just went in, built islands, and now control that area and make arbitrary decisions there because they can, because they have the force, because they have the proximity to apply that force. That's what they do. Now, some people say, oh, it's inevitable. No, it's not. Other people don't do that. For example, the Filipinos, they didn't do that. The Vietnamese didn't do that. Well, they did it a little bit. See, the Vietnamese are sort of little Chinese, right? They got it in them if they can get away with it. I think they built one island in the middle of the night, which pissed China off. But that's funny, right? But yeah, this is what some people will do. Now, in a way you could say it's normal, in quotation marks, but it's not good when these things get out of control. Okay, and there should be designated areas for Westerners which have Western conventions and Western peoples in it and Western moral standards and so on and so forth, and not just a free for all where you unleash these kinds of forces, which leads to warlike conditions. Okay? Do you see how much of a humanitarian I am at heart? Because I want to avoid war, I don't let warlike conditions enter into the equation if they don't need to be there, because that's sort of what good politics would be. But it does seem to be awful being for the people that are kept out, that want to bust into some place that they don't belong. Oh, I wanted to go into the store like everybody else, but you don't belong there. So why are you there? Well, I feel being about that. I don't care about anything else. I feel being, so it must be being. See? So you can get groups of people that get together and commiserate like that. Well, I feel very bad that I'm being discriminated against. Well, why are you there in the first place? See, self-reflecting people would be like, well, if this is their damn country or their damn civilization, why am I even here expecting that I should get the same thing? But again, if we're talking about completely preposterous, narcissistic people, that thought doesn't ever enter their minds, ever, not their entire lives long. Right? Not when they started out as a baby and said mine, they kept that until they kicked the bucket dead as a doornail. That's as far as they got, as far as development goes in that sense. So would they ever admit they're wrong? Ever, ever, ever? No. So people that can see it and call it for what it is and say it's wrong, actually those are the right people. The people that feel that they're right but are actually wrong, those are the wrong people. But remember, preposterous people will do what they can get away with. And they have been encouraged to think they could get away with this. And in many cases they have, to the extent that it has been a gigantic crime that has not even been quantified yet, how far they've been getting away with this time. But now that it's coming to an end, or will come to an end, don't expect them not to cry about it or to continue to blame the people that they essentially wanted to predate on or would have predated on if they could have gotten away with it. Now, as far as the disingenuous phrase that the United States was a nation of immigrants, yes and no. Ever hear about Ellis Island? Anybody? Do I see any hands? Nobody? Okay, well, this was a place. First off, the U.S. did not start off with mass immigration necessarily. But Ellis Island, okay, they ramped it up because the Industrial Revolution, you had more factories, you had more work, more reasons to be in the country. At that time, there was a lot more labor that was required. But Ellis Island was a big island. People came from around the world, but not all around the world. They were mostly ethnically similar enough to be assimilated. That's number one. Number two, Ellis Island, they were in quarantine. They were checking them for tuberculosis, for other communicable diseases, and many people were left in quarantine for a long time, and many died there. And then they had a sorting process. Some people, if they, I guess, were feeble or unfit or whatever, they didn't make it the cut. Sorry, we don't need problems in our country. That was sort of the attitude. And it was sort of understood people that were problematic wouldn't have probably even tried to get in. Okay? But today, with no standards whatsoever in Looneyville, anybody from anywhere, yeah, ethnic was a completely different language. Oh, that was the other thing. They were all expected to learn English. Now, some of them didn't, but they all knew that they needed to learn it as quickly as possible. And they were not given any kinds of explanations or ways out or told that they should remain the way they were in the home country. This was a new place, new rules, new laws, new ways of doing things. And the way you were going to get ahead was to assimilate, to learn the new way in the new country, in the new world. And it was a better way. And in many cases it was. Now in some cases it wasn't. See, whenever you're doing some kind of mass program like that, you can lose culture too. Okay, so I'm not saying they were totally successful in what they did. I'm also not necessarily saying it was a good idea. I'm not also saying that that didn't have also potentially a negative effect on the labor market, i.e. suppressing wages and encouraging manufacturers to be more labor intensive, and also not giving a damn about labor, because at some point they might have thought they could always get more, such as the mentality, oh, you don't like this job, all right, you're fired, where's the other one kind of mentality. That turns the Industrial Revolution into a new form of slavery. Now, some people will say, that's all my experience. That's the only thing, it's the only way it could be. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. But that's not the only way it can be. And many places got it right. And people that went to work to those places, they came out better. They came out ahead. And not just materially. They met a lot of great people. They did a lot of great things. And they also benefited a lot of people with the work that they did and do. But if you have outrageous and dehumanized labor policies, such as importing labor from around the world, you can see that there's potential problems there with people that could adopt horrendous mentalities and just see it as a numbers game. So, but like we have today, it's just a numbers game. Who cares? Digit 4,042,000,042? No problem. We just need digits here. You have to realize that workers are a part of the community. So if they come from some place and bring bad things with them, then they're wrecking the place, even if they're doing some middling so-called service for a so-called community. But see, if you get materialists into the game, they just care about the money. They don't care about anything else. But there is a social component to labor. And those things are, one, integratability. You can't take anyone from anywhere and bring them into a Western zone and assume they will assimilate or should be assimilated. And two, just because they're doing a job and paying taxes does not mean that's all they do. They're a part of the community. And if they're a bad part, or it leads to ghettoization, or you name it, then that is a terrible, 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 gigantic crime against the citizens of the country that might be traveling. They might go from city to city. They show up in a city. It's a war zone. Who created that war zone? These people did? Okay, well, the people that, all the people, the culture that created that is guilty. And what should be the penalty for a massive crime like that? Think about it. I'll let a citizens' court of the future come up with an adequate punishment for that. But as far as the United States being a nation of immigrants, remember, every time you hear that, first off, look at the buffoon using it. And second, are they operating on alternative history or not? And what does the past have anything to do with the present? Where now we don't need a lot of people. Labor has changed completely. But we do need cohesive societies and countries in order to thrive. What then? Is it time to change? I guess so. Are they going to change? No. Well, why aren't they changing? Well, maybe they weren't for the country that they're supposed to be working for. Maybe they aren't. Could it happen? Yeah. So a lot of these people that think they're great, like, Stalin made himself to be God on earth, when these people are thrown out on their asses that created this catastrophe, their histories are going to be rewritten. It's going to be rewritten the right way, not the way they think it should. And it's funny, I saw a couple of interviews of these factory owning pigs that were treating their workers so well, and they were so sorry when the enforcement agency showed up and took all of their slaves away that they were giving ice cream to on Fridays. And now these pigs aren't going to be profitable because they didn't care about the slaves enough to realize that they were being human trafficked using fake identity. How I'm just such a good person, I couldn't possibly imagine that I could be snowed like that. And who are you frustrated with, Mr. Pig? Are you frustrated with the slaves they carted away, or are you frustrated with the rules and laws of this country? Well, obviously, I'm very frustrated with the rules and laws of this country. Doesn't let me become fabulously wealthy here and claim that I'm a successful business person when my whole model is based on human slavery and social pollution. I guess I'm very frustrated. So who are the monsters I can donate to who will legalize this practice? Because I'm a good person. I think of myself as... So, can you imagine? They're all over these fat pigs that think that way, that they're helping the people. Now look, some of these people, yeah, they're human trafficked. It's the only way they could get a job, and because these cartels wrecked their country and then trafficked them as slaves to other slave drivers that then profit off of that. Instead of solving the bigger questions like, how do you maintain communities of workers intergenerationally and an intact country at the same time? Was that too difficult for these pigs? I guess so. They just want to eat the grain, right? Until the whole country falls apart. And then they're baffled. How could this happen? Or they just bounce. Their kids bounce. They sell it to, some, who knows, Somalians, and then they bounce to whatever part of the planet is still livable. And then, but we don't know how this whole region became destroyed, rust belted, or what have you. So, yeah, these people, don't buy their stories. This is, I'm telling you, purgatory. It's a laugh a minute if you look at it in a certain light. But, yeah, these little, he was walking around, like, you ever see these, what they have, they're always wearing, like, the same dress shirt, and his butt, it looked like a broom was stuck straight up his butt, and he was walking around like, I'm a good person. My subverted church tells me we should be helping the invasion of our country, and I just go along with that, or I just pretend to. This is my straight man routine. Who are the next criminals I can vote in to just let this practice continue? Who cares about all the consequences, right? As long as I get ahead, broomstick in the butt person. I'm a owner. I'm a factory owner. I'm a executive. I'm a PMC. I'm a radical classist craphead. How many of those are running around? ANOs? Yeah, these are loyalist ANOs, neo-loyalist ANOs. I'm just here for the money. I don't know. Consider myself superior to the riffraff because I sucked up and shit down my whole life, and now I'm at the top, damn it. Wearing the cheapest damn clothes, we're driving the dumbest car around, parsimonious to the end, and yet heirs of some kind of, they've been wrong. I'm so frustrated. telling you, circus cannon. We need to start investing in new circus cannons. Make sure to have a whole pail of glitter. Pop them in, put a pail of glitter on, and then, like I said, it should lift them at least a click offshore, and they have the option of swimming back. But if they don't make it, we're just going to have to write them off as a loss. But that pail of glitter, make it, for someone like that, do a mixture like pink and blue. Some silver in it. So it makes a big plume of glitter when they get ejected out at like Mach 1. Put a kayak helmet on them so so that the impact doesn't knock them out either. Put some PPE on them. Give them a chance. Give them a fighting chance. That's how. That's how the laughs are gonna go. We're gonna put some humor into some of these judgments on some of these fools caught on camera. Send in the camera team first, then make the judgment call. If they get 1 pail or 2 pails of glitter, 1 bucket, 2 buckets. Some of them are working on a 3rd bucket as we speak. Yeah, we could call it offshoring the manager's day. Once a year, the worst representations of management. Say at least 5 a year. They get the dubious award. And then also put maybe between the buckets of glitter, put their cash, like their life savings or whatever. Put it in a bucket and then dump it on top of their heads, and then that gets blown out the cannon too. Make sure, or pennies. Maybe we could do some pennies. Put it in change. So someone wrote in, Cali, man, say a few words about Cali. Thank you. Well, you guys are getting me in trouble again, but why not? What could be more troubling than having, troublemakers everywhere? I'd say I'm the least of Cali's worries at this point. But okay, some people have pointed it out, while they're causing mayhem and mischief, arson, and attacking the police, that they're also waving a Mexican flag. Now, what I like to do as a thought exercise, like a comedic thought exercise, is imagine if the roles were reversed. This is good with everything. It's good with relationships, right? And it's good with this. So imagine there's a bunch of Americans in a very nice city in Mexico. Let's say Puerto Vallarta. But it's not the Mexican version. It's like a high-tech version of Puerto Vallarta. Has a big movie industry and a naval base and a long tradition of innovation and good urban planning and so on and so forth. And there's a bunch of Americans there that are waving the American flag and rioting and causing mayhem and so on and so forth. How do you think that would go down internationally or nationally within Mexico proper? What do you think would happen? Let's just run that scenario. Like, it's so absurd. But somehow we've gotten into this habit of taking the piss on every issue. And it's reached such a level that this type of behavior encourages our genocidal enemies to continue to ramp up atrocities across the board, because it's sort of not funny at the end of the day. It's a provocation where there's real damages and real people doing the damages, and then a political class, the radical class, that's covering for the people doing that while gaslighting the people that are being victimized. So is that an exaggeration? Am I exaggerating things, or am I not? See, they would say I am, but who are they again? Just like Tim Waltz from Minnesota probably didn't grow up there either. So it's not really all that difficult once you think about it, that these elections probably weren't legitimate, and that people that essentially hated the country uh, are now managing the decline of the country that they actually hate, while supporting the people that do too. Does that sound like it could fit? Is that a square peg in a square hole? Because of course they would deny that, but that's sort of Machiavellian, which is considered to be a political way of being that gets results by godless, materialistic, and extremely hateful and conniving and dastardly people. So would that be them, or would they deny that? I don't know. just speculating here. I mean, it's sort of like those little puzzles where you have the little dots. You have to put, like, you're doing an outline, like draw from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3. And then at the end, is that the picture you're looking at? Where are all those millions coming from? Somehow I think the banks know, but because nobody asked them where it's coming from, they didn't, or weren't forced to tell them where. Maybe there was a couple of proxies too. Maybe there were also some cash deals. And because some people find it more convenient not to make that information public, we're just going to all be left in the dark also by these sleuth-like Perry Mason non-journalists that we have that came out of these super cooked Ivy League schools. We're going to have to wait on them to debrief us and put it black and white in a paper that they own twice to Sunday, that rooked us on the Lusitania. They're going to come clean on this one. Surely they will, or won't they? No? Is that is that the capitalist contingent that made all that money while everyone else doesn't have $1,000 to their name and a lot of debt, no health insurance? Is that the new plantation we're on, where it's the not so black people or colored people or Mexican people that are the slaves in this day? Is that how we want to understand neo-American history? Because I think if we were to write that, it would be accurate instead of the pointing to things that don't exist anymore, like captured institutions that do the reverse of what they were intended to do, like protect the country instead of predate or subvert it. So I don't know, look, I just printed the newspaper. It's an imaginary one. It went out to all the stands, and it's just chock full of truthful analysis, insightful pieces, insightful writings, insightful dialogues, and all of that. But before it went to print, they burnt down the warehouse, so you won't be getting that paper tomorrow. But there's a lot of people calling themselves news agencies and journalists. Surely they're going to give you the facts straight like that. I'm sure they will. One day, right? One day over the rainbow, right? The yellow brick road, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if you need to wait for that to sort of see things differently. But what I do know is that Los Angeles can be, and was once, amazingly civilized and world-class city. It has everything. It has a Mediterranean climate. It's right on the Pacific. It's got mountains nearby. It's got deserts. It's got infrastructure. It's got technology. It's got everything. It could be so much better, couldn't it? if it had the right leadership, not just promises, promises, promises. But that would also mean looking at the situation we're actually in and not the one we would wish ourselves to be in, because we're not there yet, are we? And the disinformation aspect has a lot to do with this, because this goes all the way back. You remember old Rodney King? That they had a big old laugh about that one. And before that, they had laughs in the 60s too. So they've been laughing all the way to the bank, haven't they? It's a pretty organized operation. Very well funded, very well oiled, and there's a whole lot of people in on it. It's just not you, probably. So if you got screwed over, you know, look, I'm not saying that you need to necessarily do eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, because these people are blind and toothless. But doing things differently starting today, I think everybody could get on board with that, worth anything at all. But the people that don't want that to change, they're very influential at this time. So people might have to do a few things so that they aren't in the soonest amount of time. Isn't that so? Even if that means withdrawing your consent. And investing in patience, the long term, the long haul, no matter what. Even if we're down today. Because we've certainly been down for a while. And this is just another expression of it. So I'm already 20 years in the future where all of this might be behind us, even if that means a atomic crater. But as for now, it's quite a spectacle. The governor's in on it, the mayor that burnt down the city, and a bunch of other, presumably in the cartel's pocket kinds of people. And their friends, their influencers. So in a way, it is an extension of Mexico. It's the extension of the cartel across an international border. But they're nationalists too. Look at them. They were so brazen. They bust out the Mexican flag. But then why are they here? Why did they leave Mexico? There's so many unresolved questions. It doesn't make any sense. But these are places and things that should make perfect sense. So who's living in an alternative reality? Is it us? Or is it them? But someone asked recently, is that right? BLM was a Marxist, Leninist public relations campaign that had no good purpose and was funded by our adversaries? Is that true? Yeah, actually, I can't believe people aren't up on that. They also aren't really up on January 6th either. That was like a reversed Reichstag burning that was phony as hell. I mean, some people got it right away, but a lot of people still are buying the narrative that it was some kind of coup attempt. But, you know, that was phony, but the crackdown wasn't. But all their witnesses were, and all the people who bought the testimony were and are. And so that's pretty bad, isn't it? But I understand most people are watching the digital fentanyl equivalent of like newspaper flyer, supermarket flyers in the form of their information quality. So that's terrible for them. And it does have terrible results, especially if you think like that you were doing something good for someone and it turns out it wasn't good at all, and not for them, not for anyone else in their country. But they felt really good about it, and they felt, you know, very moral about it. That's that pseudo-moralizing, emotionalizing, kinds of feelings that they had that were brutally perverted and misguided into the most destructive campaign that our adversaries could possibly come up with, because they also want to get return on their investment, so they're not going to put the money where they don't think they're going to get maximum returns. And boy, did they max that out, didn't they? It was sort of like multiple things at once, including rioting, things of that nature, civil disturbances, basic things not working, institutions, venues, public spaces, museums, all being trashed with pseudo-moralizing arguments. So yeah, I understand some people aren't up on the new kinds of revelations that have come out about that, and that the people that are still pushing it or still aligned with it are essentially domestic terrorists in modern day form. It's sort of what they look like. If you look at Pol Pot, they also had little signs and symbols and colors and things that they would wear, sort of like gang members, to I don't know, sort of show their colors, their allegiance, their ideas, their way of operating, so that they could let others know that they're sort of in on this new thing that's really good for them, and they really don't care about other people or how it's seen or what other people think or what the founders of the institutions thought, because they're just gonna turn that upside down, do it their way. That's sort of the idea. Not the old way that didn't work for them, the new way that works for them and their kind of thing. Or anybody's gonna go along with it. But yeah, the problem is when you talk about Marxist-Leninism, people think of Russians, but these might be Russians to a certain degree. I mean, we do know modern day so-called Russia is run by their security services that have just mind-blowing derelictions as far as humanity goes. Their so-called accomplishments, well, they weren't really all that good, and the results are still with us today. But they're not going to reflect on that, because certain people made a lot of money that way, and they still want to export it around the world. Why are they in the Sahel? Well, I tell you what, the Black lives, they do matter to them, because that's the people running their gold mines with shovels for less than $1 a day. So that's what the way they see it. But just like Potemkin's village, if they can get enough people clapping about them regarding their high moral ideas, you see how that model can be used anywhere by anyone for any reason, and how a bunch of suckers looking from the outside, i.e. not the political insiders, not the party, whether it's official or not, could be duped by displays like that. I recommend everyone, Ceausescu, he had a great speech, one of his last speeches. He realized the workers, because they bubblify themselves, they don't know how real people are. He realized the workers were not happy with his 30-year plans. So he said he's going to raise their monthly salary. Of course, everyone got the same because it was all equality, right? From 100 lei, this is the Romanian currency, like real Romanians, not the gypsies. 100 lei a month working in a cement factory with inflation to 120. He wanted to let everybody know that he was going to do that. And he was so surprised, he was shocked. You can watch the speech on YouTube. Ceausescu last speech, where he has people with the pom-poms, or, the BLM of that time cheering him on.
And people start booing in the crowd, and he looks perplexed. And that's just the type of moment, see, the aha moment some of them are destined to experience, or might have experienced in some form already up until this point, because now people have just distanced themselves, like, no, I haven't ever pushed that cause. Companies walking away, like billions of dollars. No, what? No, I didn't do that. I wasn't on board with that. What are you talking about? Oh, or that was that CEO that got disappeared. This is a new, we're doing it differently now. Like distancing themselves, things like that. But yeah, there's still some diehards that haven't gotten the memo. They're like the last believers. Ceausescu, there's still people also in foreign countries that were working for their intelligence services because, the international did that, which is so surprising for other countries and people, that essentially a defunct dictatorship would want to export its influence. But that's exactly what they did and do. That's what the international is. And the counterculturalists in the 60s were the fruit of that labor. Yeah, just like with them, they rah themselves. They'll tell you, no, he was actually a good leader. He made some mistakes, right? Why was he a good leader? Well, they believed him and they got paid for it, and that was part of the job. Not just lying to themselves, living in denial, but lying to others too, till their dying breath. True believers. So you can have it with a nut job like him, and he wasn't the only one of their franchise like that, not even close. And then you have like the subcultural equivalents of that. Now I'll let you figure out who are the phony people that they think are sacrosanct as far as being moral people that pushed their cause and their ideology, and the horrendous causality that that's had on civilized parts of the world, all over the world, since this whole thing got kicked off. I would say after, let's say 1892, something like that, when the left wing of the French Parisians got their asses kicked and went crazy and adopted nihilism. Although they were already on the way there, it just was sort of the final boost in insanity that they got, which also drove them from pillar to post all around the place. Look at where Lenin was, Marx, Russia, all places where there were troubles. They showed up and made it worse with essentially rhetorical flourishes that sounded convincing to people that were in a bad way. That was the gimmick. So you don't think a crappy gimmick like that wouldn't be picked up by money people or a disaffected class of plantationists that looked at free peoples as something more annoying and dangerous than any kind of slaves or people that they may have egotistically believed in their delusionality to be inferior to them on the basis of materialism, because they figured out some rip-off scheme like banking. And so according to guys like Calvin or other wealth theologians, would lead them to believe naturally that there's some kind of superior human being in samsara. But could that have been a trick, a delusion? Would egotists admit that? Delusional egotists, narcissists? No. Don't think so? Yeah, well, you're right. They didn't. They don't. They have no reason to. They need a reason. They don't have the reason. The reasons that they do have, they're counterbalanced by the other reasons. So they talk themselves out of it. What's morality anyway? Except for schmucks, right? Take what you want now Yeah. Break the rules. Isn't that what narcissists do? Bad for individuals, terrible for countries and civilizations if they can group themselves together into a blob, have themselves surrounded by people that are like-minded and exclude the people that aren't. Isn't that part of the scheme too? Does that sound familiar? Well, anyway, don't feel bad about it because they have a group or a committee or like a party structure that makes all the decisions for them based on worldly concerns. And morality has nothing to do with it. Now, there is some politics to it. These unbelievably hateful and murderous, godless, nihilistic groups have made decisions that turned out to be terrible for them in the long term, especially if you believe in an afterlife. But also in this life, they just make stupid, worldly, short-term decisions. And then they have the infighting. Like the one side said, no, sort of like with the Biden-Harris thing. No, he should have just ran and won the election. You shouldn't have put Harris in there. And so there's a faction that thinks that was a dumb idea. And then they hate each other for life because of that, because they blame the other side for not maintaining hegemonic control over a political entity that they wanted to control just to rip it off, rob it, live high on the hog, rewrite history, and so on and so forth. So then that's what you get, factionalism at some point. But ideally, and you see this in places like China where they're more conformist to begin with, you're just supposed to conform to the dictates of the party no matter what. Or let's just say group, the most hateful, perverted, power-hungry kind of group that you can possibly imagine. They make the decisions, and then they have the conformists that foot soldiers that carry out their directives and orders, and also report back as spies. Like, oh, well, I don't think this is going to work because, there's too many of them now, but in 5 years, then we can do it kind of thing. So that they found sort of the alphabet soup people that do that, the BLM people, right? It's intersectionality is sort of was their plan and strategy. And now you see it. Any type of disaffected group wants to gain power that can be used towards those purposes, then they will be on board. And they best not be off board because the people they're dealing with are like organized crime. They don't accept off-narrative things, and then you can see how in Stalinism that played out, where you really did, or perhaps Putin's Russia, where you really do have a hegemonic figure that controls everything. Then you were on board last week, but you didn't wear the pink hat this week, or you wore the pink hat last week when you weren't supposed to, but you now are wearing it this week. That's not good enough. So off to the dungeon or gulag with you. Those types of little games. It's conformist games that they're into. So that's what people are looking at. The reprehensible people that went along with it, they wanted power. They wanted to be part of a group. They wanted to win at all costs. And this is sort of what it looks like. All the crimes they committed in the pursuit of that just keep piling up, and then you realize that these people don't become more likable with that kind of strategy because they're essentially buried under greed, ill will, and delusion. The exact opposite of what would be considered an enlightened being in this dimension, in samsara. They're the opposite of that. Well, what's the opposite of enlightenment, friends? Could you say that's more devilish? And then if you really think that the devil has any care or concern for the people that essentially screw themselves for eternity based on their unskillfulness, think again. He doesn't. He does not care about human beings at all. So if you work your way up the pyramid of that kind of matrix, and you see how bad the people get the closer you get to it, if he's the worst of the bunch, which is what people say, is he going to have their backs in the end? Is that how the story goes? Is that what happens? What do they really get for their misdeeds? If they only knew in the end what they should have known in the beginning, they wouldn't have done it, right? That's what a lot of them say. But yeah, that's a story as old as time, isn't it? So in these times of social pollution, it's like an accumulating Superfund site where the real environmentalists, they know the science and they're against these practices and are telling people about them, but they're attacked in their time. Just like when people came out, smoking is cancerous for you, there were too many lobbies and too many people that didn't give a crap, but did give a crap about losing money in the game. And so nobody does the right thing because they're lacking the political will. Can you imagine it? They're being browbeaten by people, worldly people, and their fake, faux, moralistic power grabs. Can you believe it? Isn't it a sad commentary? But look at all that poor that money can buy, right? Poor for right now. But how will it look 1 year from now? How do they look now? Don't they look pretty screwy? Well, they do with anyone that's not a complete fool, but they're still out there amongst us, aren't they? Still pushing it because that's all they got. They know they got nothing else. And I think it's very important to realize that, these usurpers and despoilers, they absolutely know that they are deposing and replacing and usurping the naturals, the real people that would have otherwise either risen to these positions of influence or would have naturally been elected to them. And then all of the great causality that would have come of that, they know that they're elbowing them out in the process. They don't care. They want to be, top dog on a mountain of excrement, even if that's all it is. Because when they look at achievement, it triggers their inferiority complex. So they feel terrible when things are better for better people than them or their kind. So how demented and sick and revolting is that? So don't think that by being good you're winning these people over. No, you incite them more. The more the gold glistens in the jewelry store window, the more the revolting, criminal, greed-obsessed bandit wants it for his own. And until he has it, that idea tortures him, doesn't let him sleep. It's what drives his insanity. And so that's what you're looking at in the forms of these social pollution groups and domestic terrorists, because that's what they are, that's what they represent. And that's how they work in order to achieve it. So is any part of that good? Any little piece of their fake story, is any of it check out? You think the means justify the ends, or the ends justify the means? You think that? Or is it possible to spot people like this and their operations and follow the money and do all that kind of Sherlock Holmes stuff, social pathology stuff? You could do that with psychology too. Where did these ideas get spread? Who spread them? Who's spreading them? Who's maintaining their praise machine or propaganda machine, and so on and so forth? There are nuts and bolts to it that can be drilled out, knocked out, screwed out. And the sooner they are, the better. That's another key point. Like what they call bourgeois morality it's sort of based on a meritocracy. So we would naturally say, if this is a talented painter, we're so glad that somebody brought this to our attention, and then we will recognize their talents and so on and so forth. They don't have that at all. Like, you might be talented, but if you're not on narrative, you're a terrible person for their franchise, and you're taking away potentially an influential spot from one of their gargoyles or goblins that would love to get praise, whether it be fake or engineered or not, and not have someone that's not on narrative or questionable, which is why these people have mercilessly oppressed and attacked artists since day one. Because artists are not people that see the narrative as number one necessarily. They experiment with different expressions and forms, and they're really not in a one-way kind of system, even if they realize there's certain politics involved. Like Raffaello, if you go into his life, there were a lot of politics. There was a lot of politics involved with the papacy, for example, who was a major sponsor of the arts during the Renaissance, right? For example. But first off, you could say the papacy, for all of its problems, was generally guiding people towards at least some form of religiosity that also was even remotely beneficial to them. Whereas these nihilists, there's none of that. All they give you is, well, you get this release, you feel good about what you're doing. It's the short-term view. So be a degenerate, for example, sexual degeneracy. Doesn't it feel good? Yes, well, that's all the argument you need. That these people have like a 10-year reduction in their lifespan, have all types of diseases, all types of psychological problems, get into terrible relationships with terrible people that think the same way as I just described. They leave that part out, but for materialists, feeling good, that's really the main and only argument. So I win, hands down. See, look, people, and see, they have their audience of people that is a convincing argument. The most derelict, the lowest of the low, that appeals to them on a very visceral level. The mob, essentially. And they have their own, worldly power and influence. These are people that you can incite to do anything, especially if their vanity is involved. Oh, these people think that you're trash and you don't belong in their societies, but you really do. They're the bad people, you see how that works? It's a little sleight of hand. It's essentially a satanic rhetorician would do to win the argument with the people. Not all of them, just the worst one. But they can really rouse them up. Isn't that what Lenin did? I guess he did. Oh, that's why they love him so much. Is that why his granite bald head pointing in different directions are placed all around Russia? Is that it? Is that why free countries rip those things down as quick as they can? Is that why they did it in the Baltic states and Poland and everywhere else? They put them up, at least for a while. Is that right? Is that how it works? But these people are on board with the new thing. See, now they did away with Lenin. Who's that? No, we just have these techniques. We have an alternative history, and we have these marching orders, ready, set, go. Let's see what we can take, what we can usurp, what we can trash during this ride on this planet. So I would say Westerners, especially in the U.S., way too gullible, way too naive, way too nice, way too tolerant towards people like this. And I think that's changing now, I really do. I think although there's been a massive genocide, which is statistically real and will go into his history books, like there should have been this amount of people and now there's not, kind of, investigative kind of historical work. That will absolutely happen, and then we'll also know why that happened, and the profile of the people that not just made it happen, but let it happen. So let's not forget the let it happen contingent, the naive, the stupid, and the tolerant. That the maniacal side absolutely does know exists. So they keep telling them, no, just let this happen. This is modern. Don't get in the way. You don't have to be on board. You don't have to be a mass murderer like us or organized crime like us, but just don't do anything. Just be a nice person. And so there's a lot of those that factored into the equation, but they're all dying off, like in the worst ways imaginable. I mean, cowardice has never been considered something praiseworthy. So you have the conformists, the cowardly, and then at some point it just dwindles down to a fraction of people, and then the fraction of people that realize that it was a scam to begin with and have the courage to face the truth. Yeah, they will be the ones that write a history that people would consider worth reading in the first place, and not all the books in the library at this time, or at least 90% of them. But already you can hear in the back some people, no, that's too extreme. Look, it's just like in the Soviet Union. During the Soviet Union, how many books would you consider, from what they produced, would you consider today are readable or worth reading? Okay, look at that period of time over decades. How many books in Russia today are considered to be worth reading under socioeconomic and political conditions that exist there today? How many? 5? 10? So this is not a fantasy. This is not ill will. This is not blaming necessarily. I mean, that's a tragedy, isn't it? Wouldn't you say that's a tragedy? I would. But first you got to recognize that it actually happened and not deny it. Like these activists do. Like these insiders do. Oh, no, that was all just exaggerated. It wasn't that bad. Look at all they accomplished. Everybody got, their literacy rate was 99%, or, this is how these people talk. This is how they've been talking since they got set up in 1919 via the International, because that's their talking points. The party decided it, they're the foot soldiers, and that's how they talk, and that's how they think, even though they're totally wrong. But what does the truth get them at the end of the day? The truth never paid the rent? That's how these slobs think. So, who's another one? Harris was horrendous. Biden was essentially a mistreated old person. Couldn't remember what he did, if he did number 1 or 2 in the morning. Basically a patsy. What came out? The chief of staff for Jill Biden. Some fingers are pointing towards him. Ever see him in the news? I never did, up until recently. Some people are saying it's the Mexican cartel. Some people are saying it's other interests. Well, who's the other? Her stooge that ran as the vice president. That guy, Tim something or other. They call him Tampon Tim. That guy's now being exposed gradually. What happened to Minnesota? They targeted Minnesota for some point. I guess the people were too nice and naive and too insular. They never thought they would be attacked like on the coast. But the coast, where are thinking people on the coast? Flyover country? Yeah, the only place they stopped was Minnesota. I guess they wanted to hump the farm girls or something, so they kicked off their Kool-Aid campaigns there. But my God, Minnesota is a total mess. Flew in the Somalians there. So Tampon Tim, he's got things covered. Then there were some other Democrats got shot by a cop recently. We don't know why. I mean, the Democratic Party, was it the cartel party at this point? Sort of a mix of organized crime and Marxist-Leninism, the International. I guess the International was in Mexico too, right? Isn't that where Trotsky went? Oh, I guess I'm just imagining all this. No, I guess I'm not. So people see my comedy routine. It absolutely is comical at this point. But yeah, Pol Potism, they sort of updated the formula. Also, let's not forget the old British aristocracy, like people, aristocratic people that believed, just like in Russia, also the serfs, they believed that the people on the property are their property too, which is why they had them fill out forms if they wanted to move anywhere. They had to have approval by some bureaucrat. And the British aristocracy, essentially all aristocracies had the same idea. They did not think that free peoples was a good thing for their franchise. And so in the context of the United States, blacks, they were their plantation slaves. They were their property. So the Civil War was sort of an attempt to reestablish those parameters, but not just with blacks, with whites too, right? The white trash that are supposed to fix their toilets and work for free. So yeah, Civil War, they wanted their property back. So not just the blacks, but the white slaves too, which is the main business of slavery, has been since forever. Like the Mediterranean was one big slave matrix. Istanbul was the capital of slavery. So who were the slaves? Blacks? No, dummies. Nobody wanted blacks, although maybe a few of them showed up every once in a while. It's white people. So just like Irish slaves. So they wanted them all back under slavery. Well, they lost that military conflict, so what did they have to do? They had to come in on the financial side via their banking interest in London over time. They did it. Co-opted the politicians. And now we're just supposed to not have a representative democracy because that's not their franchise. They tell us what to do and how to live, and the rents are going up, so you have to make the rent, and they really don't care how many of us make it or not. But you better be obsequious when you're around them, because walking around as if you're a free person is not what they think is a good thing. So how far away is Marxist-Leninism from just having a couple of bureaucrats come up with the marching orders for the neo-plantation and them just putting proxies in these political positions, and then, golly gee, it's no longer good for most people. It's just good for them. I guess we can call that the neo luxury class model. The neo-plantationist, pro-loyalist, alternative reality, socio-economic, political that we're living in right now, i.e. the super fund that we will have to clean up, including all of its bad developments. And you can think of it also like a period of time in architecture or what have you, where people mix concrete wrong and all the buildings are crappy, and so they just need to be demolished and rebuilt on better principles, a better foundation. That's sort of all it is. So don't get discouraged by the mess. Things like this and their equivalents, they've happened before. And it doesn't matter how much of an area they trash. I mean, it's tragic and terrible, but it'll just have to be redone. That's what it's all about, the reset. That's the reset idea. So it's also funny, remember, they're always, because these are psychologically deranged people, they're always projecting. So one of the funny things they came out with is they're against oligarchy, which means, they're the oligarchy. Another one was Occupy. Remember Occupy? Occupy Wall Street? Yeah, they occupy not just Wall Street. They occupy institutions, the economy, educational establishments, social infrastructure, that they occupy it. So, why is a theater in a great city not trashed and occupied by terrorists? Well, that's what they're doing. They're making a political statement that nothing works unless people conform to what they want. But that's not a good idea, is it? Would you want to cater to deranged narcissists like that are willing to commit criminal acts and terrorism against cultural people, entire civilizations and societies, because they're so important? Isn't that the criminal mindset at work? But they're occupying the building, and there's apparently no political will to get them out, because that's sort of what terrorism does, is it terrifies people to the point that they think it's not worth the effort. But see, this is just a symbolic thing with them. They do symbolic occupation. But that's not really what they want. They want everything, because that's the greed, the demon of greed is within them. They also, they're little tyrants. They want to determine what good culture is. And so that's where you see these trash theater performances carried out by maniacal people, criminals, cultural war criminals, and conformists. They're little step-in fetches. Because they want some worldly success, and they've occupied those worldly places, so they're going to leverage those things. And there they are, staring you in the face. These are the revolting cretins and monsters of our day. And this is how they operate, and it's a little bit more sophisticated. And they have global connections and finance and friends in strange places. Like, most people like to think of the aristocrats as people that would be higher or more noble. Don't they try to make themselves appear that way? But they only get that by keeping other people's faces in the dirt. People much better than they are, just because they have a franchise. I guess that's why we decided to do things differently in the United States for a while, but it seems they and their friends and their fellow travelers are back, making speeches, making emotional kinds of proclamations, funding all different types of groups of people to burn things down that they couldn't build if they wanted to, kind of thing. What kind of dynamic is that? That's a good dynamic. You're on board with that? Did they not read the fine print off to you? You didn't get it yet? You didn't figure that one out? Too slow? What's 2 plus 10? Did you say 12? No. If you didn't say 12, you're wrong. Well, if you didn't figure this one out, you're wrong on that too. A lot of people wrong on this stuff at this time. Very ignoble, low, greedy and delusional people, along with the hateful and the violent and the deranged. So I don't know what to tell you. Samsara hasn't changed much since Jambajita. And but it doesn't have to be this bad. I think they took over some things that have multiplied their badness, which is why they got a jump on a lot of people in this time, and the results are catastrophic. But the tables can be turned at any time. There's just enough people to do it. Things change back to the civilized way. So, although I do recognize that this place is purgatory, I don't believe that the run these people have had should continue or have gotten as far as it has. And I really would be for a reversal of these things so that we can get back to things like civility, dignity, and respect towards people that deserve it on some level too. That they do have the right values. They do act the right way. They do belong versus those that don't. They want to be in the middle, center of attention, but really don't deserve it, do they? Look at these horrendous, horrible, ugly people. They have money. We could just call the money something else tomorrow. How rich are they? We're going to call it not the pound. We'll just call it the kilogram, right? We'll call it the kilo. and not have it be associated with drugs for a change. Then how many kilos do they have other than body fat? These are rich people. That's what they think, but that's not really what they are or should be. Isn't that so? Now, as for proceeding under conditions like this that, to put it mildly, are less than optimal, some people that are connected with the establishment now, we're just going to have to say they have mixed karma. So if they turn over a new leaf and start working towards the reset program, there might be grounds to have mercy on them or for God to have mercy on their souls. But some of them, and there's going to have to be a full review, will be condemned by a people's court, and rightfully so. And the sooner that happens, the better, but it could be in 10, 20, 30 years, we don't know. The surprising turn of events is very surprising, but we cannot say just because we know these things that this is going to get turned around overnight. We do know right principles, we do know right order, but we do know a lot of people are working against that for their own maniacal reasons. And so many of them, and every one of them, will have to go under a review, will be condemned. But right now they're not. Right now they think they're very secure, they're sitting pretty, they're going to pull off this heist, they think, just like they did last year, last month. They're going to continue to misdirect everything and have it work in their favor because they're willing to break the rules. Like I said, as a narcissist, a Machiavellian, and a psychopath, and a narcissist would. So just now that you know that, it's going to be less surprising going forward what they do or don't do, and so on and so forth. They do have a lot of weak spots, as you might guess. Having the equivalent of a psychological venereal disease does have debilitating consequences for them. Also, in the believability department, a lot of people don't believe criminals for good reason, because criminals are just in it for themselves. But some of them say, oh, it's for the party, right? But if it came down to it, whose side are they going to be on? Isn't it going to be their own side? So that's not how you build communities, friends. It really isn't. So don't think that these people are invincible. They just were able to make the inroads that they did because people didn't see it coming, which is essentially an act of thievery. The traveler did not see the bushes that these people placed themselves in to rob travelers. That's why the traveler got robbed. So they put themselves in an advantageous position to commit heinous crimes and lied about it, which is also something good people don't think bad people would do too, but they're perpetually shocked in courtrooms around the country when the facts come out. Oh, and indeed the person who denied it, they did murder that person, and here's the very damning even circumstantial evidence that sort of pushes the decision beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, actually doesn't quite add up despite what they say kind of situation. So it can happen, see, as below, so above. It can happen on a small, petty criminal scale, and it can happen on the highest kinds of levels of criminality. Wouldn't criminals want to take out the biggest things? The only thing that was keeping them doing that was logistics, or their confidence in their abilities to take out an entire country's leadership class or political system, right? That was it. That was the only, and proximity. That was the only thing doing it. But the desire was there. And the desire led to their organized activities. And that's what we're seeing too. So now that you know that, you're that much less delusional. Well, now you can also think about reorganizing your life and your acquaintances and what you do, what you don't do, and how we can do things better in the future, because that future is coming no matter what, and these people, they don't have a monopoly on it, despite what they think, and despite whatever advantages they might enjoy at this time. Some people wrote in, were like, Superfund site, what does that mean? Well, I'd say the basics of it is that we're dealing with a trashed environment, socioeconomically, politically, so we need to stop the trashing and then do a complete refurbishment, depending on what's left and what we think should be there, and then how it should be. Just a complete and utter reset of the parameters. That's what it means. Now, I think it's important to emphasize that within the context of a Superfund site, there's nothing hateful about proposing to clean it up or to stop the people that wrecked it in the first place. That naturally will see that totally different. They're going to scream as if you're setting them on fire, because that's what narcissists do. You're stopping them from breaking good rules, and you're being ethical, but they don't believe in ethics anyway, so you're terrible. You have to expect that kind of reaction. Now, on the other hand, a lot of the people that were stuck in what is the equivalent of a Superfund site, now some of them had some type of motivation. I mean, a lot of these so-called immigrants, they're so-called economic refugees, whatever that means. They're in it for the money. They were a mercenary kind of force. They saw an opportunity. They broke the law or engaged in illicit activity, okay? Oh, yeah, sure, they're not enforcing the border, so I'm just going to jump right over there because I can earn more money. Oh, boy, that's a great person, isn't it? No, actually, it's not. They exploited the system when it was weak, so they have no moral authority to be here, and if they play that game, you should deal with them doubly hard. Now, if they slink off when you bring up the subject, that shows that they might know how culpable or illicit their activities were, but that still doesn't excuse what they did, and so they get a ticket back. Again, reverse the situation. Americans sneaking into Mexico and then causing riots and then waving the American flags, and then our leader said, yeah, they should do that. They're downtrodden and they're good people. And that wouldn't fly, would it? So the reverse doesn't fly. That's a wonderful thing about playing the reverse game. So they all need to go back. And then as far as the other people that were here based on hateful British imperialist models, look, that same rules really do apply. Like, nobody planned on putting you in places that you don't belong. But like I said, the imperialists, since their system got broken down, they wanted to prove that our system with its freedoms and liberties was a sham. So that's why they pumped you into places you don't belong and then insisted that you belong there, to discredit essentially the American experiment. Look, it's defunct. It doesn't work. Yeah, our system was better. We had rules. We had standards. Look into the past because the present is messed up. And of course, when we have impunity and we have our despotism, then we'll crack down. But until then, look how it's not worked at all for anyone. That's essentially the game they played. They tried it after the Civil War, after they couldn't have their slave plantations anymore, that they went into a wreck-it mode. Okay, this is what you want, freedom for everyone? Okay, then we're gonna, and they sent them all up into Chicago and everywhere else. So that was a crime. It was done by the plantationist. And yeah, there's been a lot of victims on both sides, but primarily the American side. So that's going to have to be resolved, and it can be resolved amicably with smart people. And people that play it cool, they're not going to get hit hard. Okay, the people that think that they were right, they're always right, and they're not going to make any compromises, or they're going to stick to a bizarre sociological framework that is obsolete and never was meant to be anything but destructive. Yeah, those people, they're all over Africa too. They were in Mozambique, they're in Mali now. So you have to decide, I mean, who's who in a situation like this where everything's not very clear. Now, what I do know is that people who follow moral principles and aren't greedy, aren't consumed with ill will and hatred, and aren't delusional, those people are going to be okay in this world and in the worlds to come. I do know that. I don't know anything other than that. I can't promise anything other than that. But the hard-headed people and the people that just don't want to recognize what's happened to us all and go some smart way, I don't think anybody can help them, and they can't help themselves. So they're going to have to just get what comes to them, don't they? We can't reckon that we're going to have 100% on board. We can't. We really can't. But if, 10, 20% smart enough to figure it out and act accordingly, I don't think anything bad's going to happen to them. Okay, there might have to be some changes, but other than that, it's not going to be anything like the other side is saying it's going to be. Painting some picture like this is the end or what have you. The sky is falling. I don't think anybody needs to get hysterical about things returning to a sense of normalcy. But they definitely put us in a tizzy. They definitely did spin us around a couple of times. They definitely did get into the finger pointing game. They definitely did. That's all been documented. But that's not how the future is going to be. So, and it's going to be a better future. Even if you live on the outskirts of it, it's a better future than what they have planned. So in that sense, it is an open tent for people to get their minds right. It doesn't mean we're going to be living the same way we've lived up until now, because that was never planned. And a lot of people took the wheel and took us off-road and into the bushes. And there's no guarantee that any country or any people or anywhere will come back from an escapade like that. So in that sense, you have to realize what's going on and find out where you are in that equation. And if you're going to be the type of person that wants to stop a corrective force, well, that's just going to be on you. And I would not advise people do that. I would not advise it. But being sensible, look, I've heard that sensible people, sometimes that something will happen to them. It can happen. There's no guarantees, but generally it's a good insurance policy. Really is. You be about your business and you take care of your people without attacking others. Yeah, you'll be okay. I think so. So don't anyone get anybody else crazy out there, because there's no point in that. As far as working with the corrective measure, of course, there's going to be people that can do that can communicate what needs to be done next so that this thing doesn't get worse than it already has. And those people are valuable people. They're decent people. And they're going to be those types of people, even if it's only 100 of them in the whole damn country. But at least there's them, right? That's just the way to look at it. But this is the story. So some radical leftist terrorist who was importing Somalians to Minnesota decided to kill shoot two Democratic senators that voted against free health care for illegal immigrants. The vote was lost by one vote, so he went on a shooting spree. He also had, was affiliated with the No Kings thing, which is apparently some kind of anti-fascist political terrorism campaign. But anyway, so this guy was a leftist loon terrorist that also dressed up as a police officer, including having the vehicle with the lights and the uniform and the plate, and knocked on the door and then shot him. These are Democrats, by the way, not Republicans. See, conformity is really big amongst leftist cult circles. So they were off narrative, and so he went on a shooting spree because that's sort of what narcissists do that are psychopathic and Machiavellian. So, but how did the leftoids cover it? Well, I was watching France 24 English, and you had a leftoid Marxist Leninist with a Irish accent, a little lass, a little lady, lying into the camera. They just stuck to the narrative. Like, what can we do about so-called far-right violence, and what led to polarization? And then she fielded these questions to a Was it Georgetown University political science professor. She asked him, and he picked up. He played the same alternative reality universe where this act of terrorism was somehow related to right-wing extremism, because they're creating an environment where leftoidists feel provoked to go on shooting sprees, and so rhetoric. Of course, Trump, is part of it. He's created this rhetoric which has made them mad, and so. But of course, then he would switch to January 6th because that's the real threat and not what actually happened. So essentially, just complete narrative control and alternative reality for people. Imagine their viewers that might not have time to be up on the real facts and the details of this case. They just get the narrative, well, there's danger of far-right extremism and bad Trump, and it's terrible that people won't get together and be on board and sing Kumbaya, and aren't they the problem, and not these terrible leftoidist terrorists that are running around and organizing and being funded by who knows who. So I'm trying to think, like, it's also funny because it's in relation to the Irish riots that are ongoing, Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, due to hybrid invasion. Recently, there was a video that surfaced. These Irish police were recruiting Pakistanis to be part of the police force to oppress the Irish in 2025. He was out there, we're looking for people to sign up to the force. And then we had this other Irish stooge, France 24. Hey, this is terrible that there's right-wing extremism in USA. So what happened to these tards? I guess they were radical leftists. They were the, Finn Shane or whatever, blowing up buildings in the 60s and 70s, probably funded by the Russians. Got brainwashed like the East Germans. But still have the pseudo-moralizing arguments and all the Marxist-Leninist technology to go with it. They're the pig class, right? They got some money out of it, some power, big into Machiavellianism and violence, psychopathy, right? Lying their asses off to the public. So pretty slick. I mean, the Irish got a dunking. They got every which way but loose, didn't they? I guess they really did get some kind of big brother treatment over there. They didn't have anybody. They had these people on the left, nobody on the right. And then Thatcherism, right? Libertarianism and free marketism. That's what the UK got. Man, they got rocked hard, didn't they? So essentially, I guess if you rewrite history, their financial system that ran the British Empire after it lost its nationalist moorings, just predated on the closest people to them as an alien class of alienated overlords that had no connection to the home country, turned on them first. And I guess Irish, they've been the whipping boys and girls of that franchise for a long, long time. So they've really got a high dose of this stuff now. But yeah, complete alternative reality. So imagine their viewership that's just been lulled with that narrative. Just they stuck to the narrative. It's Trump's fault for this polarization. The violence is only on the far right side. If the left responds, it's in reaction to incitement. And nothing to see here. And no follow-up on the real details of the case. So just think of the pudding head, left-toited people that rely on France 24 English to provide them some kind of insight, how they've been left in the dark about the details of the assassin and his political background. This is another guy, like he looked really street, he had like a buzz cut. This is a real hardcore operative kind of guy. You should look into this more. Complete psychopath. Because these are the people behind the useful idiots, although you could think of him as sort of an advanced version of a useful idiot. But people who will commit violence in a Machiavellian way for, the worst political franchise the West has ever experienced in modern history, they're not the smartest of the bunch, but they sure are an evil bunch, and he's sort of the face of it. But maybe the leftoidists, they like to celebrate murderers, so like Che Guevara, so maybe they'll put his ugly face on a t-shirt next. We'll just have to watch and wait and see. But don't rely on these people for any kind of political orientation. And George Washington University in USA, disgraceful that they're all in on alternative history. So you want to know how they did it in Eastern Europe, you can watch them do it in real time, distributed on these networks today, 2025. This is how they're doing it. Here's a good practice. Whenever you're going to eat something, before you eat something, remember the Christian tradition, say prayers. Well, some people thought that was too much. And in a way it was, you're repeating a prayer usually, or someone else is repeating one, and you're not mentally engaged. This practice is say thank you to everyone that produced the food before you eat it, everyone who was involved. The farmers, like let's say it's a bagel, right? And some cream cheese. You can thank the farmers, you can thank the processing people, you can thank the bakers, right? You can thank the truckers, you can thank the supermarket people, you can thank a lot of people. And it's very, very real. It's very visceral. That food you're about to eat, it could be a bowl of rice. It could be something else. Whatever it is, thank all the people how about the people who cook the food? If you're at a restaurant, or if it's your family, you don't have to thank them directly, but you should feel it. In fact, you don't have to make a big display about it. You don't have to put your head down. You don't have to put your hands together, although that's a sign of respect, right? But you can viscerally give thanks and gratitude to all those people, and then you can extend it further into the universe, the universal abundance, into Om itself, gratitude for Om. See, that could be a poem I'm about to write, or a book, right? Gratitude for Om. And then feel that, look, it's very, very good for you. It's very good. It unlocks a lot of blockages that people have, especially people that are struggling with ill will or aversion. Like some people out there, a certain subsection of people have major, 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 major problems with aversion, which is understandable. We're in a modern world. We're post-industrial societies where terrible, awful, horrendous decisions have been made on a socioeconomic and political level. And we're all living with the results of that. In many cases, they are genocidal results. When these big companies decide to destroy the environment and they kill all the birds, all the little creatures, even the microorganisms. There's a radioactive fallout, like in Chernobyl, kill all the people, send all that air out into the atmosphere, right? Shortening people's lives by years. The negative causality of that extends into hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Yeah, people live with the fallout of that in this wacky dimension called samsara, okay? So it's understandable that people that would naturally, in natural conditions with, people around them that should be around them and not people around them that shouldn't be around them, for example, for the sake of jamming them up, like that was the purpose of the weeders. Like in a lot of cases, it wasn't that they were subnormally stupid. It was that they were malicious, subnormally malicious and maniacal. And then those people died on a narcissistic trip through this realm. And all the good people stuck with the causality of that, crime out the wazoo, hatefulness, ugliness, stupidness. That can cause natural reactions, right? Natural, normal, vulgar, common reactions, a foreseeable reaction. But that still doesn't mean that they're not there. Other people are more sensitive. They might have solved the problem. They got out of these zones, but they're still dealing with the aversion that they have within them. So these types of little rituals, gratitude. See, a lot of practitioners, they talk about metta, which I also agree with, is an antidote to aversion. But gratitude, real gratitude, is also a major antidote against aversion. And if you have these little rituals and you do them over and over again and you really feel it because it's really authentic and it's really genuine and it's really easy to be that when you're talking about food that does work. Like food, when you eat it, it does keep you alive. It's very real. So you're not tricking yourself. You're not asking a God somewhere in the sky for thankfulness or something. You're thanking the people that really did go into creating that really real thing in front of you. And the gratitude is real too. For simple people, they can really benefit from this practice. And that gratitude will cancel out a lot of aversion, even if you don't feel like it does immediately. The cumulative effect of practices like this does work. So how about that? There's your tip of the day. Take that tip and run with it. Next time you eat something, next time you have some food, engage in gratitude practice. And do it every time. Be mindful enough to do it every time. Do it. Expanding on the gratitude practice. It all has to do with mindfulness and awareness. Next time you turn the faucet and clean water comes out that won't kill you, give thanks and be grateful for that. Be grateful to all of the engineers, all of the planners, all of the guys that dug the holes to put the pipes in, all of the guys who built the pipes and manufactured them, all of the miners that might have mined the copper, all of the guys in the foundries that melted it down and extruded it, and so on and so forth.
You could even go to the people who financed it too. The guys who took a risk and said, "All right, I'll loan you the money to build this factory that took possibly years to build." Right? All of the truckers, all of the days of work, all of those people that contributed to that one glass of water, see? And then sip that water, drink that water, and then think, what would it be like if I had no water? Like, what would I have to do right now? And then just feel that gratitude hit you or seep up or seep into your life. Because it will replace aversion, ill will, and ingratitude, which is a really terrible state of mind to be in, which is very easy to fall into if you just take things for granted, if you're not aware of how much work goes into that or how important something as basic as drinking water is. A lot of people do not have it. Many, 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 many millions of people do not have direct access to clean water. Dirty water kills hundreds of thousands of people every year or makes them sick. And it's something that you have to drink. You can only go 3 days without water. So it is no small feat if you have access to it. But see, if we're not mindful, we can forget. And then our mind races to the one thing that is making us crazy. But see, we're flipping the script. We're changing our perspective. We're looking at the things that are there, that we can be grateful for. And we are not focusing on the things that are outrageous or disgusting or annoying or this or that. We're not making that worse. We're not letting that fill our mind space. If it comes in, we shoo it out. We take a couple of breaths, we realize what's going on, we let it pass, right, like a stomach ache, and we get right back to either a state of neutrality, which is perfectly okay, or we push it a little bit. We push it past neutrality to, hey, you know what, right here, right now, right here, right now, it's pretty okay. I'm not sitting in a courtroom being persecuted. That was maybe 10 years ago. I've forgotten all about that. I'm not stuck in a culturally degraded area. That was maybe, 2 months ago. I'm not there. Okay? These things can happen in samsara, but they're not important. They're not part of your present. They're not the here now, and so forget them. You ever open a window and it smells bad? You don't go back in your mind and keep remembering that. It was just a momentary, fleeting circumstance. Maybe an hour later, see, they were working on a sewer line. You open the air, it's filled with the scent of lilacs. It was just that one momentary space dukkha kind of occurrence, and you can think of that in all types of situations. Your family was messed up for a year or two, you can think of it like that. The entire legal system, the political culture was crap. You had persecutorial, pseudo-moralizing maniacs around you for, a couple of weeks. Okay, that's just what it was. Don't make that anything any worse than it needs to be. Right? Also, don't go over into that made you so angry you feel like you need to get rid of them, or search out and find people that subjected you to that, because that would sort of be a continuation of the connection to all of those kinds of changing forms and conditions with which you don't need to be in contact with, because the world's a big place. One movie theater was greedy, horrible people decided to take it over. They ran it straight into the ground. It's now a bombed out place that nobody could even have thought in 100 years that there was a good movie theater there. It's just what happened. A healthy, optimistic person gets hooked on drugs, becomes a ghoul-like creature, and then dies. That's just one instance that can happen here. Okay, there's also the opposite of that story. People that were on the wrong track can get themselves back on the right track. People get sick, people get mentally deranged. They can also work back and out of those states. When it happens, it's great. It's a very positive story. When it doesn't happen, it's terrible. And both things are happening at once in samsara. But give yourself a little bit of directionality, a little bit of skill, and you'll get to the places you want to go and won't remain in the places that you don't need to be.
Someone wrote in, it's like, this is all very perplexing. What should I make of it? Thank you. Well, in the West, I think a way of simplifying it is, and I think I've put this or used this metaphor before, is that companies are like little countries. And in a post-industrial kind of world, we also created a mechanism where these companies could be taken over in a hostile financial way, which concedes ownership of these companies, which also have has global implications, also technologically, civilizationally, socially, economically, and psychologically. If their culture is inverted, and that these companies have experienced hostile takeovers. And we could go into the pathology of the people that did that, but greed and ill will are the key psychological movers. So this change, although it's happened in modern times using modern financial infrastructure, has been unbelievably terrible for millions and millions and millions and millions of people that are, like you, perplexed how these kinds of changes and essentially hostile forces have been ushered into our direct vicinity or our lives in the form of essential services, or let's say local governments, or the legal system, because of course you can't really have a legal system that's blocking hostile takeovers in a covert kind of way if that's what these people are doing or have done. You can't have a court system or a legal system that would reverse or declare these things to have been the actions of a hostile enemy, which again, it doesn't necessarily have to have a national origin. We have a class of people who have declared war on Western culture, Western nations, whether or not they're working with officially for hostile geopolitical or national or religious kinds of organizations or ethnic affiliations or not. you just like, let's go back to the Barbary pirates. I mean, they were engaging in economic activity, more or less, and they were from all over the world. They had various religions. It was really the first sort of global financial or a parallel financial structure that involved all different types of nations, all different types of religions, all different types of ethnicities. And the name of the game, how about this, mercenaries? You had Westerners or Europeans that adopted the religions of the region and just didn't care. Like, it was either pragmatic, or they were forced into it, or they never believed whatever religion they were supposed to have believed in the first place. We're talking about devilish people that just act with impunity, and the consequences be damned, including the loss of countless lives, slavery as an institution, people dying of disease in holds of ships. We were building on the galley slave tradition, throwaway people in throwaway places for centuries, going back to prehistoric times. So I'm sorry if you got a sanitized version of history on this planet, but you scratch beneath the surface and you're gonna find mountains of bones with scars on them that would make any pathologist shudder. Okay, anybody doing an autopsy, just looking at those bones and knowing what that means in the form of direct archaeological, historical evidence, just mind-boggling how terrible certain people that just act with impunity and are given the means and the access and the cover story to do so uninhibited for years on end. Because here's the thing that the pirates really, although I'm sure some of them did engage in it, many of them were very political. How about the guys who got their piracy turned into privateering contracts with countries that were at odds with other countries at various times in history? But I don't think they were really engaged in propaganda. But, you know, Francis Drake might have flipped that script or flipped that situation, and he became a hero as a privateer. So you can think of these companies the same way with their marketing departments. Like they and their owners sort of remain in obscurity, but the company sort of takes on the that they can do no wrong kind of thing. You know, no matter how they treat their workers, or how about replace them out with other parts of their global empire. You know, like Indians, they exchange out all of the corporate people with Indians because that's where the money came from. But it's legal, of course, because you know, a legal system didn't react appropriately for a certain amount of time with a bunch of people that may not have cared anything more than getting some type of bribe anyway. And so that's what they did, and that's what we got. And that's why so many people are perplexed. Like, why is that property market 22 times inflated over real value? Who benefits from loans that are also put at fixed rates that are decided by a bunch of unscrupulous people that don't care anyway? And that's sort of the business they're in, wage slavery, because we haven't abolished that. They do make big deals about abolishing forms of slavery, but wage slavery, they haven't abolished that, have they? Can I see it? Say show of hands? Is there somebody going to dispute that? Somebody with a Harvard degree that has more Chinese there than Americans, but they're a really great brand. But how did they do that? We don't know. I mean, it's so hard to figure out. So if you go back to the East India Company, for example, that was a company built by pirates. Yeah, that's who. And they were very good friends with bankers, the friends of pirates. And then you have the Bank of England. And then, oh, are there even any English left in England? No, they have a global culture. Is that what they're calling it? You go into a place and you can't hear any English or have anything that isn't controlled by pirating gangs from all over the world. What a culture. Oh, is it even called England now? What do they call it? Do they have a new name for it? So that can happen anywhere. You got bankers and pirates and a non-functioning legal system and a bunch of mandarins that are affiliated politically with those people. So don't be perplexed. That's what happened. They did not declare it to the world. They engaged in information control, which was censor the truth and spin. good things for them and bad things on their opposition, even if their opposition happen to be the best citizens and people in the country, because wouldn't you believe it that they oppose their narcissistic, Machiavellian, psychopathic plans? So how many drums can they beat on a continuous basis against any kind of people that pop up and might call them out on what I just described? Is that sort of a side business? Is that something? Don't drug dealers have to invest in steel doors and other personal security equipment? Wouldn't that be remiss of them if they didn't? What about public relations for hostile takeovers and things of a covert and subverted and whatever, not good for your country, fill in the blank kind of nature? Would they have to engage in PR, public relations people, mercenaries in the information game? Would they do? Would they stoop to that lowest of levels, like in South Africa, where so many people are confused? Like, what are they really refugees? Did it really happen? Alternative history time, alternative reality time. Are you going to go with the people pretending to be empathetic and lying through their teeth for years on end? Or are you going to turn your brain on at some point? Or no? Are some people incapable of that? The mass of people are not capable of discerning truth from reality in these matters. When it's a sophisticated kind of continuous campaign, just battering their brains like a piñata on a day-to-day basis in a subverted information environment. So at this point, like I said, I'm just doing this for history's sake. There are real victims, and they're in relationships with people that are completely insane, have been made so by all of these terrible kinds of crimes against humanity. I guess that's the way you could put it. But yeah, look, when the Barbary pirates were out and about for hundreds of years on end, look, it was just a different way of life. I think what has bamboozled most so-called modern people is that they have been taught that the bad old days are behind us and that it couldn't happen today. And then, of course, people, especially white monkeys in particular, would never stoop to such levels as to engage in lying on a continuous basis because their allegiances are with their class that they don't wear on their sleeve. They're not with any old general people or a nation or their country or country men or women. What? They aren't born yesterday. These the luxury class doesn't see any kind of connection with people like seemingly like themselves. They're a special class. They make a special distinction. You're not in their class. They don't see any kind of connection with you whatsoever. They would not piss on you if you were on fire. So if you haven't caught that memo yet, then that's the type of people you're looking at. The people who donate to phony politicians and attend banquets and clap for themselves. That's the inside job there. So you're not in that. Well, they might pretend to have normal kinds of sympathies or allegiances, but those are paper thin. It's about what they get out of it. And if you're in an informational, controlled, tropospheric environment and they get brownie points by going along with patently false alternative history, well, you better believe, buddy, they're going to go along with that program just like the Puritans did in their time, with the high black hats with the white buckles on them, and that was the pinnacle of style in their time, just like they're not so fashionable opinions today. But back then, buddy, you best not cross them. You best not entertain any opinions that they thought unworthy, because that's how they operated and operate today, just with opinions that would make one of those gasp and shake their head, hold on to their head and shake it, and not stop doing that if they even got a modicum of what these people pretend to believe in. Because it's a pseudo-moral game, and they're the people that know the ins and outs of that, and they'll slow down and talk to you like a child about the most nonsensical things, because that's what they have been trained in, little kinds of hermetically sealed social environments, is the appropriate thing to do, because that is how they have been formed into the caricatures of human beings that they represent at this time. So now you're in on the joke. But if 10 people play along with them as they struggle session you in a ridiculous kind of situation, or fire you from a job, or cancel some kind of contract, or, you name it, some kind of repercussion that in a country that was run by fair laws wouldn't be legal and would be illicit, well, that's just the way it is these days. So if you have to revise your plans based on that, and also revise how you see people, whether or not you consider themselves to be good people in air quotes or not, then that's just what you have to do. That's sort of how adaptation and reality works. This place was not supposed to be a heaven. And people using nefarious strategies, they can get ahead for a time, even if it is at the cost of everyone else, and even if it essentially is a subset of decline management. If they have a benefit and they benefit from it, they're not going to see that or resist seeing things any other way, in the narcissistic capture kind of matrix that terrible, childish, and imbecilic people, such as those belonging to the luxury class, are captured by. So there you go. Can you turn that into a comedy routine? I hope you can, because that's sort of what I've learned to do. And I haven't died yet, but I could at any moment. And not because of them, just natural causes, as they say. Natural causes can happen to any one of us, any one of them too. So let's not focus on that exclusively, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let's focus on things like loving kindness and gratitude and anything other than any other thing than these annoying things. But that's not to say that our lives are meaningless, okay? We can still do what we can where we are at the point of contact, even if that is meditating, prayerful meditation. Very, 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 very meaningful, despite what materialist vulgarians or common normal people say or think. But coming back to the point, the point is not to discourage anyone in any way at any time. Like, look, life changes. Also, your perspective changes the older you get. So how about young kids? Usually if they're in an okay place, they have an okay intact family, okay mom, okay dad, maybe both, maybe just one. It doesn't matter. They look back at their childhood with fondness because they didn't have to deal with all these problems. They were okay, right? They compartmentalized. They nested themselves, and they cut out a little piece of civility for themselves. And this is what the family unit has always done. Now, that is not to say that I'm encouraging starting a family at this point, not under any and all conditions. I do think you should figure out whether or not you can hack it, and then what conditions, what's the neighborhood like, right? What's the community like? What's the school like? What are these crazy people in these schools allowed to teach or not? Are these trustable people or not? Because back in, the 19th century, we didn't have ideological crazy people conducting hybrid war or gray zone attacks on children and women, or their lawyers, their nomenclatura guys that will back up these crazy ladies and mess up the kids and make the guy pay like a modern day slave. We didn't have that. We had cultural conditions that did not allow that to happen, or didn't sell that as modern or good like the Marxist-Leninists did in the 60s. Okay, and they're crazy founders right before World War I. So that's when information control went into overdrive, and that all got airbrushed, and they got a little honorable mention as some kind of freedom fighters or something. That was nothing but a lark, and is to this day. They were terrorists in the beginning and crazy as hell, and they were also classists. These were upper class broads that wanted to be admitted to fencing or something, or thought they could box a man into submission if they were only given the chance to do so. In other words, narcissistic, egotistical women with way too much time and money on their hands, and that's what they did politically, and got a bunch of suckers in on it with them, and old shriveled up man-hating kinds of contingent on their side, and of course simps. Let's not forget that the simps are a big part of that. So if you're a simp and you supported that and you support these types of women, you're a disgrace. You are the lowest of the low. You are the butt of every joke, or at least should be. You have no respectability whatsoever. Doesn't matter. Okay, you got one of these classes, woman. You pat you on the head every once in a while. Great. Keep it to yourself. It's not a big accomplishment. And what they've done, the rampage they've done. Have you checked the numbers? How much money is being transferred at this point? Do you have any idea how damaging that is to civilization in general? Guys like auto mechanics. Other kinds of guys in the arts that might not have like the perfect career bond or career path. Yeah, it might go through a couple of years of lackluster earnings, or might have an injury like soldiers or something that get then put through these kinds of mills because it's culturally the thing, because your ladies made it that way. Legislated it into existence, have a problem with people talking about it, evil bad men talking about it, and you're on board with that, these little psychopathic bullies, well, then you are implicated, right? You're much more of a disgrace, and you just have the walk of shame for the rest of your life. Any of you that have engaged in that for some poo-tang, I'll just do what she says because otherwise, I get the treatment. Yeah, you're a disgrace. You're a total and utter toad. And that's the way everyone's going to see it. Everyone sees it that still has their nutsack attached to their bodies. And yet I understand how boys who did grow up without a father because they were iced out because of the system never got to experience how men are like that aren't like that, but that's despicable too. And I really do hope some of them can heal and grow up and find themselves without such manlets. A lot of these guys, you gotta have booby muscles to be a tough guy, or stuff like that. I hope they can grow up and find some other men that, or have to go back in the books in the library or watch some old films, so that they can figure out how real men actually do act, which is principled and not going along with the crowd all the time, especially political astroturf and social terrorists like femibists. And oh yeah, they will go down history that way, even if it takes 1,000 years. But the thing is, they usually cause a mass die-off way before that. And even before people die off, they don't want to continue living under conditions like that. So the process picks up real quick. Of course, real sociologists and anthropologists, they know this, but you probably don't, because we got information control by pirates and plantationists and loyalists that see some benefit for them in that kind of development. But oh well. But anyway, see, I'm getting off on a rant. But the point is, time, there is no such thing as historical time. Now, I do like to think of things in terms of historical moments, so I can compartmentalize and distance myself from horrendous conditions, horrible developments and whatnot. So you can do that, but look, it's not going to stay bad. Okay, bad social developments, they cause bad results, and then the people who adopt them, they crash and burn. And that's the way you need to see it. Like, let God sort them out. You do not need to sort them out. You're not their camp counselor. Unless you are, I hope you're all fighting the good fight somewhere, making the world a little bit more civilized, having a little bit of pity and mercy and compassion on young people that don't know any better, and try to point them in the right direction. But if you're not, man, it's not your problem, okay? So if you're focusing on problems, that's the problem. That's the meta problem. So catch yourself focusing on problems. They seem important. It seems like you should say something about it. But at the end of the day, people who do bad things, they get the bad results of that. And even worse, in the lives to come, you don't want to be going where they're going. You can be very happy that you didn't go where they're going or will go. Even if you're on the top of a mountain and you're completely alone, it's better than being around people like that. Okay? It is. Don't let yourself be deluded into thinking they bring something to the table, even if it's poo-tang that they throw out of their pants at every opportunity, which many of them do not. Okay? At all. Like, even in the beginning, if they do, they stop that real quick for some reason. Of course, it's your fault, okay? So don't think that you're missing out, because you really aren't, okay? It's like some kind of property scam. It's a Ponzi scheme, right? Keep paying in, and then you lose your shirt. So look, but to come back to the point, some people are figuring it out. Some people are getting lucky. Some people go that way. Some people don't. It's okay. It is okay if you don't go that way. It's okay if you went that way for a while and then you go someplace else after doing that. That's okay. It's just a story that's constantly changing, constantly evolving. And if you stare at the ocean all day and that's okay for you, you're doing okay. You're at least not dissatisfied. Okay? You have neutrality. You might not have happiness, whatever that is, but you're not being hot and bothered by anything that involves another person, and that's perfectly okay. It's blameless. Nobody can say, although some people do, you're ignoring me, or you're just mad about something. You don't have to fall into those narratives that at all. You could also go someplace because you were mad about something, but then you can change your mind. Say, you know what? I'm better off where I am. And guess what? Let me check. Am I mad? No. Let me check. No. No. Again. No. I'm not mad. Oh my God. I had to get here first in order to give up the anger, and now I'm not angry. So I might have been angry, but I'm not now, and I'm actually in a better place because that anger pushed me to adapt. And this comes back to age again, okay? If you can do this at 18, wow, great. If you can do it at 28, great. If you can do it at 38, great. If you can do it at 48, great. 58, 68, 78, it doesn't stop. This is just one life, one journey. But the further you get in terms of spiritual development, the so much better for you. And also the people that you naturally bump into, once you get to that better place, you're better adjusted. So of course your interactions are going to be a lot better, including not interacting with people, not needing to interact, not being needy at all. So let the process happen. And again, this is not discounting good relationships or the possibility that they might happen. If they do, like I said, if you get to that better place, there's a much better chance that they will last and remain meaningful, instead of the opposite of that, somebody being completely dissatisfied or angry or wanting more or wanting less or whatever the case might be. Okay, people cannot be responsible for anyone else's happiness. And this is really the delusion of relationships. A lot of people get into them because they're filling an existential void, and that, my friends, is doomed to failure. It's a hindrance to spiritual development because you're grabbing a crutch, right? And that crutch is wrong. That crutch is a handicap. It's not a solution. Now, some people, like I said, if you just happen, you have the best of luck, and that person is on their spiritual journey, and they could take you with them, or they allow you to develop or go your own way or in your own way for a time, and then you can come back. That's great. If you don't have one of those, don't feel bad. Those are exceptional in my experience, okay? Just unbelievably exceptional. But that was my journey. And I did meet some great people. And I have very many fond memories. And I wish all living creatures well, especially the ones that I dealt with for a time. I really do wish them well. And in a lot of ways, I think it is like some kind of synchronicity or eternal recurrence that I had the privilege to have more to do with them than other people, even though at times it did not seem that way at all, like the opposite of that. But this is the topsy-turviness of samsara. It's going to throw you for a loop. It's going to throw you upside down in some cases. Some people, they don't recover from these things, and that is tragic. Okay, so I'm just trying to give people a perspective, letting them know that they can change. Things change anyway. Things will change even if you don't want them to. Okay, that's even worse sometimes. People who have ever had great relationships and then that person goes out and gets killed in a car accident, how do they go on living? A lot of them, they feel like, they can't live after something, a good experience like that, you see. But that's not the point. So that's the way you need to see your good relationships too. That's not the end of this journey. Okay, that's just one experience. The experience of feeling like you had everything or got everything, and then the total elimination of that under the most absurd circumstances imaginable in many cases, or horrible. Okay, so prepare yourselves. I mean, don't let this stuff surprise you when and if it happens. Of course, I hope it doesn't. But people who are dependent on these things, oh my God, it's a recipe for disaster, and that's why we have so much disaster around us. Dear friends, don't let yourself be destroyed by these things or deluded by these things. At least not to the extent that many people end up experiencing, and not to the benefit. But I guess that's my insight for today. But yeah, historically, look, we're going to come out of this also no matter what. Some people are going to, you'll talk to them, was it a bad time? No, it wasn't. It wasn't for me. So take and adopt the fragmentation strategy. Okay, you have a lot more options than you think. Make use of them. Do not assume things will be civilized, or that you will get a fair break, or you will get what you expect out of something or another. Just keep it moving, keep it pushing. Work on that attitude. A great attitude, it's great. It's probably one of the best things you could possibly have. But if you don't have it to start with, you can work on it. People have bad houses, bad cars, whatever. They put in a lot of work and effort and time and skill and learning and this and that. They can very much indeed turn their vehicles and lives around. So if you don't have a good attitude now, work on it. It's the most important work you can ever do. What about Jersey? Somebody wrote in. Well, Jersey, they're, I don't know what you're talking about. The Garden State, I guess the tomatoes are still growing, but their political culture is about as bottom of the barrel that it could possibly be. Recently, they tried to, or a bunch of these poids working for foreign operations. They're not working for Americans. They got a bunch of these people that jumped the border illegally. I mean, imagine this happened. I don't know. Just pick a country that's still working, But let's take one like Morocco, okay? And all of a sudden, these people from Algeria just jumped over the border and then said, "No, we're Moroccans. We're Moroccans. You can't deport us. We belong here. We're more Moroccan than the Moroccans." And then some poids in Morocco jump to their detainment centers and then end up getting arrested and making a public relations spectacle about this, so people can get emotionalized and empathize with them caring so much for those oppressed border jumpers. How well would that go over in Morocco? Well, not very well. Morocco, whose cities are probably better managed than Newark or Camden, New Jersey, and how many other cities that the press has refused to give a comprehensive analysis on, that implicates a political class that is on a world scale lower. It has to be in the bottom of even 100 of nations, hundreds of nations, the lowest. But they started off. See, this is the problem with decline managers and decline management, is that they get into places that are nice, like New Jersey was. Let's not forget Bell Labs was in New Jersey, and a bunch of other places. Princeton University was pretty nice up until about 100 years ago. Wilson bringing in the decline, Woodrow Wilson, with we're just going to have to assume now is the post-UK British Empire financial system, the relic of that turned on its own people and also hated the United States since day one. A bunch of pirates, right? The East Indian Company, it was founded by pirates, so they got into banking, and now they have poids too, because then they can run off with the tax revenues, which is what they've done in New Jersey. So, but it started off nice. I know people have to go back into the history books to figure that one out. I mean, the weather's nice, like in California. It's just not, these poids are very nice. So they're on camera. So imagine that they caused a riot in front of a detainment facility for people who jumped the border. That's where the political culture is now. So the governor, Phil Murphy, is a bona fide piece of crap. He also worked for, surprise, Goldman Sachs. That's a disqualifier going forward. Anyone who ever worked for Goldman Sachs or has a spouse that worked for Goldman Sachs is disqualified for political office. So Americans, did you hear that? That's it. It's not something that anyone should be proud of. These people have attacked the country. I talked about hostile takeovers before. They are a part of it. Okay, the financial class that's affiliated with the defunct political, the British financial system, the Globos, the Davos people, and who else that weaseled their way into our finances. That, of course, someone like Andrew Jackson would have shut down in a heartbeat. They weaseled their way in and into our industries, and then have the temerity to put up poids like this. ANOs, Americans in name only. So anyway, that was the first thing they did. They had a first wave of poids come in and pull a stunt like that. Then they had a second wave. There's a senator, Kim. He is some Asiatic that pulled the same stunt. And then they actually sprang 4 gang members that are now on the loose. There's a reward. So any bounty hunters out there, $10,000 reward. That's much too low. I'm sure New Jersey could afford more. But these are MS-13 members or some type of high-level criminals that were able to escape because they created a second riot with this Senator Kim, a Democrat. So these poids have essentially formed a domestic terrorist group with a PR arm, and they are engaging in dangerous activities that has led to the escape of 4 dangerous detainees at this time. So add on top of that the riots in the second or fourth or fifth riots in Los Angeles, this No Kings thing, which is a domestic terrorist kind of movement like BLM and Floyd and all of that. And then you start getting the picture. So Jersey is in the dumps. Now they're trying to run a new. Phil is now, he's cashing out. He's leaving the country like who was it? Ellen DeGeneres. He's got his parachute, his place where he's going. He's not going to be staying in New Jersey. The effects of his horrendous policies and filching of the budget and passing it off to NGOs and stuff per the Blairite model, like the Clintons and the Blairites. They're sort of the same kind of franchise that decided to, predate on their people and just walk away with the money like a criminal organization. He's bouncing to another country after his tenure. He I believe was also working for Goldman Sachs at some point. So Phil Murphy's he's cashing out. All these governors are crap, like Newsom, right? There's a crap governor of Massachusetts. There's a crap governor of Maine. I mean, how many of these governors are not crap? Does anybody know at this point? But see, this is the problem. See, Morocco, people would say, was crap for a long time. It's probably come up. New Jersey was phenomenal. It's great. It has, just like California, it has no reason to suck except what these poids have done. So they got themselves in, they embedded themselves, they played pretend, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. We have anarchy, essentially, and a public relations campaign that is so obnoxious that it couldn't be more obnoxious. And it's run by these poids, political operators in disguise. Oh, and they also had some roids. A guy showed up, some gay priest wearing a collar. He was playing, LARPing. There was just the hateful feminist contingent was there who, couldn't answer whether she was a woman or not. They were there. They showed some of them. Like, all this is going to go into an archive on domestic terrorism at some point. But they've reached that level, people. They have. They got away with it too long. There was no pushback. They had information control. And now they're just thinking they're going to continue to get away with it. So, okay, so they're running new governors. So they have a dumb lady. She also looks like some kind of corporate shill. She's the Democrat, but they're trying to clean up their act. They're trying to come out with some less aggressively bad policies at this point. But she's still part of essentially a domestic terrorist operation. And probably just playing pretend like Phil Murray, like this is their corporate strategy. Oh, what do they want to hear? Okay, tell them that and then deliver. Well, that's something else, right? Just win the election. That's their strategy. Just like the Blairites, right? Do anything to win and then do what you want. That's their strategy. Now, the Republican is a weak candidate, some Italian, probably affiliated with organized crime. But who cares? I mean, at this point, like I said, Republicans, if you're not voting for Republicans, something's wrong with you. But, these Republicans, very fun, now that they know that the Democrats are defunct, these just shameless, opportunistic people are now, oh, I'm Republican. No, what do you want me to say? Oh, okay, you want to say conservative? I'll do that. So a lot of them are ANOs, like dig deeper. If they are affiliated with some foreign group, they're not Americans, okay, that you want representing the American franchise, period. I don't care what their story is. They're Moroccans, they're Algerians, they're Tunisians, they're waving the flag. Sorry, that is just a narrative that the left came up with to pull a heist off like this. Go back to basics. 150 years on both sides of the family. Where did they come from? What did their parents do? It doesn't check out. They're not the right people for the job. But see, we're already looking at a pre-political kind of sabotage of the political system in that they get their crappy candidates in there, and then they have the monopoly on the party position. So I got elected as the primary person here, so I'm the Republican, that's the Democrat, that's the only choices you get. That's not acceptable. They've been able to do that up until now. That culture needs to end. And it should start with New Jersey and continue on to California and all these. Minnesota, how about that? I think I talked about that. They had these Democrats that were off narrative. They were shot. Them and their spouses. They sent some complete radical whack job to assassinate them. So these are not nice people. Politics should not be this way. And the people involved in these organizations, really, if we had functioning security services, they would have been arrested yesterday. But anyway, look, I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I mean, what are you going to do? Vote for the Republican anyway at this point. Give the guy a chance. Forget these Democrats. They're done. That party, it's done. There's going to have to be a reset. This is like, I mean, we can go back in history. Okay, the Revolutionary War was a mess. The Civil War was a mess. It was a bunch of people that went so far that they essentially engaged in warlike actions against the American concept, the American people, and we have a repeat of that. So in historical terms, if you need to compartmentalize that, do that, because there's no linear progression in human affairs. Okay, some people say it's cyclical. Well, we're in the basement. We're in the dungeon, okay, of political developments. And it's not just crazy people, it's not just homegrown. Like I said, I pointed to the financing of these groups that were hostile to us from the beginning. It's just like when they were marketing Camel cigarettes, like non-filter Camel cigarettes to the American people, they said that all doctors, it was the most popular brand amongst doctors. So the Democrats are the most popular people among humanitarians at this point. Okay, and they're not looking to reform. They're not looking to change. They're looking to do the same thing they've been doing, and the results show it. Yeah, New Jersey, it's gone down on grease skids, and it's because people like this and their criminal associations and their psychological terrorism, sociological and economic terrorism. So there's other countries in the world. Like I said, Georgia on the Black Sea could have been great, is great from time to time, but not because of its politicos, okay? And New Jersey's the same way. But look, it's a great state. There's a lot of great people still captured in there. There's a lot of great people working every day that are not going to let this stuff get them down. And at some point, they're going to turn it around, and it's going to be a great place again. But it's going to be a complete reset next time. And there will not be a forgetting of this time and the people that worked with these forces, and it's going to be a clean sweep in Jersey. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So that's all for now. At least that's the message for now. But who knows when I'll get to uploading this? You might get this months after the fact, maybe even years. Maybe you're not all that quick on the update, but one of these days, Jersey's going to be great again. But what else is coming up? Oh, well, they're starting, just like they're starting to relook at the whole COVID-19 narratives and everything else, and autism and people dying prematurely, like a lot of people that did get it and ended up having heart trouble and dying, like people in their late 40s, and 50s. They're looking into that, but they're also looking into the big fake narrative of January 6th and how Biden won the election in 2020 when then that story with all the Chinese that got fake driver's license and were able to vote and swing the election in swing states like Wisconsin. That's all. I think they're going to have an investigation into that now. So, if Kamala, the Jamaican Indian, British Empire, you see how there's a connection there. Anybody dealing with Indians is connected with that. So even if they have a spouse, then maybe they're a Poyd too, even if they're Republican kind of thing. Even if their cover story seems to be really conservative. They like to, take talking points away from the right and then, not deliver on them or undermine them, that type of thing. So what I'm saying is this is a full spectrum attack. It's social, it's economic, it's political. And you have captured institutions at this time. You have judges that are working against the American people and have been for decades. They're on an alternative history narrative. They celebrate so-called achievements that aren't achievements. And so, like I said, it was harder for people in earlier times to spot how bad these people are because things weren't teetering on the edge, like the whole country hadn't been invaded and undermined by Poyds to the outrageous extent that they're trying to do that today. But look, people, things have changed. Just like the American or the British colonies, they started out okay. And then there was the Boston Massacre. And then people started to see things differently. This is like one of those times. So it's just, what can I say? Changing forms and conditions, nothing to get too worked up about. But, they're starting to relook at the whole, attacking kids and cutting off their genitals and stuff. That the Supreme Court sort of decided against that, so they're not that cooked yet. But they're working on it, people. In Washington, for example, they don't recognize the legal precedent. They're still pushing their narrative that they're helping 5 to 8 kids that are gender dysmorphic in their state. They rewrote the laws for them. So people, like I said, the clock is ticking, and having people like that anywhere near your institution is not good going forward. So knowing that, we do have a little cleanup to do. And I mean, I would say voting Republican is for sort of stage one, but it's not the end of the game. There needs to be more citizen journalism. There needs to be more action, and there needs to be less tolerance and also less understanding for people that are destroying this country, have done a lot to destroy it, and would destroy it further if they're given license to do so. And it's time we turned the corner on this shameful period in history. But listen to me. Oh my God, I'm losing my voice because I'm going on and on about this stuff. Isn't that funny? See there, the comedy routine came in at the end. So, and also realize this happened to other countries. This is why these people do it. These are, they consider themselves like the Clintons and the Blairites, super slick, political science kind of people that, can keep fake narratives going propagandistically and sociologically, and that they can just keep doing that and keep ramping it up and keep taking over positions. And it's going to keep going. They're going to keep winning indefinitely because they believe that demographics is destiny. That's what one of these poets said, which is why they flooded the countries with non-Americans. So does that sound like a foreign hybrid invasion to you? I guess it is. So what are you going to do now that you know the facts? Now that you've seen through some of the veils, what are you going to do now? Because that's where we're at as a country. So that's just, the way it is sometimes. You roll the dice and you come up snake eyes. These people, they're definitely looking to continue that franchise. But is that in your best interest? So, like I said, Joe Blow, Joe Smith, whatever, just start running for office. Don't even, you don't have to do any party affiliations. But if the Republicans are okay in your area, then okay, go with them. Maybe in some remote sections of the country, some Democrats are okay, then go with them. But we're looking at what we're looking at right now, and the cleanup is going to be across the board. It has to be. And they're starting to get hysterical. They're starting to ramp it up. So where they're going to take it, they think they're going to win that way. That's just the way. Look, Poland in the 80s. It can happen anywhere. If you thought the U.S. was immune, this is now your wake-up call. It's not. It wasn't. And this is what it looks like. So someone wrote in and asked, can you just sum up what's going on for a simple person? Thank you. Oh, no, thank you for the question. Because it's really not all that complicated. Because people, the luxury class is big into, it's so complicated, you little rubes, you can't understand it. But it's really not complicated. And the more things get crazy, and the more, let's say, detached the luxury class is from day-to-day reality. Like, there was a funny clip I recently found, like Bill Gates, who's a kid who was born into a banking family but pretended to be sort of a techie kind of nerdy guy that just was just an entrepreneur that, just for some reason, we don't know what that is, but he always seemed to get financial backing. And now he has a company that is questionably global, because this is the big definer of the luxury classes. They have no national allegiance to any countries they reside in. They have a global idea, which is they can go anywhere, pay for anything, and get away with anything, including alternative reality narratives, because that's their narcissistic conceit, and they can pay for it. So that's what they do. They indulge their narcissism, their Machiavellianism, and their psychopathy. Like, they don't care about other people like normal people do. So you can just see them in that way. They're either part of that group, and this is why the legacy media is so crappy, is because these things have been purchased by the luxury class, and their alternative reality, of course, does not coincide with real reality, and so it's this perpetual disconnect from what you would think of as the journalistic duty of such organizations versus the glommers, the people who just bought it, right, and put themselves and their cronies or friends and proxies, of which the political class is essentially just their proxy class. So, this is the stiff from the, country XYZ. We're now having like a Davos like kind of meeting somewhere in the world, maybe in Switzerland, maybe, here for this G20 or G7, right? And then we're going to talk about global issues. Well, who thinks that way? Well, now we have to start thinking into global finance and whence it came, and then think of,
Well, the British Empire, that was actually one of the things that they developed in order an accounting system. But now, when I say British Empire, you have to think the British East India Company, which was essentially a privateering, founded by privateers and other nefarious people that were decidedly not national, but they did have to domicile themselves someplace. So they, for whatever reasons of convenience and the culture of political proxyism, i.e., mercenaries taking money to do the bidding of the people paying for said services, that's sort of how their legal system developed. And that's also the class of people that we're dealing with globally. That's how they developed in sort of a parallel timeline to what people considered to be real history, right? They're in a parallel history, which also explains their alternative reality. So you have to understand that their roots, their methods of operating, their anti-national sentiments, and yet the necessity to deal with certain nations in order to conduct business, right, legally, because that's where the big money is. So these are people that care about money, that's it. And they can move money into a country and they can move it out. But of course, they want to feel safe and they want to feel like they're getting the good service that they deserve as very special luxury class people, because of course it's a class loyalty. It's not a national loyalty. So that explains not only the proxies that they deal with, but also different ethnic groups. Now, I'm not going to point out the Kurds or the Nepalese, right? What are the Gurkhas, right? I'm not going to point out the Chinese or the Japanese or the you name it kinds of different proxy groups. Was it the Farsi? I don't know. Is it the Sunnis? Look, different tribes at different times for different reasons that are also more of a parallel society that they can use against the general populations that they are essentially predating on and oppressing and suppressing, because that's what you do when you usurp the information sphere of a country and then create alternative realities or alternative narratives and spin that isn't aligned with the best interests of the country in which such a practice is taking place by the aforementioned people. This is also where the white monkeys come in. These are mercenary elements that have bought into classism and globalism, and that's what gives them the, let's say, complete and utter disregard for the countries and the citizens of those countries in which they operate. And also gives their little it explains the zany-ness of their spicy narratives, like who they work with, like the far left. They work with them for a while because they were useful to them, because many of them are pay for play. Like, these are nihilistic, psychopathic, and crazy elements, but they'll take the money because that's something. Now, of course, they can bite the hand that feeds them, which is why they're not trusted by globos very much. But if they can throw an election in places that they live close to, then they'll go with them. But who they really don't like are the people, like the natives, that would like to have a representative government that caters to their needs and their objectives and priorities and ways of living, because if they win, then it's game over for the predatory luxury class, you see. So they're actually more afraid of the competent people that would natively and authentically represent the populations that they're predating upon. Whereas the left, they're just also sort of a mercenary group. That is completely phony and also very nihilistic. And they share that with them. And also very narcissistic. And so it's a cult-like existence that they live in as a luxury class with their own value system, which is at odds with the population they're predating upon. It has its own myths and its own principles. And the left is sort of like that too. So, if the left says that some atrocity or another didn't happen, and they enforce that in a social setting in a cult-like way, they like that because they're sort of like that. And they've airbrushed their own histories and their own reasons for example, staying out of countries and their economies and their cultures. They've airbrushed that away so that they can actually operate in the way that we see them and have seen them operate for many, 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 many decades now. For example, I always like going back to World War One. The sinking of the Lusitania was an outrageous thing, but that was the reason why the U.S. decided to enter a foreign war, and boopity boop boop, a couple of years later, we have 330 some odd thousand casualties. And who knows, I guess the banking sector and a couple of other crazy people were the profiteers of that. But it really, looking back on it, guess what? No, that wasn't in the best interest of the United States to enter into that war. And see, we're talking about World War One, but you see that tradition seems to have continued after that time. But before that time, the country didn't act that way. So you can, as a historian, sort of delineate a change in how politics were carried out and sort of come back to the theory that we entered an age of proxyism and white monkeyism after that time. And we haven't really come out of it, but we do have these explainers and people that are big into globalism, big global issues, but your region, your city, your state, that might be run by people that aren't really running it in your best interest. Because that's a modern idea. That's Straussian. You see, that makes a whole lot more sense for them. But if it makes more sense for you, probably not. And then if you're outraged, then you might want to enter into the outrage cult of the left, because surely that's going to be beneficial or not for you, because then they'll be attacking the people that would be willing to represent your interests in an authentic way if you belong to the authentic group or nation that is being suppressed, oppressed, and attacked and robbed. But according to the luxury class, that group actually doesn't exist or doesn't have a right to have representative governments or institutions, because that's a global idea, and it's a very good one. It's a utopian one, and there's a lot of white monkeys that have been browbeaten and Stockholm syndromed into that idea, and they better not waver from it, because otherwise it's curtains for them in some way, socially, economically, politically, psychologically. We don't, because other people are setting the rules, because they have a bunch of people in the information sphere leading people to believe that they know what they're talking about, and so on and so forth. I don't want to drop names, but I think Cuomo, there's this doofus that is considered a talking head at this time. He's one of those. So they try to present themselves as sort of above the fray, like they're not on the left, they're not on the right, but they're sort of rooting for the left because they're big-hearted, backers of people like Stalin and Lukashenko and, the Chinese up until now. But they're also in the false equivalency. The left and right, they're the same thing. That's just extreme. But they're them and their white monkey armies and their studios and their ill-gotten millions and a track record that is preposterous. That they know better, and we just need to, carry on with the middle way, because they know how to manage things really well. And all this extremism and people being very disappointed with outcomes and things falling apart and all, that's all their fault, really, that they're not seeing it the way that they see it in their alternative reality kind of cult-like way. Because some of them, like I said, Bill Gates, coming back to the Bill Gates clip, they had him on a game show trying to guess what normal products cost. He was wrong on all of them. He had never bought one of these products in his entire life. He had nannies, and then he had step and fetch-its. And his responses, like, shouldn't that, was it, can a Chef Boyardee cost more because of the branding? He said it should have cost $12 a can or something. That's how he placed it. He was wrong on every single issue. Like, how about this, a plastic bottle of Tide or something. He put that at $4. It's like, what? Liquid soap costs more than $4? What? It's hilarious. Try to find the clip if you can. But that's how space cadetted they are. They're just trying to pretend to be normal. And if they are shown on TV, which they do like to show themselves on TV, as surprising as that might sound, although not most of them. Most of them are smart enough to stay off the radar. But the ones that do, they have whole teams of people coaching them how to just pretend to be normal. And even then, stuff like that slips out. That's how divorced from reality, and also how little they care and how little qualified they are to be even remotely close to any kind of leadership positions. And I think the USAID and the one thing Musk did was, although he's one of them, I mean, in a way, one thing he did prove was with the Department of Government efficiency and whatnot, is how wasteful and stupid these people are. How greedy too. Like, it doesn't matter how many hundreds of millions they have, they want 100 million more. And just like insane narcissists of the past, they don't, facts that get in the way of their sense of grandeur and self-inflation, they don't want to hear those. And so they are disconnected from reality, but they do have influence. And where this thing is going, I would just say going forward, they're not all that credible, even if they were able to buy themselves some airtime. And so people need to start thinking about what's going to happen in the near term, the medium term, and the short term, when these forces are greatly reduced, and we can get back to making things great again, but not in the way they think is great, which would be a continuation of their kind of way of doing things, which isn't really good. It really isn't. And although it is hard to sort of wrap your head around that is what you're looking at. And that is how they operate. And they're not above the fray. They are the fray. They think they're just going to be able to ride it out with what they've been doing up until now. And that's it. They don't really see anything changing for them. And if they go with the left, it's only because it's the most oppressive thing they can back, because they're more afraid of the other thing. Because nobody should make a deal with people like that. Their system, it's archaic anyway.
right? It came out of a bad past, and it will create a bad future if it's allowed to continue to flourish and snuff out and invert and subvert the real thing. Which, oh, by the way, that also is a way of seeing them. They don't care about immigrants, or they call them immigrants. It's something else. It's like hybrid invasion. They don't care about hybrid invaders because they don't live amongst them. And that's essentially the slaves that they want. They want people being paid below the poverty line, even though they're rich as Midas. And they want numerous amounts of them, copious amounts of them, and they don't want people who don't want to live amongst people like that bothering them and their slave estates and plantations, because they like having a lot of domestics that are working for them below the poverty line. And they don't like people pushing back on that, such as organized labor, for example. You would think they would be against them, but you see with proxies in organized labor, and there you see the leftoidists on the take, mercenary element. Well, they'll work with them. But real labor movements, real working class would never in a million years see any benefit in flooding the country with people from anywhere around the world, including invading neighborhoods and bringing a lot of crime and culture that nobody wanted to have in their own country. See, if they wanted to have that type of culture, they would have moved there, but they move away from there. But then they recreate it here. So you see, even anthropologists that aren't on the take can see this, but a lot of them are. So there we come back to the information problem again, because they're sort of feedback adverse because they're sort of despotic and narcissistic. And they don't want to hear the facts because they want to have things their way because they're spoiled little brats. And, their mercenaries and white monkeys aren't going to talk back to them. They're just going to collect the paycheck because they surround themselves with very cynical, worldly people that lie for a living. And so that bubble hardens even more, and they become more and more, let's say, estranged from the people they live amongst. Or mankind in general. How about this good society or good working order? As things teeter and totter like Humpty Dumpty atop the wall, that should he fall, could all the king's horses and all the king's men put Humpty Dumpty back together again? I guess not. Oh no, what will we do? But yeah, they don't care about hybrid invasion because they just see potential benefits from them. Like also their slave operations, like these franchises or whatever else they bought and get the dividends off in Wall Street. They don't care how these places are run. These big box stores or whatever the hell else things they think are, better than mom and pops or native industry or commerce. See, there we come back to the globo again. So yeah, just people, hands and feet. Who cares? Traffic control? Yeah, sure. Just find some people from Brazil because there's no people here anymore. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, these people are not managers. They're not really business people. They just got into the financial monopoly and maintained it at the expense of everyone else, including all these rising prices, the rent seekers raising the rents. They think they've solved all economic problems by doing that, at least for themselves. So they don't care how much you're paying in rent. They don't care how little you're getting in the form of pay. But oh yeah, you're crazy with rage about that. Oh, we got some leftoids. They'll give you leftoidist as a safety valve, lead you down that path, like they did the Russians and Chinese and any other nations that they drove into a frenzy, and then that's what they ended up with. Guess what? The ending is not all that good. You actually see they're leveraging. That's the other thing. They like to leverage people. After they tank the economy, like in Venezuela, then everyone's dependent on them for handouts and their proxies. So they increase their control that way. That's sort of, as long as the leftists don't turn on them, but they're always worried about that. They're gonna go with the leftists, or at least they have in a lot of different areas. Municipalities, right? Not just nations. So yeah, this is what we're looking at. A lot of different groups: mercenaries, white monkeys, Gurkhas. I'm not gonna say the Gurkhas, although what are they doing right now? I don't know. Somebody look into it. Some other groups too. Maybe some Kurds. I don't know. Half and half. Like maybe half are on the Russian side, the other half on the Iranian side, the other half. On their own side. Something like that. There's always these splits and these parallel kind of groups, aren't there? Oh, but you best believe they're going to put in the work to make you think they're on your side too. But is that really true, or are they just on their own side? Is that where they were in the beginning, in the middle, and the end too? Probably. I'm not going to give it away, but spoiler, it's probably the case. But even if it isn't, even if there's like a handful of them that aren't, is that really statistically relevant? I mean, do you need to slice hairs, or split hairs on every single one of a person of a parallel group? I mean, ideally you would if you had time to do it, but if you don't, you could probably just assume it's that way. I mean, I'm not saying that's right in every case. Of course, the mistakes would be made that way, but there's a certain pragmatism to doing that, because in terrible, horrible occurrences of like we've witnessed in the last couple of decades, I don't know how much time people have to sort things out on a scale of minutia that perfection will require. And then again, because we have changing forms and conditions, it might be that one day they actually do think this way, and then the next day they think this way, and then the other day they think this way, and then they revert back to their old way of thinking, and so on and so forth, because some of them are scatterbrained and not very consistent, and here today and gone tomorrow, because that's part of the changing forms and condition paradigm too, isn't it? Because that's the thing about spin celebrities. You can spin it this way, then that way, this, and then finally you spin yourself around in a circle and nobody cares. And finally, you weren't all that convincing or believable as you might have thought, or they thought themselves to be. On their side, on your side, on their side again, and then again, and then, oh, didn't you know it? Their side is actually your side. So them being on their side is you being on your own side, because they're so great. And they really believe it, but why don't you believe it? And maybe you need to listen to them a couple of more times to finally get on board with how all their issues are really important, because they're important for you, because they said so again and again and again, because that's sort of the shtick they use. Someone wrote in, could you explain what a right wrappered poid looks like? Thank you. Oh, whoa, the questions are becoming more and more specific here. A right wrappered poid. Well, there was recently an example of that in Finland, where they had one of these popularist parties, like Orban and Lukashenko and I don't know who else. But no, actually they weren't, they're not pro-Russian. But I guess there's an equivalent in Austria, like the People's Party, that was
Now that was also sort of pro-Russian, but see, that's the thing. Russians will support right-rappered poitist because it gives the illusion that there's a right somewhere that leftists and neo-plantationists can point to and say, oh, this is a big threat. We have a democracy, though, so we have to, allow all different opinions. But here's the thing. When they get into power like this Finnish, it's sort of, again, right-rappered means nationalist appearing, like culturally coherent kind of party. Well, what do? They initiate austerity. They come in and they cut all the program for the people there, because let's not forget, Finland's still a relatively homogeneous country because they didn't drink the Kool-Aid yet. But the neo-plantationists don't see that as in their interest because it's not divide and conquer, and so their economic monopoly is in danger, and so they're very concerned about having poitists that are right-rapper, that appear to be right but aren't. So anyway, yeah, they got voted in because of the crazy anti-cultural policies of the left. And what's the first thing they do? They institute austerity. They got to balance the books all of a sudden. And they cut all the programs, social welfare programs. They cut them because, deficits and things like that. But see, if a country regains control over its finances, then it will very soon not have any debt to screwy neo-plantationist global parties. And so why wouldn't they do that? Well, no, they have to pay back some loans all of a sudden, and at an accelerated rate, but under bad terms, and then they get voted out of office. Like their popularity plummeted. It went from like 40% to 20% within a year because they had to balance the books all of a sudden, because that was sort of their first priority. And the other stuff that got them voted in, that was just a ruse. That was the right rappering. Now, who else did this? Oh, Tories did this. Before the Tories became the internationally discredited, conservative, in air quotes, Blairian conservative party that completely sold out the country. Before that happened, they were fiscal conservatives. They were Thatcherites, right? See, Reagan did this too. He was one of the forerunners. Culturally appearing to be more cohesive, and also doing sort of the right things on a foreign policy level. But a fiscal conservative that ended up bankrupting most of the country, most of the natives. So it's a setup. You see, they bankrupt the real citizens, and then the only people that get the programs, the handouts, they're the people in the pocket of the Marxists that dole it out without a care in the world. But most people who are, of sound mind and body don't want to become leveraged by essentially criminal elements. And see, there you go. There's the whole dynamic. That's why people don't get onto the left, even when they're handing out free stuff. Although a lot of, the lowest of the low do that. But that's sort of a neo-plantationist kind of method of operation that they're sort of banking on, that these little favors or allowing people to live will then curry or solidify their political support. And then they can continue ripping off the country and also subverting it, because divide and conquer is in their long-term strategy. It's their insurance policy. But of course, now here's the other way to see them. They're always bringing up false equivalency. Oh, the left is a problem, but the right is too, and we're above all the fray. And by the way, we have all the money, so you better get on board with this neo atrocity or that pseudo moralizing and pseudo intellectual platform, because we're the real franchise in town. And by the way, if you don't get on board with our craziness and our treason, then we're gonna ice you out and call you a bad person. Because see, coming back to the criticism that I used before, that they're like a cult. Now, see, a lot of people, they say that other people outside of their little cult are cults. So we have to get away from just using the word as some kind of insult like they do. They're like a cult because they have a contrarian or contrary to the normal people of the countries that they are predating on and presiding over. They have an alternative morality, just like an alternative history, and they also have alternative rules for non-plantationists, which is you're essentially a slave, right? They see you as a slave, or they have long since dehumanized anyone who isn't in their cult, right? Like see them, like, again, I'm not going to call Jehovah's Witnesses that, but they sort of are like that in a lot of different ways. And then if you go back to the 30 Years' War in Europe, where you had radical Protestantism and schisms all over the place, they were better than you if they believed this screwy doctrine, i.e. cult-like behavior. See, the people in the cult are special. People outside the cult, they're bad. They're not double plus good enough like the people inside the group. Then you add some Stockholm Syndrome to the people in the group, and then you have the people leading the group, and then all of a sudden you see they have a lot of conceits about being the pseudo-moral, above-the-fray kind of faction that is primarily focused on money. Now that part's true. But the part that isn't is if they wrap themselves in any other kind of cohesive national optics. So how do you spot them again? Well, one, they belong to traditionally hostile parallel groups. And if they don't themselves then look at their spouses or their circle of friends, that if their cult members are, let's say, diverse, then you can say, well, this is someone just pretending to be on the right in a more of a totalitarian political system that's based more on appearances and smoke and mirrors and poidery than them carrying out on their mandate to the people that they get elected on. But that just turns out to be optics. And so what happens? Well, they lose popularity. They lose control, and you would think they're working against their interests. See, conservatives have this bad reputation for doing that too, because why is it that they become less popular on a mandate like that? Well, it's the austerity that gives them away. Catering essentially to the plantationist class, just in a different way. Because what are they cutting all this money for? Like, it's not, like, again, it has to be policies that cut the left out, but not people out, you see? But then again, you look to the left, they're just doing handouts because that's the only thing they can do. Then they leverage people that way, which is also a variant of the plantationist game. And of course, it's a matter of dwindling returns. Russia is a perfect case. They started off as a socialist paradise. Oh yeah, Cuba too. Freebies all over the place. Oh yeah, whatever, land reform. But then it just turns out the people that end up with the most money. It becomes a 95-5 society. Yeah, the 5 people are the political insiders, and the 95% aren't. And if you weren't Machiavellian enough, you're never going to make it there. Most people don't. Even if they think they will. Like, oh, I'm a completely amoral a-hole that will lie till I'm blue in the face, a type of person. Even they get screwed in systems like that. Like, a lot of them do. That was the whole Stalinistic experience. All those super Machiavellian, godless Leninists, yeah, they all ended up in the gulag. Why? Why? I was so on board. I was such an opportunist. What happened? Why am I in the gulag with these other schlubs that didn't do nothing? Why? Why? Why is this world so unfair? I wasn't bad enough, I guess. That's how they thought. These people were just walking around, eating sawdust soup in the barbed wire fence, wondering why. Why weren't they Machiavellian enough? So yeah, like I said, coming back to their cult-like position, thinking they're sort of above it all, above the fray, and also morally superior to the people they're predating on. There is just a false equivalency between the left and the right. It's just playing pretend at this point. So even engaging in the left-right, it just feels ridiculous because it is. But as far as political parties, yeah, don't be taken for that ride. Essentially, a cohesive cultural policy with non-poids in your government, that is the goal. That is also possible. But it's only going to happen if it's done without a global plantationist and their friends, spelled FRENS. And that includes the austerity wing of so-called conservatives or whatnot. Because guess what? Once the plantationists are out of the equation, there's going to be a lot of money to go around. A lot of prosperity too, because people will invest and they will do the right thing when they know that they have a system that's working for them and not against them. It's so simple. It really is. It only gets complicated when you get a bunch of fakers in there. And also Straussians, like not telling you straight up what they're doing, like dividing and conquering and ripping you off, because that doesn't work for them. But they know that wouldn't get them elected either, or perhaps run out on a rail. So they're not going to be doing that anytime soon. So as long as they're able to continue to rip off the country, they do have a false sense of superiority over the people that they're presiding over. And if you want to see the quality of some of the poets, look at, for example, Fetterman in Pennsylvania. I think Shapiro is another completely fake governor, like one of the horrible governors. There's a horrible governor of Massachusetts, of Maine, California. Well, that's already a known. Minnesota, horrible governor. Was that Walz? Tim Walz? Yep. So these are the plantationists. These are the neo-loyalist plantationists. That are they conservative? Are they radical? They're not radical left, although some of them come from the radical left. But they are poids. So who's the franchise they're working for again? Will they go this way, that way? Will they do the optics game? Because it's sort of like they're big into the PR campaign, which is a subset of their information control. So I don't know. Like I said, it's a luxury class of people. Mercenaries, parallel groups, Anybody but a real representative. Oh, let's not forget organized crime. Anybody but the people that should have political representation in their own countries, that again has some type of coherent sociocultural and economic policies. So I've said it before. I guess I'm the president of the United States, right? Just haven't been elected yet, but I'm sure other people that see things this way, they could do just as well of a job, because I don't need to be president. Okay. But I could be. You see how that works? I was thinking the other day, what am I doing with this routine? Where is it going? In a way, it's just some type of specialized criticism, just like criticism of the theater, like these cultural terrorists and cultural war criminals that have completely destroyed the theater, because it has to do with greed and ill will and delusion. So that's why they had to ramrod themselves into the cultural, into the arts and sciences. And well, they're not big into sciences, but they will glom onto and into any type of cultural venue and subvert it, or distort it, or replace it, which is what they've sort of done. But you know what's valuable? Like real criticism, like criticism of theater, for example. Because if you don't have it, anybody can just take over the stage and then pretend like they're the best thing since Shakespeare. But if you have really insightful criticism that, just even if it is a barrel full of excrement like we have today, we'll just set it on fire. We'll chop it up into little pieces and blast it out of a circus cannon. That has a value, because it keeps down on other people trying to do the same thing, or at least puts the people that did it or do it in the true light that they deserve to be put in. Which in our time, this is, I guess you could call, the art of sociocultural economic criticism. It's sort of I guess a splatter gun or a spray gun kind of approach, just blasting everything. It's like Zombieland, right? Just boom, boom, just blasting everything. Because they deserve it, right? The criticism, is it valid or not? I mean, it's not like it's based on pure ill will. There has to be at least some kernel of truth to all of this, or maybe it's all true. Well, I get it, but even if it's not working for me, even if I have to do it for free, see? But here's the other part. Nobody needs to listen. Nobody does. People that are doing this crap, they don't want to hear what I have to say. You can believe that. Even one 5-minute clip blows them up. They can't forget it. They're burning till the day they die with utter hatred for the mirror that has been put in front of their face. They actually hate themselves. But of course they can't admit that. In a narcissistic fury, they have to point. It's everybody else. No, you're doing that. I'm not that. You're doing it. It's childish games. That's what they'll resort to. They can't bear it. They can't bear the criticism. I got this position. Gosh darn it. You're just mean. You're envious. Well, no. Actually, it would be great if there was the Shakespearean level theater in the theaters, and not the gazpacho, the pothole gazpacho that has been dished up by neo-plantationists. That, but if we're going to compare the delusionality of Louis the 15th or something, they don't even measure up to like some kind of gum or fish parts that he stepped on with his little buckled high heel shoes. By comparison, there is no comparison. And yet they're going to be our overlords, culturally, economically, legally, politically, forever. Was that their misguided plan? If it was, well, who's absurd? The critic for criticizing such an abomination, or the abomination itself? Somebody write in the comments. You tell me. Oh, and by the way, the coffee link is still active. I don't know. Haven't received one coffee yet. But it's not like I was working for that anyway. Someone wrote in, how does human trafficking play into the plantationist strategy? Thank you. Well, it's always been a part of their strategy. Plantationists have always been into human trafficking, the most egregious, because of their uh, debilitating kinds of effects on colonies, was the African slave trade. But they were involved in all different other types of slave trades too. The Mediterranean was one big slave trade for many, many centuries. Talk to Greeks, okay? Talk to Italians that haven't been brain blasted and know a few things about history. Why do their coastal cities look like fortified towns? Well, yeah, the Turks had control of the seas, and they would show up in the middle of the night, grab everyone, put them in the holds of their ships, and sell them in different places like uh, Istanbul or Morocco, Tunisia, okay? And that was the main slave trade. Like, it wasn't just Irish slaves, it was Mediterranean slaves. But then if we look at the UK, yeah, the Irish were sort of the slaves. And still are today, right? They don't have any real political representation. They're being divided and conquered, and people are being brought from other places to be into there for that purpose. And that's the plantationist strategy. Is one part is divide and conquer. The other part is, when you are the a slave master, or a class of slave masters, a luxury class, well, you need to have domestics and servants. That's a euphemistic way of putting it. And that's how they get their narcissistic supply. Oh, please, master, can I have an extra watermelon this Christmas? Oh, I really would. Oh, these old hand-me-down shoes. Oh, thank you, master, for these old little boots. And can I have some extra wick and some welfare um, and please, I'm suffering. And see, that's where the slave master luxury class gets their narcissistic supply, which is a psychological derangement that they have, because that makes them feel special, and then they feel like they need to care for the downtrodden of the world. They're not slaves. They're the nice little hardworking people that they identify with, that they're trying to help worldwide, you see. Because they're good people, they're moral people, and the bad people would prevent them from getting their narcissistic supply. The people that would like to have a sensible immigration policy that builds the nation and communities and keeps them intact and improves them. But that's not more important than narcissistic supply to the neo-plantationists. So that's bad. So that's how they see it. And because they got money, M-U-N-Y, money, and poor, because they're also Machiavellian and psychopathic, because they really don't care about anything but their narcissistic supply and getting as much of it as possible with complete impunity, because rule breaking is what narcissists do too, including the alternative history side of things, which is essentially delusionality. Of course, they're good people. Look at them helping all the downtrodden that are dependent on them. They're not dependent on them, but they sort of do feel good and warm inside by helping little slaves all around the world, as many as they possibly can, as long as they don't bite the hand that feeds them, that doesn't criticize them in any way, because they're so generous. You see, they have so much and they give so much away. And look at those little happy faces, the little chubby cheeks that they can go over and pinch to prove that they're really good. They're not bad like the bad people say that would prevent them from living like in the antebellum South, and whose property they would have to, care for because it's their property, and so on and so forth. And this type of derangement syndrome is not new. Wherever you have slave drivers or people that are narcissists, Rome had this disease. See, we don't want to call it the Dutch disease. We could call it maybe the Roman disease, but we could also just call it the narcissistic disease, because then we're looking at it in a psychological lens and not in a historical ones, because this stuff is as contemporary as it can get and will stay contemporary because psychology is contemporary. But of course they would deny that, which is, psychologically not very uncommon, is it? Oh, I'm not that. That's what they'll say. You're that. See? Flip. See? Darvo. Deny, attack, reverse, victim and offender. Yeah, no, they're not doing. Of course they're not doing that. Don't make them mad, because then they're going to pull a full tantrum. Stockholm Syndrome. Say, don't make them angry. Don't make these deranged people angry, because then what would they do? That really works on Z Vimin, doesn't it? Like, oh no, But then they're very, they're very brave, right? Because that would suit, vanity more to think in those terms. They're not masochistic. They're brave by caving into sadist and narcissist and other deranged political movements. But they're very smart too. They're much more smart than the people that aren't having caved or profiting by these metrics, because it's just a fantasy that having moral integrity or long-term strategic kinds of principles are good for anything, because they don't see it here and now. They don't. What is that? What has that done for them today? It's not about losing all the time and then thinking these principles are good. No, where's the money? So, yeah, this is where the comedy routine could pick up, because it does get really quick into caricature. And caricatures are hilarious and also grotesque, because there's that kernel of truth again. That truth does set the laughter free in certain contexts if it's artistically delivered and perhaps slightly embellished. So I don't know if that has completely, definitively put it in context, but it should give you part of the puzzle that you may have been missing. Someone wrote in, what's the most clowny McDowny thing that's happened recently? Thank you. Well, Clowny McDowny, I guess, in a class of its own, is the Canuck quasi-state to the North Canada. It was running, and is still running fentanyl through its border. But remember Trudeau, like Castro's kid, who was the leader of the quote-unquote Liberal Party? See, this is where this Blairite kind of situation comes all together. It's more transparent. Well, he steps down. He wants to be, go back to being the pool boy lifestyle with no media coverage and doing nothing. He retires on a full pension. Security. He gets lifelong security. All thanks to the Canadian taxpayers, right? And then the uncharismatic, his backer, right? The plantationist pops out. His backer, a guy named Carney, who has about as much charisma as a fudge sundae that slipped out of a kid's hand on some asphalt. He's so narcissistically captured with his self that he decided he's going to take the reins of this operation and be the front man of it. And Jerry rigged himself into being prime minister with we just have to assume it was a rigged vote. But as a central banker or former central banker, we don't know where his provenance, what he's doing now. No, now he's full-time in the politics. That's right. He's the Prime Minister of Canada. Of course he couldn't be, in that business at the same time. Have 2 feet, 1 foot here, 1 foot there. I mean, he probably delegates that now. But anyway, direct connections to London, right? Not even disguised. Oh, and anti-American to the core. Can you believe it? I know Americans are surprised to hear that, who had nothing against Canada, but surprised these people hated America since they were born, before their parents were born. There you go, continuity for you. So, hey, friendly Americans out there, don't be friendly to people that are hostile towards you. Can you get that memo? It's not cool, it's not smart, it's not pragmatic, and it does not help you. In fact, it does the opposite. Like, let me find a bunch of miscreants that hate my guts and let me be nice to them. That's not what Jesus said. So if your Christianity's getting in the way, then you probably have a fake version of it. Okay, but there's also the moral philosophers, and then just pragmatism or just common sense. But again, common sense, there's that word again, uncommon in our time. So Canada's a hostile country, has been since the Underground Railroad. There you go. Let's do a narrative flip on that. If you look at it from the British perspective, that was just property that they were looking to get back. And that the bad people weren't doing enough for them, but now that they come back into the fold, they could run them like Al Qaeda through the free country to their country, and then they could send them back again and maybe cause a rebellion. Did that happen? Of course. Oh, isn't it strange? But that was back in the days where they were hanging people like that high, the ones that tried to create an armed rebellion. And so on and so forth. Mass murderers were sort of seen as that and treated like that. But now Carney's coming out. He's going to take over the franchise. Most likely a rigged vote. Again, the Liberal Party was like the mono party, is the mono party there. the Blairite Party. Now, they did run some fake conservatives against them, one of whom was a Sikh who it couldn't have made a more absurd kind of appearance than if he tried. Like, could anyone have looked more absurd than the Conservative Party that should have won in a landslide in Canada? No? Oh, but their leader, he lost his seat, but now he's going to find another seat. He's going to do it again because he's such a successful poet for the Blairites that are running a uniparty there. So, so there you go. There's an update for some Americans and people who think Canada was a civilized country, or that the British franchise got better once their financial system made itself independent from the concept of the nation state and the mercenaries that work with them. If you think that's a civilized model and better than the American one, I guess you're wrong. So there you go. We have a definitive case here. The British and Canadian model failed in 2025. The American model hasn't yet. So I guess which one was better? There you go. Hands down, the American model. Now, they still have some places that are relatively civilized, but that will be going away as quick as civilized neighborhoods in London because their franchise is a divide and conquer. It's not, and it's also not a long-term strategy. Like, they think their class is just going to run the despotic circus, but a lot of despots thought that way. They brought in a global Pandora's box there, and it's a one-way ticket for narcissistic despots like the Blairites, and then everyone else gets screwed for an unforeseeable amount of time, like Jambujitian yojanas, 84,000 yojanas of time. That's what a narcissistic class can do for you within a couple of generations. Narcissistic franchise. So if anybody, here you go, Carney put his face up in a book, a textbook. People like that you don't want in your financial system. The people he's connected with, however he made his money, financial operators in the future, they should not act like him. The finances should be separate from the politics. Should be run by essentially accountants that are doing their job and are not political. Not in the politics game. Not backing political components, playing politics, and so on and so forth. And not pretending like they're not doing that, because that's sort of what they do. Until, like Carney, they were forced out of the back room and pushed onto the podium as the national leader. There could have been no other leader than him. Nobody more qualified than him. A guy that has done nothing but raise the rents on working people and lived as a rent seeker of rent seekers from the rent seeking, the Globo class. Feels a lot more comfortable outside the country than he does in it. But by golly, he'll try to swindle the rubes. He'll play the whole "here I am campaigning" like LBJ. His what was it? His train stop campaign. What has Tricky Dick done for Culpeper, Virginia? Oh my goodness, the rubes. They're on board. But see, there it is, the patronage and the payout. Them Virginians, they figured that one out. Like the boss hall bags that they are and their equivalent in Canada, they figured that out too. This is the biggest swindler of the country. Roscoe, get on board. These white satin suits don't pay for themselves. So yeah, don't think though we don't have our equivalent of those people. You know, Clintonites being the Blairites and their Democratic equivalent. They're the liberal Canadian Party of the United States. So ladies and gentlemen, forget about me. Give them all a round of applause for being some of the worst comedians the world has ever seen. These are so-called politicians working for the global financial enterprise that has no credibility now, thanks to guys like Carney and Clinton. Look at that, 2 C's. Now you see them, now you don't.
But anyway, audience, remember gratitude, 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 even for the most foolish of caricatures of people on this planet, because they do provide some comedy if you're able to see them through the comedic lens, because they are comical. And also, they cannot definitively say that there is not an afterlife. So these know-it-alls that profess that that's not the case and that you can't prove it and stomp their feet and go off and continue to do some of the worst things that human history, modern history, has ever recorded. That's comical. That really is a great lesson about ignorance and how terrible it can be. Like, oh no, asbestos doesn't cause cancer. What? Get out of the way. I'm going to this work site. I'm gonna grind this stuff out. I'm gonna make some money. These guys, they're too soft. Yeah, that guy, you don't be that guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Actually, right, if there is an afterlife, and I'm sort of, I'm not even at the point where I'm ambivalent. Like, I don't know, maybe not. I'm pretty sure there is. Like, I'm one of those people they consider to be crazy or some type of nut job or completely off base. I'm sort of in that territory, but see, they think that of me, but see, now I'm starting to think that way of them. And I think it's just a safer bet overall, to tell you the truth. I think it's more wise to not be ambivalent, but to be dead set against it, that's about as stupid as making lead paint milkshakes. So if that's not funny, like people who think they're smart actually aren't, and then end up doing all these things that doesn't work out for them in the end. I mean, some people would find that funny. I find there's an aspect of that is funny. Okay, but remember, just from now, I'm also talking to non-Christians and also non-Buddhists. Right? Really, the only two religions worth a damn. Although I did hear, some people say that there's some New Age religions that might be worth something. But anyway, these are just how there's practical moral principles. Like if you need to go back to the Roman philosophers that were neither Christian nor Buddhist, although there's been a lot of new work on discovering all of the Buddhist influence in Bactria. For example, Meander was a Greek king in India. You can look him up. There were many Greeks that were Buddhist in the eastern provinces in which they lived, such as Afghanistan, was a great, marvelous, beautiful, civilized, awesome country before a military takeover took place. And now, look at it now. Is it better? No? Oh. What about the arts today? Not better? Oh, it's similar. All right? Things don't last forever, right? And managing civilizational kinds of things, like countries or regions, is pretty complicated. It's easy to get wrong, but in any case, it didn't have anything to do with Buddhism. It did have to do with being overrun by Genghis Khan, for example, who was no lightweight. Okay, and those types of black swan events can happen. And if you're out there in the provinces, have a relatively low population density, those kinds of things did happen, and the results were catastrophic for the world. So it wasn't that they were bad people or misguided or weak necessarily. It was just that they were overrun and enslaved and essentially exterminated. Their culture was, even if you can still find some traces of their genetics, it's really not enough to recreate the culture, is it? So, there we come back to the Blairite idea that demographics is destiny. But see, they think of it in terms of it working for them. They maintain their class distinctions, and everyone else gets flushed down the toilet that would oppose them. Oh, it's zany-ness. That's essentially what they did. So the people that were on board with that, like all the hippies that got brainwashed by their TVs, that got slow cooked, starting with Walter Cronkite and ending with who's the mesmeric talking head now that the dummies watch. Is it I don't know who. I don't even watch these people anymore. I don't think any of their names. I mean, I don't want to say Wolf Blitzer, but he's on the halfway rational spectrum. What do we want to call him? Larry David? Maybe he was one of them. Like that drove these so-called liberal loons into loony bus terror, where they get emotional when people are talking about sensible policy because they have so much alternative history rammed up their butts that they see the world from topsy-turvy, from upside down. So, all these awful things that are happening, they're really good things because pseudo-morality says so, and our handlers do. Our talking heads that have talked their ways into our brains, and now we see things the wrong way, but adamantly so, because we're emotional people. We're emotional. We're not rational. We're emotional. Logic is toxic in these kinds of scenarios. See, cult like activities is just so big. It's such a big cult that people think it's acceptable. It's not. Like I said, Eskimos come in, they look at this like, I cannot believe these people are this crazy. Like, I might chew on whale blubber, but at least that makes sense. These social policies and economic policies and the way these people are living and flushing themselves down the toilet, that don't make any sense. It's like, these people think they're civilized? Oh my God. They jump back in they swim out, jump back in their kayak and paddle off, right? The world be crazy. Samsara's messed up. But these people, oh man, they are convinced that they know what's right for themselves, the world, everything else, and they know their alternative history and their fake icons down pat. And if you don't, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? They look at you incredulously. How could you be such a bad person? But the Eskimo, he has no time. He says nothing and leaves. That's sort of it. So, but yeah, Christians and Buddhists aren't necessarily bad people, but some of them can be gullible. I would say the Buddhists are less gullible than the Christians, but the Christians need to update their beneficence a little bit. Like, we are in a totally topsy-turvy world, and a lot of these Christian people can call themselves Christians, like the Anglican Church, and not be that. And these different versions are being foisted out there for deliberate reasons, and this is, I would say, somewhat like a 30 years war kind of time. And so you better figure out, what makes sense in a broader context, and not just be misled by people claiming to be Christian. And also same for Buddhists. There's phony Buddhists out there. They're not For example, the Buddhists, the real ones, still have a monastic tradition, like the Theravadins. And if they're not, following the precepts or have been disavowed by the organization, then they're not worthy of being called teachers. That's sort of how that works with them. And you could apply the same rules to Christianity too. Or at least similar ones. Where's the monastic order keeping Christianity in check that hasn't been subverted? I would say at this point, I'm going to say 20% of them. There might be 20% that could fall into that category. But the rest of them are really just Christians in name only. Just like the Buddhists in name only. Like, oh, I'm a space age type of person. I'm out there chanting and what have you. And I believe in this and that. And I believe they have this right and that wrong. And no, I don't know what you are. You're just a typical kind of mediocre know-it-all person. That's about it. Now, I'm not claiming to be, anything other than a samana, okay, which is someone that can be an outsider, right? That's perfectly acceptable. I'm not making claims to a franchise, but I am pointing out, okay, here and there, these people score some points, and here and there, these people lose some points. But in general, some of them are mostly okay. I mean, even 20% is okay. That's very okay, But it's not perfect. And someone like a samana can say that, and it can also be wrong, right? At times, like essentially, it's just views and opinions, right? Which we all know what that means. But if this has been entertaining to you, if this has uplifted your spirits, because that's the whole point, gratitude. Let's be grateful that we got this experience in samsara to increase our skills, to let things go that don't really matter anyway, that aren't worth knowing necessarily and should not wreck our days in the least, and yet we can still make practical changes in our lives. And that's a wonderful part of the practice, that we can do all of that. Let's be grateful, friends, dear brothers and sisters, dear ladies and gentlemen. If this episode spoke to you in any way, if you want to hear more, there's that subscribe and like button. The coffee link is below. Do show your respects. It is appreciated. And this may be the last episode. Might not even get to the editor's desk, because it's not my responsibility to save this world. Neither is it yours. Just be as civilized as you can for as long as you can, until you can't, and then you might be back for round 240,000. Who knows? You could be an old soul. You might just have 7 more lives to live. This might be the last one. I don't know about that, but it's possible. In any case, have yourselves a blessed day. Keep those spirits high. Keep that chin up. There could be a reversal in all these things. People just like chiropractors that, injure people instead of helping them. Maybe a few less people will get injured now by Blairites and their schemes and their friends, FRENSs, and then won't the world be a better place? I would like to think it will be. So, signing off for now, your best buddy. The President of the United States of America, as yet unelected, Delaney Jackson. Someone wrote in, well, what about financial situation? Thank you. Well, the financial situation is what you could just describe as neo-plantationism. It's just a modern version of it. So I guess if I don't like to talk about Marx at all, but he already, I mean, Germany was sort of ground zero for the Industrial Revolution and all of the absolutely awful and terrible practices that got started there. And let's not forget, the U.S. was pretty spread out. They called it the New World. It was far flung. It was a colony. There's a lot of space. Most people were agricultural. Now, you did have cities, okay? Look, Chicago went through something similar. New York City, wherever you had landless peasants or wage slaves being mistreated by economic conditions, you had sort of a precursor of it. And you also had the radical movements there. You essentially had people, I called them rabid dog trainers, that were turned into terrorists or nihilists, right? Godless, hateful people with a lot of reasons for why they turned out that way that, most people would, I wouldn't say agree with them, because you can't really agree with that, but you could certainly see how being subjected to conditions like that, like living in an economic prison kind of thing, could turn people into vicious individuals that are very callous and have a very skewed worldview. You could see that. But on the other hand, that's not really something, that's more of a problem than something one should consider to be an inevitable march of history. But yeah, you do have predatory actors on the so-called capitalist side, and you have predatory or opportunistic actors on the so-called socialist side. They really aren't into solving these problems, but will form armies of irate people and then misdirect them into sharing the wealth. But how do you think that's going to go? I mean, you could have an experiment. I recommend all leftoidists to try this out. Like, just build like a tent city and then let in the so-called downtrodden and play pretend with these leftist utopian ideas, and just try to imagine, I mean, if you have to have like an AI model run, what that's going to look like in 6 months, and then a year, and then 2 years, and 10 years. I mean, you would have to, I'm willing to bet, just burn it down, just due to the infestation of things that aren't going to get repaired, because, people have a lot of needs, sort of like Mark said, but they don't have a lot of skills, and they don't have a lot of good attributes in general, especially, the downtrodden. There is a certain causality there too. A lot of the people ended up in those positions because their parents didn't have the wherewithal or the luck or the family connections, or the intelligence, or so on and so forth, to keep them from experiencing the utter horrors that the plantation can offer. But look, I'm not rationalizing that. I'm not justifying that. I think a lot of good people do get screwed in situations like that. But on the whole, if we're going to look at just completely degraded urban landscapes, how many people are even salvageable there, despite how many needs they might have? And, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have that, and everyone would get what they need to survive and thrive. But we're sort of in a purgatory of limited resources, a limited time, limited compassion and empathy, and we really do have to allocate those resources that can give us the best return. Now, not necessarily material concern, or return. Sometimes, this is where the capitalists get it wrong, sometimes you get material returns by putting it with the right people. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have to subsidize a couple of decades in order to get the returns that you want. For example, the Norwegians that invested in a wealth capital fund with their petroleum. Now each Norwegian is worth like $300,000. Okay, so there's a system that carries itself because of good strategic planning and good people in general to start with. Although certainly not all of them are great. Okay, some of them, most of them are very average. But that's an average if you look at it on the world that is head and heels above, entire continent, other continents, and also other countries on the European continent. Because capitalism itself isn't a good strategy of its own. I'm just going to making a lot of money is the automatic good thing. No, it's not. I was having this argument with the idiotic libertarian, which is essentially another form of political pollution, libertarianism. Well, if it makes money, it's obviously the good thing. Well, no, it's not. The porn industry makes money because people don't have control of their dinglings, but it's not good for morality or social order in general. Because look, guys, the dingalingism leads to having kids, and then all the problems post the Garden of Eden kick in. How do you take care of them? How do you house yourself? How do you feed and clothe them? How do you educate them? Are you subjecting your kids to psychological terrorism like these schools have done recently? They had to have a Supreme Court decision so that kids could opt out of the alphabet soup, the pro-subversive homoism and whatnot. Because guess what? The despots that are in the Democratic Party, they groom kids. They attack kids, women, and children so that they can have their army of reflective 1984's emotionally damaged, emotionally charged nut jobs that will vote them in because they're dependent on them for handouts, no matter how meager they are. And it's dwindling returns as the society degrades. But yeah, these are Machiavellian psychopaths and narcissists that will ride any wave as long as they're on top. You can see them in every tin pot dictator is one of these people, or was in all of human history. So if the country's wealthy, better for them. If it's not, well, it's the best they can do, right? So the Blairites and the Clintonites, they came up with this perpetual one-party system that keeps them at the top of the dole by people on the dole. As long as there's something freebies to hand out, that's what they'll do. But the other people have no other choice, because who are they going to vote for? The bankers, like in Canada, who, have a straight up predatory, just not giving a damn social Darwinistic kind of philosophy. That's not right. It's not on the right. That's just predatory, right? But those are the only options that respectable people have on offer right now, thanks to, our defunct political institutions, because, they're the real list that we have to put up with, according to them. So, look, I'm not shilling for that side. Hell no. But the other side has no plan at all. In fact, they have a worse plan. So that's not to say that either one of them is acceptable, okay? We have to reorganize, fundamentally. That includes economically, socially, and politically. And we're just going to do a new model, like it's a complete house cleaning. And it's going to be a division. Okay, people, you want to work for a living, okay, in a sensible setting, but on a model that's sustainable, i.e. you can have a family and not be up against it. Like this was another report that came out. Yeah, both people have to work, mom and dad, to pay for these mortgages that these plantationists have on tap. You want to live in $1 million box in a place that hasn't been totally socially rotted out. You have to send your kids. You have to live in a place where there's $1 million boxes. That's the privilege you get, right? That's the gentrification they have in mind. Well, that means mom and dad, and then guess what? Mom works, and then she just is able to cover the childcare costs that she has to pay for in order. So it doesn't make any sense. It's an exterminationist economic policy that despots and organized crime profits from. But the normal people, the backbone of society, the people who keep the lights on, no, they get wasted. Happened in Russia. They're having that problem. They call it the Dutch disease. I'm for changing that name to something else, right? The luxury class disease. I think that's a better one. And that includes both the so-called right and left, right? They're both luxury class. They're both the Sputnik. How about this? The Sputnik class disease. How about that one? We can modify it. The materialist class disease. How about that one? You like that one? I like that one too. There's so many other ways of putting it. But essentially, these are incompetent, greedy, delusional people, right? That have the temerity to feign to represent the majority of people in any country that they inhabit and have a PR campaign behind them. Look, rotten fruit and eggs, can they still be afforded? I don't know. $12 eggs, I guess not. But you can boo them. That's free. Boom. When they show up, boom, and take out your phone and record it and upload it. That's always a funny one. That's a good one. It's a good way of protesting these fools. And then share it on social media. These people are fake, they're phony, they don't represent you, and they are killing people. Everyone, we'll focus on abortion. Look, if you cannot support a family, that's way worse than any kind of abortion. Okay, and by the way, look, every month a woman is alive and is is fertile. Every month's an abortion. Okay, that's a potential fetus. So it's not about numbers, people. It's about sustainability and how people live. If people have a chance to get ahead and live in a half decent way, they will have kids. They will have a family. They will settle down. And they will have a generally okay family life sans ridiculous economic kinds of deprivations, okay? That's how you solve that problem. But yeah, we need to completely reorganize. So the sociology that we have been subjected to up until now is, we have all admitted, or some people haven't done it yet, is defunct. So we're putting it behind us, okay? It's like wearing shoes that are too tight. We're trashing them. And if we have to remake the shoe from car tires that are comfortable and work right, then that's what we're going to do. We're going to start over. If we have to use recycled materials, we'll do that. Like, how about this? Just a bare, some field somewhere, we can, again, make a tent city that actually works, which also has rules and not utopianisms, and people that enforce them, and then only lets people in that are, on board with the concept. You see, that sort of was the American idea in the beginning, wasn't it? Like, okay, this is a colony, but we're not letting crazy people in here. And the people here have to behave themselves. And because of all that, they get a fair deal. And we're not going to be over-regulating them and whatnot, but we will regulate the things. Also moral things, so that we can have social cohesion and a cohesive social setting that doesn't have a bunch of derelicts and messed up people running around. Because that's the thing. You have immorality, it leads to psychological conditions, which leads to a breakdown in social cohesion. Okay, you have generally defunct people who are thinking with their dingalings instead of thinking with their higher cognitive functions. Like, look, don't just run out and grab any woman, right? Just make sure she's of sound mind and body, then, okay, maybe start a family. But not just, oh, any old thing because it's all about the ding-a-lingism. See, that's, if you have morality, you got that in check, and then it leads to better downstream results for everyone, for the children, right? For the society at large, because these children at some point are integrated into society. You see how we have to return to basics here? But that's okay. Why not? We're returning to basics. So it's a complete reset. We're trashing the sociology and anthropology that didn't work and the economic system. And we're getting back to basics, which is bread and butter issues, social cohesion, and morality, and not utopianism, and not all those other things I mentioned. So, does that sound like a platform you're willing to vote for? Well, yeah, vote for me. You can click that coffee link as a gesture to start with, and we can move on from there. Mobilize, hashtag mobilize. That's what we're doing. And remember, there really is no way around it. There's no compromise really with the establishment at this point. The two wings of the bird of prey, the right and left. I mean, maybe some of them will take a less hostile approach to meaningful change, but we cannot rely on that. We're just going to have to go our own way on this one, people. It's circling the wagons. Remember that? The Oregon Trail. We have to head out. We have to circle the wagons. We have to reorganize and just do things the way we decide to do. And try to work with the crazy people and these defunct people who think they have some type of God-given authority over normal, upstanding people. But they really don't they? Or do they? So we just have to, this is it. We have to reorganize, restart, and just say, look, where do you guys want to be? You want to be someplace you don't want to belong. Maybe you want to reconsider that. Or maybe we can just go someplace and do something new in a new way. And we're not dealing with this madness, with these poids. And yeah, they are against us. They are at war with us. They are at war with Western civilization. They're bad people. They're greedy and delusional and narcissistic, and that's it. And we're going to have a lot higher standards going forward. And if you have those standards or want to see them enforced, then you're on our side. You're a good person, no matter what they say. So whatever they call us, it's wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. These are crazy, bad people, and the results prove it. Go in any places where these people have essentially uni-party control, be it California or Philadelphia or whatnot. It's a shakedown operation. The results speak for themselves. It's sort of worse than anarchy. It's just death, destruction, and bad times to be had. Can't live under normal conditions where these people have the say-so. So it's just the way it is. You know, you can apply it to anything, any institution. Get a library taken over by these people, all of a sudden it's not worth going to. So you can scale it up to a city, a country, a region, and that's just the way it is. So we have to recognize this fact. It's a basic fact of human nature. No, we're not all gonna, it's not all sunshine and rainbows down here. We're not all gonna get along, and we do need to see things that way and just be realistic about it. That's it. And yeah, we're the opposition to that, but they consider us the opposition to them. I don't consider myself an opposition to them at all. I've forgotten how they think and how they act. I just see, I don't interact, right? I don't fight. I see them from a mile away. And as long as I don't have anything to do with them, it's a great day. But, you know, some of them, they do push it, don't they? But as far as politically, these people, they have no business in politics at all. They don't represent good people. And I think a lot of people are beginning to realize that now, and now we just need to start taking the next steps, because that really is the only way forward. So thank you very much. There's that coffee link. Support independent journalists. Yeah, that's another one. Look at what's happening to Portland. That's another formerly great city that will be great again one day, but not right now. And keep it positive. Keep that chin up, right? Chin up, eyes forward. This was, you can't. I would say you can fault them for trying, but other than that, that doesn't mean they're gonna win in the end. What do you think? People like that, do you think they win in the end? Do you think they win in the present? I don't know. I don't think so.